Where the tunes at? Dang, I had it on.
Oh, I heard it. I was listening.
Oh, I turned it off. I'm like, hold up, where the tunes at?
Yes, sir.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
What's good, squad? What's good, squad? Not much, man. Just recuperating from the duel between Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes. And,
we're gonna get right into it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to definitely debriefing and breaking down what we saw, areas and opportunities of improvement, opportunities that we're taking advantage of, and just kind of seeing, was it a clear victory? Was it a standstill? At the end of the day, it was still a good fight.
Yeah, and that's the question. Was it a victory? And honestly, I think anytime you get people to jump on, give their honest opinions on things, there's something to build from there.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
You know, victory, I think just by looking at both sides and how they walked away, what's apparent is that people are just followers and people are just fanatics.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. See, you ain't let me know this time. I know.
You talking about the music?
Mic. Now is the mic better?
Yeah. Keep going.
Already, yeah. It was yeah. But
yes, it is.
I think that people are just fanatics. And I think that that's where we're going to come in and give some common sense criticism and evaluation and just build on the convo for a good purpose and uniting people rather than for just entertainment value or anything else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No clickbait over here in the OG network.
Yeah, because, you know, when I'm looking at the end of it and I see Nick declare himself the winner and then I see Piers, you know, act how he behaved during the entire thing. It's like, bro, your people ain't keeping it real with you, Nick. Your people aren't keeping it real with you, Nick. And Piers Morgan is such a child.
Yeah.
You know, that was my takeaway. Piers Morgan is such a child. And I think that if I can, hold on, let me turn this off. If I can be as respectful as possible, I think Piers Morgan does express a lot of very simple-minded, emotionally based thinking that a lot of baby boomers have, or that at least his style of presenting certain things, he thinks it's appealing. Like, it's very revealing of what he thinks the people that watch his show, what his generation of people, what they want to hear. And what they think is relevant. And I think it does highlight a time period. And I think what we're seeing right now with a lot of these young people, whether it's Nick Fuentes or just a lot of the young men in general, especially in America, who are not, let's say, as aligned with Israel. I think what we're seeing is that they are just more courageous and more willing to press the button on issues rather than have to have the approach of like a politically correct Piers Morgan who's going to be nervous about saying this to offend this group of people. That it's just a different way of looking at politics. Perhaps Donald Trump was the first one to, you know, shift this. But yeah, it was extremely embarrassing on Piers Morgan's part. But I'm not surprised. So I think that's what we'll get into. Like, that's what Piers Morgan is. However, when it comes to Nick Fuentes, I think at the end of the show, I gave him a B-. You know, I think he started off terrible, getting emotionally involved in the conversation, not being logical. And it seemed like he hadn't had one of these more combative interviews in a while because it just seems like he wasn't prepared. It seemed like the game plan for him got thrown off when his dad was mentioned. And then when he got caught up in it. And then he, you know, seemed to fix it, you know, throughout the show, but or throughout the interview, certain aspects of it. But overall, I think it's an approach that needs to be criticized, and one that if he doesn't change certain things, I don't think that it's going to really grow to the potential that it could reach.
I'd say I'd give him, if I was to give him a grade, me knowing a little bit more, I think, than the average person who just makes assumptions about Nick, obviously through you and kind of watching the things that you've posted and then going in and doing a little bit of research. I give him an even C, not a minus, but not a plus, but I give him a solid C. I've seen him in his bag. I've seen him step up to the plate and just crack whips. But I think this is a good opportunity. You know, it's always good to get the sword sharpened. It's always good to go back and reflect and review game film and then approach, the next situation differently, especially when you kind of know your target or, kind of how your opponent is playing the game. So I look forward to seeing kind of if this conversation happens again at some point we got to have, round 2 of the playoffs again. Like I would love to see that again, because I do think at the end of the day, like you said, Pierce has some ways that clearly he's been kind of rocking and rolling, and he's been doing this for quite some while, and he kind of know how to pull people outside of their comfort zone and start getting them retaliating in a way that maybe they thought they had under control. He was able to elicitate him into becoming a little bit more emotional in certain situations than we see. But that's neither here nor there, though. But yeah, solid C on my end for sure.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Even when you say that, well, for one, I don't need to see it again. But even when you say that you've seen him like crack the whip on certain people, most of these situations are him just doing his monologues. They're not necessarily him going back and forth. And the reason why I say I don't need to see it again is because I think Piers Morgan is going to bring out the most, like, how can I say, the most childish stances that Nick has. Like, we all have certain things that, like, all right, this is more of a childish thing that I may stand on. But when I say childish, it's you arguing about black people for the first 30, 40 minutes of the show, you trying to justify to Pierce that your dad's not racist, like all this stuff. When Nick starts to talk about black people and gets so overly consumed when it comes to that, then he reverts back into, I think, what he was when he first started his show at 18, 19, 20, 21. And I think that Piers Morgan, I think I mentioned it to you yesterday, did a great job where I'm not sure if a lot of people noticed in the beginning. He said one thing to him that I think set the tone and redirected Nick on like whatever his plan was. And it was that, yeah, a lot of people say that you're different when you interview on people's shows compared to how you are on your own show. Mm-hmm. Nick was on Piers Morgan was more aligned with who he was when he does his personal show compared to when he goes on other people's shows and he presents himself in a different way, which is, yeah, like, I'm on your show, so I'm going to be respectful, I'm going to be courteous, and I'm going to approach it from a friendly standpoint rather than me just going off and being performative. Even though he said that he wasn't performative in the interview, in the show with Piers, he has used those words before to describe how he is on his show. So that's what I think it was. I think Nick was more so looking at this, whether are my fans, my true day ones, gonna walk away and say that I'm based for this, whatever that means.
I do see based in the comments. I didn't know what that. Okay,
it pretty much means just like standing on, whatever you standing on, like a solid dude. And to me, when you do that, he threw Nick off. Now Nick had to overdo it, overcompensate, because it's obvious when you look at Nick, that's the case. It's also obvious that he's moving in a different direction, or he's made certain strides where he said, like, yeah, this is not just for white people. I'm calling all people that are just aligned with putting America first. But then 5 minutes later, or when he gets pushed to a certain point, or maybe he's getting certain DMs in the private group chat where people are saying, oh, Nick's changed and Nick's this, Nick's that. So then he feels like he's got to go off on Candace Owens and use say black, how he says it, or he feels that he has to stand on super business when it comes to, yeah, I think the majority of black people should go to jail, should go to prison. And what I realized is that I saw some of these clips before because I watched the full show. But Nick didn't even do a good job. And that's a great example of one when he was talking about the violence with Black people. He just let it go. He didn't even give any context. And to be totally honest, Piers actually saved him in that exchange because he was like, wait, you're saying like Black people, like all Black people? And he said, no, the ones that commit crime. You have to do a good job. You are a communicator. You have to do, it's like you don't go on, this is just my opinion. Nick is bigger than both of us. But in my opinion, I don't think that it's best to go on a show and allow Piers to control the narrative. You have to get off what you need to get off. Just like Piers came on it, because Piers is not a debater. Piers is a moderator. He's a stoke the fire. He's the opposite of a moderator, actually. He's an instigator. Like that's what his job is to do. His job is to poke at this person, and get people as emotional as possible, because that's what drives ratings for him when it comes to his debate shows. Piers Morgan doesn't stand on any policies, any principles. Nobody's going to Piers Morgan for his opinion on anything.
Yeah.
You're going to Piers Morgan to see a bunch of debates. It's like, you're going to see Rabbi Shmuley with going against Sink. Who are you familiar with Rabbi Shmuley?
I haven't seen him.
All right. So yeah, anybody who is familiar with Rabbi Shmuley, it was funny the other day when we were going out. Maya and I, we saw Rabbi Shmuley looking bad on the beach, looking like he had one too many. And I'm like, yo, that's the rabbi? Like, all right. So I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, I just thought that overall, Piers Morgan probably did get accomplished what he wanted to get accomplished. He just wanted to have a viral show. In 5 hours, the show had 1 million views. That's what he wanted. He wanted to poke at Nick, get Nick riled up, and get a whole bunch of ratings. This is all he cared about, getting a whole bunch of ratings and not having people say the things that they said about Tucker about him, which is that he gave a softball interview. So a lot of people who don't like Nick Fuentes and complained about the way that Tucker Carlson interviewed him and other people who are having conversations, what did Piers decide to do? Just show a bunch of clips and have him react to it. Yeah. But that's on Nick, how he responds and perhaps how he goes into it. So shout out to everybody tapping in.
Yeah,
as well.
Morning.
I know we just got right into the conversation. Shout out to Big Bro Steve. Good day. Good morning, everyone. Another great day is on tap. That's a fact. The Wake Up with BK and Dak, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Y'all know the vibes.
What's up, Big Finn?
Finn wrote, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. I love that quote. I saw you put that one. That's one of my favorites, Finn. What did Finn write? I quote Marcus Aurelius this morning: to the backdrop of dark skies and heavy rain, still it is a privilege to appreciate the rain and the gifts of nature. Yeah, I can't front. I woke up today in Miami and it was a little bit of an overcast. And I was like, I guess this is okay. A little rain every now and then.
Makes you appreciate the sun.
Man, that's a fact. Shout out to Carl in the building. Nick dominated as usual. I thought this was gold. I definitely don't think that at all. And that's the point. A lot of Knicks fans, like even when I went on the comments for the show, everything was supporting Nick. And I'm like, yo, that could be that's I'm sure Nick smiles about that, but I'm sure deep down inside, I don't care what Nick says on his show. He knows that he didn't perform his best. He knows that he didn't perform. You know when you had one of your good games, and you know when you were off a little bit. But when you have so many people that are telling you that, oh, you're perfect, you did amazing, you did great. In my opinion, it actually stops you from growing. It hinders your growth.
Yeah, this is the shit we talk about all the time, where it's just like, yo, you have to be able to balance the things that your drive or your focus is. And so you need people around that can be like, hey man, hey Trump, we like these things, but hey, we're gonna address this. Hey, we're gonna address this. We're gonna say something about this. It can't be, oh, he's always in his bag, because A, we're not doing our best in making sure that iron sharpens iron, and B, we're preventing us from standing in a position where we're practicing having those maybe uncomfortable conversations with pushing people within close to our circle to remember that we're not here as yes men. We're here as in the support of, especially when you get into politics. I don't give a fuck to be a fan of Nick. I give a fuck to be a fan of the principles, the things that we talk about, and be consistent through that. So it doesn't mean that somebody who doesn't stand with that stuff can't even switch over and say, you know what, I see things differently after kind of speaking with people or doing my research. You know what, I'm going to change. We're going to allow that opportunity for people to change, because at the end of the day, there are certain policies and principles that we're fans of, per se, not people. So if you're fans of people, you don't give these people an opportunity to change, like we talked about yesterday. You don't give these people an opportunity to maybe grow or maybe dilute from what they've believed in before. You make them forced to stand still in what they have said. And ultimately, that's not the bag right there.
Right. Like, what's wrong with saying, Pierce, silly question. Obviously, I don't think that all black people should be locked up. What the context of that show was discussing is that a lot of people, there's been a push to not arrest certain people. Like, people are getting away. Like, even when you look at the whole defund the police, with crime, police officers that I've spoken to, they're scared to arrest people. That's a problem. I think that, yes, the criminals, it's gotten out of control. I live in Chicago. They call it Chirac for a reason, Piers Morgan. I know you're in UK, but you spend a lot of time in LA. Have you never heard anybody refer to Chicago as Chirac? Clearly there's a problem there. And the majority of the people committing the crimes where I live are black. So that's who I want to be arrested. That's who I want to be addressed. But instead, he'll just say, yep, yeah, I stand on it. And thinking that that's like, because his people are going to look at him and say, oh my God, Nick stood on it. He said he's a racist and he stood on it. Like, all right, I mean, if what you're looking to do is to just appeal to the people that are already rocking with you, then cool. But yeah, I'm not moving that way. I think it's silly. I don't think it's purposeful. I don't think it actually, you think you're standing on some sort of business, but I don't think that you actually are. I think that you're just scared to leave or potentially leave the base that you think that you've grown. This audience that you've been rocking with for so long, these disaffected young white men who just want to laugh, want to sit around and laugh at Nick having the courage to say the N-word. All right, if that's what you want to build it on, cool, no problem.
That ain't gonna last.
We're just going to use it as a vehicle to discuss, because in my opinion, I think that there's a whole lot of people that may be drawn to Nick Fuentes because they look at it as the lesser of two evils rather than something that they're actually rocking with. It's like when you only give people two options and they're extreme, and it's Piers Morgan on this side or Nick Fuentes on this side, or it's, even when you look at a lot of these elections, it's Donald Trump on this side, it's Kamala Harris on this side. Yeah, people are going to tend to, the majority of the people that end up supporting whoever they support don't even really rock with them like that.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going to come in. We're going to have a lot of these discussions. We're going to have people tap in because they're interested in the conversation around Nick Fuentes. And we're going to insert some common sense, some understanding, and we're going to bring a lot of those people on board with this way of looking at things. Now, that may never, ever reach the numbers that Nick Fuentes is able to influence. It doesn't matter. We're able to tap into that audience. We're able to bring a lot of people, because even when you look at the review that we did on the show yesterday, when we streamed it live, a lot of the comments were agreeing and supporting the things that we were saying. So it's like, there's a lot of people that are just pissed off with the country. A lot of people that are pissed off with, white people feeling that, oh, we've been called racism. We get blamed for everything. So naturally their emotions just bring them to Nick Fuentes. And the reason why I can say that with, I think, a bit of confidence is because the same thing happens on our side. I was one of those people. You get so emotionally engaged in a fight and get pissed off about certain aspects of how black people have been treated in America, to where anybody who just has the guts to speak out against certain things in American culture, I'm rocking with that person. I'm drawn to that person, even though I may not necessarily align with the things that they're doing, or I may not even be looking at it to say, like, hey, is this something that is worth holding on to move forward? Is this something that can elevate society? Is this something that can move us in a positive direction?
No, I'm with you.
Yeah. So let's so
we got Silver Sister you got up here.
Let's get into it. Oh yeah. Shout out to Silver Sister in the building. Appreciate that.
8780.
Thank you. Put it on the screen and didn't even read it. But yeah, let's definitely good morning. Nick has a lot of evolving to do and control his emotions. Agreed. Also, back off of Candace. He's not winning any fans. Yeah, I think the Candace thing is just a tool for him. It just allows him to to just, get off a little bit of this black woman, how he'll say it, like, come on, bro, relax, bro. And I think he even admitted on the show, like they want to rock with each other. Both of them just got huge egos, in my opinion. She said he's very childish and needs some hair on his balls. Much love. Yeah. I mean, I think that he definitely needs to develop a certain level of courage to where you're not concerned about, oh, I need to make sure that, like, you're the leader, bro. Yeah. The leader's not concerned with being liked by the followers. The leader, and I'm talking about of his movement, the leader is concerned with pushing the purpose, with giving the direction. And most of the times, the best leaders that I've had on teams, they put you in an uncomfortable position consistently. They're always challenging you to bring out the best in you. They're always challenging you to get you to evolve your way of thinking. They're not coming back to meet me and to just stay there. If anything, they're coming back to meet us and to go bring us into a new direction, into a new space. I think Nick gets caught up in wanting to just continue to go back to what he's comfortable with and what he'll get a lot of, I don't even think it's about the clicks or, the likes. I think it's literally him just wanting to be seen a certain type of way by his base. Yeah. That's it. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah. And it's cool, but it's cool. It's not cool if you stay there, but it's cool to just address it and move on. I mean, I know that I've been, a lot of us say certain things in certain aspects with different contexts that it's okay for us to just go and say, oh, nah, that's not how I meant that. Let me explain it. Or like, oh, yeah, that sounded crazy. Yeah, but let's give a little context to it. Or, oh, that sounds crazy. Yeah, I'm actually, let me share with you how I kind of evolved my thinking on this particular area. That type of thing. So it's, yeah. It's interesting, but let's get into it, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get into it. Should we watch Pierce's or should we watch the one that, I mean, I guess, hold on. Let me put on Pierce's.
Okay.
Or nah. We put on our own thing. Let's put on our own one. I had Pierce's pulled up. Why give Pierce the love?
Oh.
Why give Pierce the love? Let me go back.
Yeah, and it definitely got some new people in the chat. So we appreciate that. Yeah, we appreciate y'all for show. Let's see who we got. Let's see. We got Aldous Hux LE 6662. And he says, and you just don't care what they call you. Absolutely. We got Andreet Timmer 1720. Morning, everyone. Working, will be listening. Absolutely. Thank you for tuning in. What we got here? My newsfeed. Pierce brought his father into the discussion, and that rattled him for sure. Yeah, I think for sure we definitely saw some little hesitation, and rightfully so. Like it seems like he was being a little bit more empathetic to just kind of understand like the predicament he could possibly put his pops in. So, but they're playing chess out there. So I think it's definitely a strategy that he knew in the approach he was going to take to kind of get him off his rocker with that stuff. So I've seen Pierce in these type of duels and these arguments, like Dak has said, he's more of the platform. He's more of the person that sits back and gives the mic to everybody who got the shit to pop. And then, so he's done a good job of just being able to just kind of find the things that he knows his viewers are going to be appalled by and utilize those and go do the research too, So just like when we talk about the CIA, which is Candace, people that goes out and, does the research for her, he's got the same thing. I'm seeing him pull clips back from this guy being, it looked like 5-6 years ago, he was going to go back and get clips, like back on campus type behavior. So it's clear as day, like when you see that being done and he's not, when Pierce isn't even staying in the more like relevant state of what Nick has become probably in the more later years now, it goes to show you, you reaching, like you're looking to kind of like validate the things that you've been hearing circulate or the clickbaity things that you've heard that you've been appalled by, like things of that nature. Even when this moment when he had the guy, I believe Pierce called up a former Jewish friend, then I'm just like, played him the clip, and it just puts Nick in a position where it's like it's fight or flight, So it's like he not gonna stand down to you putting him in a position where he looks like a bad human being. But at the same time, it's like if you stay and fight, it's gonna look crazy to stand on the things that you said when there's so it's just like it got to a place where it just like Pierce was able to kind of like push some certain things off on Nick that, like you said, he probably not even in that space no more. He's got his audience now. Like, that's not his bag. We're not pushing like propaganda, or we're not pushing to just be like famous. We're pushing policy. We're pushing change. We're pushing forward growth. This isn't doing that. But hey, it is what it is. This is the internet. This is the art of the internet. You get to hide behind your keyboard. You get comments and opinions and all this energy that people allegedly have, and all these words that they allegedly use. But as you see, when that shit come down to it, you not like that when somebody pull up on you.
Yeah, and I wanna you see this comment? So shout out to D-Rail Hamid. He wrote, Nick fights for white America only, not white America and black dudes with dreads. And I think this highlights something that we played in a video a few days ago. And this Jewish lady said the difference between Christianity and Jewish people. And obviously this isn't, well, I don't think it's just across the board, like true with everybody. But she said something interesting. And she said that, you know, Jewish people aren't waiting for a Messiah. We become our own messiahs. We're not waiting for anybody to make the world perfect. We take that upon ourselves and we make the world perfect. Now, if you watch this show all the time, you can understand that even though I may have a lot of criticisms for certain aspects of Jewish culture, Israel, Zionism, when it comes to that mindset, that's what I adopt. I'm not waiting for a Messiah. Nick can't fight my fight. I'm not looking for anybody to fight my fight. That's why we do a show every day. That's why we're tuning in right here. We're not like you, bro. I'm being dead serious. I don't know what you do, but just based on that comment, I can understand that we are not the same, bro.
Yeah,
I don't rely on anybody to fight my battles, bro.
Absolutely.
I'm actually using Nick and his people to fight the purpose that I'm aligned with. I'm not a fan of Nick. Just like I'm not a fan of most any politicians, influencers, rappers, celebrities. I don't do all that stuff. I'm a man.
Yeah, like
I'm a grown man, bro.
That's the meat writing shit.
like Nick's not fighting for black dudes with dreads. Who is fighting for who is? I tell you who is. We are right here.
Yeah.
This is the energy that we're on. And guess what? We're not just fighting for black dudes with dreads because we don't identify with the whole identity politics. We don't subscribe to that. I'm not fighting for black people, period. Let me be very clear on that. I'm fighting for humanity overall. And I'm fighting for people that align with my principles, morals, and values, my people, because when I align with them, we'll have a compounding interest, and that energy will spread throughout the world, spreading based on principles, morals, and values, not spread based on, oh, he's black, I'm and tribalism, because that's what has landed us in the position that we're in right now.
Yeah, corny.
So the entire premise of this comment, I don't know exactly what you meant from it. I'm sure if you comment back, you'll probably say I took it out of context. Cool. But I'm taking it how I'm taking it. When you say Nick fights for white America only, I don't even think Nick's doing a good job of fighting for white America.
Yeah, like totally honest with you. That's a fact. After yesterday, don't even you got him leading the charge and getting walked down by Piers Morgan.
Right. What exactly is fighting for white America? What exactly does that mean? Fighting for all white Americans want the same thing? Is that how y'all feel? White Americans, speak up. I didn't know.
Right.
I didn't know, but let me not spend too much time on that. Let's get into the show. All right, without further ado.
That's right.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform, and Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million. By Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic. because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting, and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one, and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other, and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University. And I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican.
I want to address this part of it. This is not a very complicated thing. Obviously, Piers is aware that the immigration from Nick's family or anybody that came in the 1800s or early 1900s is a bit different than us having the capability to take in the illegal migrants that have come in over the past 20 years. This is something this is actually something that both Democrats and Republicans have agreed on in various ways, even though Democrats wanted to bring people in to form their next group of victims that they could align with or pander to and get to vote for them, in my opinion. But this is something like for me, this one was one where it's like, move on, bro, move on. Like, you understand what's going on. Just because I take in one kid who I'm adopting to my family, or maybe 5 years later, I take in another kid to adopt, doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to now adopt 100 kids into my house. And that just because the 100 kids can't come into the house, Piers should be able to say, well, you adopted that one kid and two. It's just like, bro, obviously we have a issue. Obviously, the infrastructure of our country cannot handle bringing in the 10 million or so people that have come in over the last, few election cycles, I'll say. You got anything on that one, or you want me to keep going?
Yeah. No, I'm aligned with the actor said. I see how you can kind of leverage that situation and kind of get it put in your bag, but then at the same time, it's like, well, realistically, what is really being said is what you're saying.
Right. But, let's keep going.
So, I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 19...
Let me actually, I want to bring Critical into the conversation, if that's okay with you, BK. I want to bring Critical into the conversation. And this is a word that I actually didn't know what it meant, but Critical says, why am I lurking? I have nothing positive to say about this incel. So I had to look up the definition of incel. A member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile towards women and men who are sexually active. I believe you're a boomer, Critical. And Piers is also a boomer. And later on, I don't know if we'll get to that point in the show, but it seemed like that's like a shot that a lot of boomers make against Nick. Oh, he just doesn't get girls, so that's why he hates women, and that's why he's misogynist and all this stuff. I want to address that because as somebody that has always gotten women, never had an issue with women, just being straightforward with you, that's something that you actually respect in Nick Fuentes. The fact that he has the dick discipline to not go out here and be addicted to sex like the majority of us are, when it comes to the culture that has been created in America. We have an addiction to sex problem. I'm speaking as somebody that has grown up in the society, grown up in the culture, and I know how it's impacted me. This is something that the baby boomers have allowed to be a problem. So when you have grown ass people over 50 years old trying to clown a kid, not about his policies, but not getting women, because y'all are the fucking generation that pandered to these women and that now have us going around not being able to get along with these women because y'all pandered to them, telling them they're perfect, telling them they can get anything that they want. And then you finally have a 27-year-old who's willing to call them out on their bullshit that y'all were never willing to call out on. And now we got to deal with it. It's kind of funny how y'all are the ones making fun of him for not having sex, which the people that actually do get women, they're the ones that look at him and respect him for it. That's what's so funny about that whole incel word. It's like y'all are you just don't have the courage. And I'm not talking about critical specifically, but a lot of people use this incel word to the point where I didn't even know what it meant. And it's pretty much clowning him, saying, oh, he's just talking bad about women because he doesn't get anything. No, the same thing that Nick says about women are actually true. Whether you talk about the study when Piers is asking him about rape culture, that's a study. Address the study. The things that Nick says about women are no different than the things that BK and I talk about when it comes to women. The same thing that I talk to my parents about when it comes to women. The women in this current society, bro, they're not prepared to be wives. They're trained to be dudes that go out here and try to get as many bodies as possible, just like it's a guy thing, because we have an addiction to sex problem in our culture. But y'all will sit around here and make fun of him as if like, oh, him not getting any, him waiting till he gets married is a bad thing. It's just hilarious to me, bro. It's hilarious to me. You know how much different my life could be if I didn't have this addiction to sex culture that I align myself with? Just based on growing up in America? It's just so funny, bro. It's just hilarious how these boomers think. It's hilarious how a lot of these boomers think. And I'm sorry to just point out Critical, but Critical, it is what it is. You know we love you. You know we embrace you as one of the family members on this channel, but we gonna talk, bro. We're gonna talk. So all these conversations, say a point that you don't like. Bring up a policy that you disagree with. Because if you're just bringing up, hey, I don't like this guy, he's an incel, and doing name calling, how is that advancing the conversation? What is that bringing to the conversation? What is the purpose of it? What do you dislike? What do you disagree with? Why do you think that he's an incel? He's saying he belongs to an online community that talks about women. What do you disagree with what he said about women? I never hear y'all address these things. And that's why then I'm forced to address it and look like I'm the Nick Fuentes agree person. When I bring up more of the things that I'm critical of, I address the things that I'm critical of Nick more than you. But you seem to be like all these people that hate him the most. Bring up a point that you disagree with. Stop just doing the name calling. Y'all are too old for this shit. If I may continue?
Yeah.
1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden.
And stop playing with me. I see this comment, bro. Jersey dudes don't get buns. Come to VA. Then went to VA.
Went to school in Virginia.
Stop playing with me, bro. You lucky Maya on here. Stop playing with me, bro. Now I'm getting emotional.
Yeah.
Let me
come on.
I'm just, you getting emotional.
I did. And you got millions more legal immigrants from China,
VA.
India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation. And they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody's a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying
them.
to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think everybody
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event, and they light up the trees, and there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city. And we're
nobody cares about all this racist talk, bro. I don't know. Are you engaged in this? Because even when he talks about the restaurant that his dad didn't want to go to, I remember being young. If my mom's watching this, and she's probably laughing, I didn't want to go to this Boston market because it's like, yo, all these white people in here. Like, I remember saying, it's like, yo, I just feel like a Cracker Barrels. When we drive down south, I'm like, yo, all these white people up here. Why is it called Cracker? Like, I don't, like, bro, relax. Like, nobody cares, bro. This is what I mean. We consistently talk about him and his relationships with black people, bro, Pierce, grow up. He's not banned or canceled because of anything that he said or done against black people. This is just a tactic that they do to have him say certain things about black people, talk about him saying the N-word. So ultimately they can already get you against him. So then when he actually starts talking about the real issue that he's canceled for, which is him speaking up and talking about Jewish people, Israel, Zionists, then it's like, oh no, he's already we already proved that he hates women. He's an incel. Listen to Critical. We already proved that he's a racist. Now, of course, he's an anti-Semite. Bro, stop with all this, bro. We're not like, stop trying to pin black people against white people. Like, it's not, bro, that's not what this conversation is about. I don't know anybody that's been canceled, any white person recently. I mean, I'm sure there are some, but BK, maybe some come to mind.
That one chick
that have been canceled for saying certain things about black people. Oh my God, he said something about black people. He's a racist, bro. We don't care.
Yeah, I think I saw that one girl that was on Piers Morgan's show. She was doing like the little black face thing, and I believe she lost her YouTube account. But outside of that, like, yeah, like that this is the common conversation, and like we've talked about, like, we don't know what the fascination is behind like wanting to be racist. Like, it just don't really move me. It's not really putting bread in my pockets. I just don't care what the colors are around to begin with. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't think anybody really fucking cares that much, to be honest with you. Like,
what does racism mean? What does it even mean?
Yeah,
I don't even know what it means. Like, what does it mean that I think that black people are better than white people? The majority of people looking at their group of people, what they look like, that's what people feel.
Yeah.
The majority, when you turn on a boxing match and you see the black guy versus the white guy, the majority naturally, this is what we've all been accustomed to because of this whole tribalism type of thing. That's just naturally what it is. This has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. This has absolutely nothing to do with why people hate, love, or whatever else when it comes to Nick Fuentes, outside of the people that are just his base that just like, you know, get their hands all riled up when he says the N-word. Like, this is not what this is about, bro. Talk about Jewish people. Talk about Israel. This is the same reason why I go at Nick. Instead of you having that Wang-Have shirt on, talking about the N-word, bro. Talk about Jewish people, bro. Black people didn't cancel you, bro.
Yeah.
So for you to be walking around having this Wang-Have shirt on, white ass niggas going hard as fuck, for you to be so happy about, bro, go change that to a Jewish slur.
Yeah, see how far you get. See how far you get.
Yeah, go at the people. Like, this is nothing, but we just feed into it. You know, Pierce is just gonna feed into it, bro. We don't care. I don't know if black people overall care, but bro, that's not what we're here for, bro. Stop trying to emotion like this. And this is another thing. Black people should be offended by some of this, because this is what they do. They try to emotionally bait us into disliking or liking somebody. Bro, we are logical beings. We can use our brains. We're not just going to be emotionally tied to, oh my God, this person's a racist. He said this, bro. I don't care. I don't care, bro. That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I'm here for. And I want to shout out to Mickey Shaw. Shout out to Mickey Shaw. It seems like those who benefit from the arguably corrupt power structure don't really want us all having honest and productive conversations. Yes, because in my opinion, when we have honest and productive conversations, you realize that you got the same issues that white guy got, that the black guy got, that the Indian guy. You got the same issues. You got the same. A lot of people like the same things. You can have conversations based on real things, not on emotional rhetoric, which Pierce is trying to make the conversation about. That's just from my understanding, but I get it. I get it. The powers that be want us divided. They want us arguing with each other. They want us talking about race. Think about it. That's going to be the one thing that they go, well, what about slavery and how it's, bro, no, we're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. But
Mickey's up top again. Shout out to you, Mickey.
Oh, shoot. Mickey said, shout out to Mickey. Isn't it obvious by now that the application of pejorative labels is just a weapon to silence dissent from dystopian narratives? That's what it seems like, bro. That's what I mean, it's just, yeah, it just distracts us, but I don't want to distract us for too long. So let me keep going. Let me keep going.
Looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before in America.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it. But I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. Mm-hmm. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No. Well. See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the
BK, do you feel the same way when you walk into a place with all black people compared to walking into a place with all white people?
You mean as far as uncomfortable?
It doesn't have to be uncomfortable. I think that's where a lot of people take it, but it's just different.
Yeah, like you anticipate different things that what may not transpire if I'm around a bunch of white people, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. It's just that the environments are going to be different because they congregate different. They have community. They have fellowship differently. It's going to be different. So what I anticipate when I see is full of people like me and you versus what I anticipate what it might see what looks like white people. But this is a millisecond of what the fuck I'm thinking about, and then where the grub at, where the food at. like, okay, cool. Put me in the booth in the corner, face me so I could always see the door. All right, what can we get the drinks flowing? Like, I'm not really I'm just not moving. It just seems like I'm not moving this way. Like, it's one thing if I see cats clocking me and, watching a type of way where I need to kind of keep my eyes, but I don't care if I don't care what color you are. If I see you clocking me, I'm watching, period. I don't give a damn about the color. But at the end of the day, it's just difference of areas. So it's just like, cool, you notice that there's a restaurant full of black people and it's different than a restaurant full of white people, just like it's different. And when I dine in at like Persian restaurants, yeah, cool. It's just fucking different. Some people speak loud as shit. Some people a lot more quiet. Some people got their kids running around. I don't give a fuck. I'm here for the food. Mm-hmm. And if it's too extra, then I'll grab my shit to go or Uber Eats it. I'm just not really pressed on this issue. Like you were saying, I'm not really walking around Olive Garden oh my God, shit's just weird.
Yeah, and I think what it stems from is insecurities.
Yeah,
if you don't have those insecurities, that's why I said, as a kid, and my mom just texted me, she was like, so true about Boston Market. She knows my brother Justin and I used to be like, bro, why we gotta go in there? Ain't no black people in there. You know what I mean? We used to just say that.
Yeah.
And even I'll be honest, even the area in town that we grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a particular area in town, even though the town was diverse, where there were a lot of white people. You know what I'm saying? So I was always pressing my parents yo, why did you raise me here? Why did y'all buy a house here? I used to really be upset because I'm yo, all my friends are on that side of town. So that's where I want to be. And it was just a different mindset. It doesn't mean that I'm racist. It just means that at that point, it's for different reasons. And the point that I wanted to make is that I think when we're not real about the whole race dynamics and the discussions around these things, then we'll never be able to move forward. Everybody knows that if you're white and you walk in an all black establishment,
shit different.
You're gonna feel different than if you walk in an all white establishment. It's just there's just something there, bro. It's just something there. Shoot, I'll be real. If I walk in a all black establishment, I'm like,
I still think
I need to get up out of here. Like, I don't need to be out here. I'm being real with y'all.
Yeah.
It's just different situations. So for us to be stuck on this type of thing, it's like, yo, just be real. If you're uncomfortable, if I'm uncomfortable walking in a white situation, I've had these conversations even at work. You know, when I go to work, I'm typically the only person that looks like me at these conferences. Like, is that a real thing that I can have a conversation about? Yeah, you just explain it and you move forward. It's not like anything. Well, you're racist if you look at it like this, or you're right. No, that's just reality, bro. It's just reality.
But nor are we the people to be in those uncomfortable situations and then run to the internet and hide behind an avatar and be like, oh my God, it's so uncomfortable. Like, how the energy when you go into the fucking restaurant? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, quit being a weirdo. Nobody watching for you. Nobody clocking for you. Like, nobody's really on you like that. So, but I've grown up in I won't even say super, but I've grown up in a predominantly area where, you know, especially in Georgia and Atlanta, like it's very like segregated. So I be with the black people, I be with the white people, but I've always loved the collaboration. Like I've loved the cross pollination. Like I grab a couple. I'm riding with a couple of white boys. We go to the black spot. They blown away. Like, man, this shit is fun, or like the music is dope, bro, or the food. Like, and then vice versa. I go to where they be at, where, you know, it just be different, and it's just like everybody just kind of appreciate it. As long as ain't nobody on no sucker shit, which I'm going to dress anyway. Dog, this shit is fun. Like, I love going to hit the Middle Eastern, and like I'm with all of it. A, first and foremost, because I'm just comfortable with myself. B, I know how to be respectful and navigate through whatever culture, because I've been exposed to all these cultures. So I don't need to be in a bubble to feel secure, which a lot of people operate. And then just see, it's just like, it's love. Like, the world is bigger than your fucking backyard. You should try seeing it. So it's just dope. That's what one of the few things I do love in America is like, a lot of these people that be on that racist shit, bro, they're never even going to be able to hop on a plane and see the other side of the world. They're never going to see another culture. The closest they've ever been to Mexico is dining in at the local American Tex-Mex stand. Like, they're not going to see it. So when sometimes, like you said, it scares them. It wants to put them in the bubble, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just like, when you start traveling a little bit more, when you get outside of your zip code, when you make your friends based on their morals and their values and not their color, you start realizing that although you may start one way, which you may want to see the world look like a particular place or whatever it is, you start opening up and being like, bro, love. My best friends are all fucking colors, and I know how to move everywhere I go, and I know how to be respectful in every culture. And because I know how to give that respect everywhere I go, I'm gonna always get that respect. I ain't got to hide behind no Glock. I ain't got to hide behind no, I only go where, like, I ain't got to move like that nowhere, because I've been around so many environments where I just know how to move, period. So if that insecurity comes from not knowing how to move, then you most definitely got to put yourself in a position where you push that narrative forward. Like you say, you have these conversations and you try to see like, oh shit, like, how do I move different? Like I'm seeing a certain way. Like, it's easy to get stuck in that and thinking that's what it need to be. But like, at the end of the day, like, if you ain't no sucker, bro, you should be able to move anywhere you go. Like, quit acting like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think you hit it on, like, if you don't know how to deal with the situation, but also if you've never been in these situations, like, we don't realize that America has racialized us in ways, and I'm sure other countries would speak up and say the same, but America has created this thing where there's almost like this black-white issue. So you just walk into a certain type of establishment and already in your mind, because what has been drilled into us the entire time that we're in America. Oh, racism, slavery, white people did this, black people stood up. We had the dogs on us. We had the hoses on us. Like, that's what we're indoctrinated with at a very young age. So therefore, when we grow up, we tend to see the world through that perspective. It's just like the conversation that I had yesterday talking about you with Franklin, with my boy that went to Japan. He was so surprised with the respect of the culture, how everybody was so interested in actually him. Like they were excited to be around a Black American.
Yeah.
So it's like we tend to think that America is just how things are, rather than looking at it and saying like, no, this is what was created. This was the intent. Like, of course, we have these race relations where in America, we're looking at things where you walk into this Black establishment as a white person. Okay, you may be a little bit fearful. Oh, if we're just being real, when it comes to overall the Black culture in America, Black people throughout the world say the very same things about Black Americans that anybody else says about Black Americans, white Americans included.
Americans,
the same things that we complain about when it comes to Black culture, a lot of other culture, you know what I mean? But it's just racist when a white person says it. It's just racist when an Indian person says it.
Yeah.
Like
it's like immediate racist.
Right.
Like we talk about when we talk about the Jewish community, it's immediate anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Like, no, it's not. I'm just calling out based on the culture that I see. Like it's not wrong for me to call out. Yeah, I don't even want to get into the whole Jewish. We'll save that when we get to that point of the combo.
I saw a dope comment. What is this? Mr. DB Cooper 456, dude that jumps off at a Waffle House. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's definitely jumping at Waffle House, so you're not wrong. And I saw somebody else say something about the drinks be flowing. Oh, DB Cooper again. Drinks flowing at Roscoe's Chicken. Absolutely. Like, you're not wrong. Like, stand on what you're saying. This shit is true. I'm gonna laugh about it.
That's funny. That's funny. Waffle House and Roscoe's. I'm not the biggest Waffle House fan, but I got you. Shout out to Mickey Shaw. That's the same Mickey Shaw coming through.
Mickey Shaw, shout out to you, Mickey.
Yeah, I'm willing to consider that Nick is performing in order to strategically position himself for future conversations, focus on the Jew question in front of diverse audiences. I'm willing to consider that Nick is performing in order to strategically position himself for future conversations. I don't know. I just judge the performance. So, it's almost like we talk about all the time. Like when we're watching a football game, I'm not being critical of the person. I don't really know the person. I'm just being critical of the player, like as their performance. So therefore, if Nick's performing or not, like I'm just going to critique whatever's, represent, like whatever he gives to the world, that's what I'm going to be critical of. And that's what I'm going to judge. Now, obviously we want to, always try to figure out, what's somebody's real intentions. Is this genuine? I think Nick is just performing like a lot of us perform. When we get on here, we don't want to say anything that doesn't align or offends a certain group of people. The whole performance, I think that Nick does do a lot of performative rhetoric. And I think that if he toned down the performative rhetoric, then perhaps he wouldn't get caught up in these conversations, because what ends up happening, you get a guy like Pierce and he's going to ask, well, is your dad racist? And Nick's going to say no. Then later on, it'll be like Nick will say, well, everybody's racist, inherently racist. And then Pierce will have him with a gotcha moment. So everybody but your dad is racist. It's like, bro, like, it's just like, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? There's just not much substance to it. It's just not much substance to it. This should have been a conversation around 90% Jewish people. Get Black people out of it. Stop involving us in y'all shit, bro.
Yeah. I don't know why that's all. It's always bringing up niggas like, bro, we don't take bank accounts away. We don't tell you to shut the hell up. We don't have your president bending over. That's not Black folks. I promise you don't have a Black problem, bro. You got a Jewish problem, like, just period.
Well,
so
you heard BK, he couldn't even get it out. He like,
no, I was thinking too loud. It's just, that's where the issue stems from. So it's just like, how do we always get on this topic of like Black folks? Like, it's just going to be, but it's so interesting because like they end up talking about Ye and how like that's one of his big bros and they're good friends. So it's just like, how does it always, like, it just, like, how do we get there? Like, I don't fuck with Black folks, but I got Black friends. Like, dog, he's not racist.
And he did it. And I was like, I don't want to, I guess we're assuming some of y'all saw it already. And matter of fact, some of the same people, shout out to Dutch. Dutch was going off when we had the live stream yesterday, and Steph Rob was in there as well. I believe Finn was in there as well. So a lot of people already saw it. But yeah, it's just I'm no longer answering any questions about black people. Just leave it at that. And
Yeah,
just move
yeah,
forward, bro.
facts. Move forward.
Whatever you believe about me when it comes to black people, cool. Let's talk about the real issue here.
Right.
Let's talk about the real issue. But a lot of this is when Nick has the Wang Half shirts. That's what a lot of this stuff comes to because he knows what he's doing, bro.
Connor called me out. BK shaking his boots, bringing up the Jews. Yeah, call me out, Connor. My bad. You right, bro. Stand on it, bro.
But that's real though.
Call me out, bro.
Like you said, we know what platform we on.
Yeah,
we know what platform we on. We know what has happened to people in the past. You can. We talk about this N-word for so long, but it's so funny to be out. It's a problem with Nick saying it, but then all these people that I guess act like they have an issue with it. Bro, like go complain about the people that are saying it on YouTube all the time, making a lot of money from it and all that. But then you can cancel people. Like you said, BK, people aren't canceling you from having a bank account, from PayPal, from YouTube, from Twitter, from Facebook or the Meta platform. Nobody's canceling you because of you said stuff about black people, bro.
Period. Like that's why I just can't get behind this movement. Because first and foremost, I ain't never met, and I've been walking these streets for 37 years. Ain't nobody been outwardly racist to me in my fucking face. Never.
Yeah.
Never. If I was to be naive, I would say racism don't even fucking exist. Because ain't nobody pressed me with no racist shit. So regardless of what they doing behind closed doors, cats ain't pulling that shit in your face. So you can Wang Half all you want. I'm just interested to see how when somebody apply pressure, you standing on Wang Half because you get walked down by a couple guys that you claim y'all scared of and they kind of might be hip to the shit. Just make sure you had the energy. And with that energy, you got to solve whatever issues may come with that. You just can't get that shit off on everybody. And maybe that's where I'm naive from. So I don't see it like that. Like I'm fucking white folks because they be fucking with me. Mm-hmm. And so maybe is that because I might be a lot bigger than them or maybe they are scared? I don't give a fuck about none of that. It's not my fucking problem. That's their problem. Mm-hmm. I'm just here for the vibes. If you treat me with respect, I'm always give a fuck about your color. So and vice versa. If you being disrespected by black folks, or a black person, then check that man. I'm just in the game. I come from the background of understanding if motherfucker disrespecting me, we gonna have to have a conversation about the shit. So in my opinion, racism obviously can come off as being disrespectful, but I ain't never met nobody to disrespect me in my face and be okay, and it's just be a cool, calm, and collected conversation. So I'm on whatever energy they on. If they on some disrespectful shit, I'm with it back. So I don't deal with racist issues because I address them if they were to ever walk in front of my face. And I guess I just been lucky enough where they don't walk in my face. So it's just simple as that. So shout out to the Wang Half.
The only time I have been confronted with racism multiple times. Every time I walk into a Jamaican restaurant. Now let me stop.
Yo, they do be acting funny.
They disrespecting me, but they treating man. Listen,
now we can talk about reverse racism on another pod where I have experienced that. What I'm talking about that I don't receive from white folks, I have experienced that from my own kind. But we gonna we gonna say that.
Come on, now you bashing black people, bro. We gotta stand on everything black. If it's black, we gotta root for it. We gotta support it. We can't turn our back on it. We're tribal, bro. We're tribal. Mickey Shaw, is this shout out to Mickey?
Yo, Mickey, shout out to the community. Make sure you in the Discord. Make sure you on the show. Like shout out to the love. We love the interaction.
Let me for sure. What a great conversation, y'all. These need to happen. I don't call black folks the N-word because I don't want anyone calling my kids a cracker ass. We shouldn't be afraid to be honest. I think if we just had more honest and real conversations, I actually, if you say it in private, then say it in public.
Stand on it.
say it in public. If you say it in private, because if you're not willing to say it in public, then perhaps that means that, this is a little bit distasteful. I know that this isn't the right thing to say, or maybe I'm just shook. Maybe I'm just scared to actually say how I feel.
Yeah, I think the latter for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, stand on whatever it is that you stand on. Get the link for the Discord. All right, I'll post the link for the Discord. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying, okay. So when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way, 60. Right? You were born in
60.
19? Yeah. So you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society. But you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
I think he asked for your opinion on that, BK. So it says, Jews are running the world. Women need to shut the F up. And blacks need to be locked up. I only see an issue with one of those. And I'll say, no, well, if we being real, no. I see. First off, Jewish people, you've been very successful. You're winning. Like, just to be clear, like, you're winning. So I don't know how winning became so offensive to somebody. You know, you win. You unite with your people. You work very well together. You come together and embrace a culture that we need to fix our own problems and not wait on a savior or a messiah. Congratulations, you are winning. Now, just because you're winning, when I say you're winning, I mean you're winning when it comes to the power and influence of winning. But now it's like, what do you do with it? That's a totally different conversation. But when he says that Jewish people run the world, I guess the most powerful, successful people would run the world. I get why I'm being a little bit sarcastic when I say, like, I don't know why that would be an issue, you know, but people, when they tend to point to power, especially if you're living in a world where you don't like the world that you're living in, of course, people are going to point to, yo, who's running this world? Who's running it? But if we're being honest, who else would we say? If we had to identify one group as being the group that, yo, they running the world, who would it be?
Yeah. I
know, what do y'all, is it Black Americans? Like, oh, we run, I mean, certain aspects of culture. I mean, I don't know, like, who else is running the world? Who else is running the world? Y'all heard Elon. He said the Jewish people are the peak whites, the peak white people.
The tippity top.
Right. So let's move on to the next one. Since BK don't want to address it yet. Let's move on to the women. Women need to shut the F up. Now, how do we want to look at this? Do we want to look at this like, oh my God, that was such an insensitive thing to say. I don't know where he could get from this. Or do we want to look at it like, oh, Nick Fuentes, he's an incel. He feels this way just because he can't get women. No women like him. He's one of the most popular people in the world. But guess what? Women don't like him. Women are so principled that they don't like Nick Fuentes, even though he's making a lot of money. He's a popular person. And we know women don't like those things. Okay, cool. Or we could look at it from a standpoint and say, have we created a society, a culture where because we're promoting women and women can do no wrong, and you're telling any group of people, if you tell any group of people, believe all this, believe all women, then it's going to give them a sense of entitlement. It's going to give them a sense of empowerment that goes beyond. Like that's when do you believe all men? No. So we're believing all women. So of course it's going to create this hierarchy in their mind where, you know, oh, I'm better than men, or I'm better, whatever. And also when you combine that with the fact that what happens with a lot of victim groups, and this has happened with Black people. I feel like I fell into it at certain points in my life, where you have a certain group of people, you convince them that because they're victims for so long that they are entitled to this, they are entitled to that, where now they could be a little bit more out there when it comes to the things that they're standing on. And now I'm doing what I was accusing BK of doing. Yeah, we do have an issue with women. We do have an issue with women. We talk about this all the time. We have an issue with women because their parents, in my opinion, their daddies raised them in ways that they could do no wrong. You can do no harm. You're the prettiest in the world, all these different things. Yes, we got a problem with the obesity of our women in the culture. Yes, we have a problem with a lot of our women speaking up and trying to they've been raised to be men in a lot of ways. They've been raised to be men. Do I think that women, America in general has created a society where women are far more aggressive than they need to be? Absolutely. Now, women may say, well, we've had to be this, we've had to become this. Cool. You can justify the reasoning all you want. But when I listen to Nick Fuentes and he says that, I understand exactly what he's saying. I understand exactly what he's saying. And I think that a lot of us men are lying by saying that we haven't said that before. I know I have. Am I a misogynist like Nick Fuentes now? Am I a misogynist like Nick Fuentes because I believe that society has convinced women to get out of pocket, to get out of their role, just like they've convinced men to get out of their role? It's like the yin and the yang. If you convince a whole bunch of men to be emasculated and to move in a feminine way, and we talk all this toxic masculinity stuff, you know what I've never heard? Toxic femininity. Because women are encouraged to be the boss bitch, the CEO, all these different things. All these different things that when men are in these roles, you would have certain things about men to say. Oh, men just want to control me. But when the women do it, it's y'all know what I'm saying. And if I'm not saying it directly, I don't have an issue with him saying that, even though I know that it's going to come across to a whole bunch of people who are going to say, oh my God, you think women should shut up? Oh, how wrong of you to say this? Look, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Now, for a lot of men that may suggest otherwise, then to each their own, cool. But I understand what he's saying. Now moving on to the Black issue. The Black issue. Bro, we have a problem when it comes to Black crime in America. We have a problem with Black culture, and I believe that it was mainly caused by us removing fathers from the household. When you have young men that are growing up without a father figure, they're never going to get the discipline, or in most cases, let me say, because we know there's always anomalies, outliers, whatever. If you don't have a father in your household, where are you going to be taught the discipline? People with less discipline commit more crimes. So therefore, if you remove fathers from the household it's funny that, you know, even though it's the racist conservatives, who's removed fathers from the household more than anything else? Joe Biden's crime bill, social programs, democratic policies that we continue to vote for at the expense of destroying our families. When you looked at Black Lives Matter, what was their mission statement? To get rid of the nuclear family. So when you look at these studies and you see that, hey, kids are more likely to go to jail when there's not a father in the house. Obviously, when you remove fathers from a certain culture of people, then you're going to have more crime. Now, you also now combine that with the Democrats on the other side saying, well, the only reason why they're getting locked up is because of white people. Everything's because of white people. You almost create this entitled aspect where it's like, well, we should be able to get away with it because we're only doing it because of these things. And but Nick needs to provide a lot more context, in my opinion, and just say, like, no, bro, I think we got a violence problem based on Black culture. I live near a Black city that they call Chirac. So therefore, that needs to be addressed instead of people being scared. We just had the mayor of Chicago come out and say, yeah, arresting criminals isn't going to do anything. Matter of fact, it's a racist policy. That's what the Chicago mayor said. So I wish Nick would have addressed these things in this way rather than just, women need to shut. You know what I mean? Like, you got to give a little bit more context because you're having somebody like Piers bring up these conversations. My bad. I rambled on.
No, yeah, I agree. Like the point of this, which I thought was to debrief the clips and the content and the conversation that he speaks to his platform. Like you said, nothing in which he said I'm going to disagree with at any bit. The way he is saying it versus how you just described it and gave a lot more context to people that might have been engaged because of just that clip. This is the opportunity to do that because like you've done so much research and spent so much time with kind of breaking down his content. You realize a lot of his messaging is far different than the puppet that he puts on in some of his shows, like the principles, the policies, things of that nature. So that's what I was hoping this would be for him. So when Piers does that, it is a great opportunity to pivot and say, look, bro, this play is for the show, but let me give you the context since that's where you think I'm at. Let me debrief this so I can easily tear down what I see you trying to do. But like I'm saying, instead of just meeting it, what he knows Piers is probably doing in real time because he's confirming like, yeah, I see what you're doing. Like he knows what you're doing. The best way to do that is like you say, roll it out. So it's like, nah, nobody gonna be offended about none of the shit he said. They're gonna be just offended by the way you saying it in the clips that you're saying. But that's the point of coming on this Piers Morgan. If somebody's not gonna take the time to do the research and take a look at Nick's content, Nick don't owe to explanation, not a fucking person. He can pop this shit all day long and he ain't gotta explain the shit. But I thought that was the point of jumping on the Piers Morgan. If that was the case, then nigga, just stay in your bag. Like, pop this shit the way you do it, get people turned. We fuck with like it's gonna be what it's gonna be, but how you gonna take an invitation to go to a platform that gives you even more opportunity to show even more behind what you stand on, and it's like almost like you're running from the things that you claim that you stand on in front of a bigger audience. So like you said, like I wish he would have used this as the opportunity to have, and look, it's not like he's being ambushed, bruh. If you just are honest, there's no such thing as ambush. Mm-hmm. Just tell the truth. You don't have to like prepare for this shit. Like just tell him like, yo, bro, I was putting on a show. Like it is what it is. I get in my zone. But look, this is what I really stand for in this type of shit. Some of my best friends, I fought with this person, that person. This is what I mean by that. Just roll it out, bro. We not tripping. Mm-hmm. Ain't nobody we're not fear mongering. Like you said, we're not getting off all of that. But it's just like you acting like you can't even say what you really feel like. Don't let the cat get your tongue in that situation. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of these people, what do we always talk about? It's okay to categorize certain groups, but it's not okay to categorize other groups. And people pick and choose. And the reason what I mean when I say this is, like, matter of fact, I don't even want to beat a dead horse. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Yeah, I'm with you. And I think when it comes to me, let me take it this way, and then we'll get back to the video. When I'm trying to present something to different audiences, I adjust my approach based on who's listening. I'm going to say a message differently, perhaps to a 15-year-old young kid who's trying to play football, whatever, compared to, let's say, a 70-year-old or a man and a woman or somebody that comes from a different background. I'm going to adjust my messaging to make sure that they are able to receive my message in the best way, with the actual intent that I'm positioning it for. So therefore, when it comes to Nick, I agree with you, bro. You have Piers Morgan's audience. This is an influence battle, bro. You're battling for influence. You're battling for branding. Piers Morgan is going to try to brand you this way. You have his entire audience now. How are you going to take what he brands you as and then have his audience saying, like, you know what? Actually, Piers, you've been, straddling the fence on a lot of these issues. I understand exactly what he's saying. Matter of fact, I deal with these stuff in my real life. I think that's, if he could provide context, you get a lot more people to understand and see things from your perspective because it makes it relatable in a different way. And I think that his mindset may just be like, nah, I'm just going to stand on what I stand on. I don't know if that's the best approach. Now, I'm not saying to be political, so to say, but you just give messages. If you want people to receive a message, then I may be able to have a conversation with you, BK, a bit differently than if I'm talking to my mother, or if I'm talking to Maya, or if I'm talking to, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We just communicate differently.
Yeah.
So, neither here nor there. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
And let me...
Women? No, it's not women. They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
you just said
problem.
Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Bro, talk about the Jewish part. I don't want to hear this about this black shit, bro.
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
It's a little
that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay.
I can't. Any lies detected there?
No, he's not. Nothing he's saying is wrong. I just don't know why he can't say that shit.
Yeah, he's not expressing it.
I just don't know why the cat got his tongue. Piers Morgan just walked him through that whole shit.
Right.
He why is he walking you through that? Yeah.
Piers saved him.
Yeah.
My man hung himself and then Piers took him off like, yo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You really got Piers switching gears in this shit. I'm like, bro, I know what he talking about, but we also spend the time to watch his content. You're going to have to explain yourself on the Piers Morgan show.
Yeah, you got to explain yourself better, bro. You have to explain yourself better. Yo, what is going on?
What?
Mickey Shaw. Yo,
back
what?
again, Mick.
All right. Devil's advocate Pierce's audience isn't yet ready for full disclosure about NGOs and lobbyists and the control system, but they might be coming along. Pierce shift on Gaza, case in point. So are you familiar with Piers Morgan shifting his stance on Gaza?
No.
All right. So Pierce initially, his stance was that Israel has the right to defend themselves. You know, like Israel has the right to defend themselves. Then he moved to more of a position where he's now calling out Israel, saying that, you know, I don't know if he's gone to the point where he's called it a genocide. I think he actually has. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's let me read the whole comment again, Mickey, because Mickey is tapped in, and I could tell by even the comments that Mickey writes that you know what I'm saying? Like devil's advocate Pierce audience isn't yet ready for full disclosure about NGOs and lobbyists and the control system. So that's obviously the conversation with Israel, a lot of the nonprofits that are donating, the lobbying groups that give money to our politicians, and we act as if the politicians receiving money are not influenced by it.
Absolutely.
But they might be coming along. Pierce's shift on Gaza, case in point. Yeah, like I wish that would have been, you know, more of the conversation. But once again, you talk about 3 different groups. Like if you looked at the overall issues when it comes to the things that Pierce mentioned, Jewish people running the world, women need to shut the F up, and black people need to be thrown in prison. Out of those 3 things, bro, I could have been good with, why don't you talk about the other actual things that are impacting things a lot more than black people need to be locked up? Like, let's talk about, is there a Jewish influence? Like, is there something going on with our country? Like, is our country really ran by these people, these NGOs, these lobbying groups? Why is Miriam Adelson giving Donald Trump $100 million? And when you actually get into these conversations, that's the combo.
Yeah, I mean, you would just think Nick would just be on that simply because he's demonetized on all platforms. He's kicked on all platforms. Bank accounts have been removed. We still talking about what black folks doing outside?
Yeah.
Like, in my opinion, if I'm Nick, I don't even give a fuck. I'm not living near them. I'm not talking to them. I'm not fucking with them. Moving on. You can live a great life. You can act like he says, get enough money, move out the hood. You ain't got to deal with them.
Yeah,
but you got to deal with that bank.
Who do you live around, Pierce?
Right.
How come you don't live around all black people?
You know what it should be on.
How come does anybody like, come on, man. Come on, bro. We need to stop playing these games, bro.
Yeah.
We need to stop playing these games. Thank you again, Mickey. It's really appreciated. Trust me.
For sure.
I'm sorry, BK. I
was like, for sure.
Love to Mickey.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Mickey.
First thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again the percentage of black men who commit murder in America? What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
So I saw a couple of reviews, and apparently both of their numbers are wrong. And when I heard Nick say 1 in 20 black people, that's kind of wild.
Nigga, that's everybody.
Like, that's kind of wild. 1 in 20.
That's everyone walking.
Matter of fact, will you give your? You want me to keep playing it, and then
what did Pierce? What stats? What did Pierce say the numbers were for
Pierce
him?
said 1 in 100. I mean, 1 in 100. I think that based
Damn,
on
that's a lie.
Seemed high. So
what the fuck?
Yeah, and I saw. I think it was Anna Kasparian of TYT. I think she looked it up and fact checked and said both of them were wrong. Like, it's actually
like 1 in 1,000.
Yeah,
1 in 5.
She thought that they were referring to this study where it was just like 18 to 24-year-old
men.
And I think even then it was pretty high. Matter of fact, somebody do us a favor in the chat, man. Look up those numbers for us if you can.
Yeah, let us know if you can find it. Or a couple different people.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, you got to do better with the research, bro. You can't just say something like that. You can't just say 1 in 20 black people, will murder. A lot of people watching this show, bro.
Was it false news or fake news, man? You can't be doing that, bro. Now you can't be doing that, bro. That's definitely
come on, commit murder.
Come on, and even you, Pierce. I'm upset with the way you just presented that.
My man he said 1 in 25% of black men are gonna murder. Like, that's wild.
Dog, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
No, bro. And if it is, I will stand corrected. By the way,
that's what I want to know. Because hey, I'm yeah. Well, I guess we'll. I mean,
yes. If somebody can give us some stats,
yeah,
then I will sell shit. But damn, in my head, when I hear 1 in 20, I'm like, bro, that's a lot of motherfuckers. That's a lot. And 1 in 100 sounds wild too, though. But I am definitely open to being wrong.
What are the statistics of black men who murder people?
Dutch 9238 said, "OG, when you get big, don't take the money, bro. No,
don't take the bread.
Nah, he gonna switch up.
Hey, bro. Hey, everybody got a price.
Everybody got a price, Dutch.
Everybody got a price, man. Everybody got a price, man. But hey, let me stop. Come on, bro. We not. Yeah. This is what we've always been on. This is what we've always been on. However, you're right though, because a lot of people say that they'll stand on certain business
and they switch up.
When that money come in, it will be a
yeah.
It's gonna have to be a sit down where it's like, yo, we got to stand on business. We got to stand on principles. We got to So,
yeah, no, you're right, Dutch. Okay, RJC Brick City says in the hood it could be 1 in 20, but overall it probably 1 in 5,000. I would say that's where I'd be leaning towards. Like definitely a way higher number than 20 and 100, but that's just not in my opinion. Rob says definitely not 1 out of 20. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know any area. Look, and if it is, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there.
Then maybe that's why Nick said they all asses got to be in prison, bro. That's all of them doing it.
1 in 20. If it's 1 in 20, we need to bring the National Guard.
Bring the National Guard. Lock them up. Just lock everybody up. Figure out who the fuck they are after.
1 out of 10. And Nick really said, all right, let's keep going.
That's not true. I've seen others. No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. Mm-hmm. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the Blue Line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
You got an issue with what he said?
No, it's not that I got an issue. I don't give a fuck what he said. It's just wild to me how he talks like this on his podcast. I haven't seen these like really.
Yeah, you don't watch a lot of.
I haven't seen these types. I've seen the ones that we watch, but you're never showing me this just like, it's racial for me. Like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of cats like that. I mean, people are like that and they don't say the shit.
I mean,
Indians are like that.
Why we're sitting here acting as if
Jewish people do that. Indians say that.
Culture.
Yeah, they say that. Mm-hmm.
Like every culture, Pierce, wake up. Yeah, like there's a lot of black people, Indian people, black and white people actually may do it the least. When you really think about it, when you look across the world, black and white people may be the ones that
the smallest minority
mix race the most.
Oh, okay, the most. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about it. Black and white people probably mix race the most. When you look at a lot of these other cultures across the board, Asian cultures, in particular Indian culture, like a lot of these people, you gotta forget just of the same race. Like you gotta be a part of a even more particular group. You know what I mean? You got to be in this tribe, or you got to be in this, the same last name with a lot of some of these groups. It's just one of those things where everybody understands. I'm sure that if I have a black sister and a black mother, and then I go out and I marry a white woman, I'm pretty sure that my mother, she may not ever say anything, but I'm pretty sure that she would be looking at it like, well, I mean, is it something that I did, or is it something? And it may very well be.
Well, check this. So in the U.S., the most common interracial pairing in recent decades is white and Hispanic, not black and white.
White. Well, yeah, I can see that. I can see
that though,
because a lot of Hispanics consider themselves white. But
that's
I mean,
that's another podcast.
Another
pod.
Really, and what exactly is Hispanic? You said Hispanic.
Yeah, Hispanic.
Yeah, that's like. I'm down in Miami. Like a lot of these people, I'm pretty sure that a lot of these Hispanics down here consider themselves white. So I understand from that standpoint.
Okay. They also say Asians. Like 30% of newlywed Asian Americans and 20% of newlywed Hispanic marry some of a different race / ethnicity, higher than newlyweds black or white. So we're not even in first or second, they're saying.
So black, so we don't mix.
Not more than
that Asians mix more.
They're saying that Hispanic then Asian are both above black and white interacting, which I say the black community does not date white. We look at athletes and artists and be like, oh, like nah.
But even to that point, and I'm glad that somebody brought up the stats, because even to that point, there's that's the narrative versus reality. The narrative is that because we see some black celebrities go out and marry white women, that black men, once they get successful, they do. And the stats, I believe, we talked about this on the show maybe a few months ago. The stats I forget exactly what they were, but whatever was being presented was not the reality. Like it was being presented as just black men just out here marrying outside the race, when it wasn't the reality of it. So I'm glad that somebody corrected that.
Yeah, I'm I'm on chat. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
And it also says, okay, so chat said black white couples are far from the only or necessarily even close to the largest group involved in racial mixing. It's that's just what, like, when you look at it, it's just like when you see the Jets players and then you see the Hawks players and then you see, like all this stuff. And then it's just like, oh, black dudes always dating white girls or vice versa, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, dog, majority, like 1% of football play, like 1% is in the NFL. Like you can count how many, that's not a lot of people, but it's easy to think that just like I say, like his statistics with even Nick, it's like, bro, get out of Chicago. Like he has to see other parts than South. Like his reference is always South Side Chicago, South Side Chicago, South Side Chicago, which what he's saying is true for Chicago. But there are areas where, like places where I think he would have a different opinion per se if he experienced more than just living in Chicago and being fed that. Because I'm all the way in Atlanta, and even I think the things he's saying about Southside Chicago. And I think I've been to Chicago maybe once or twice. So that just goes to show you, like, your perception will shape your reality. So it's very important that we're continuing to shape our reality, versus standing still in it and not then quickly realizing like, yeah, Chicago there, that shit different. Like black folks be on the time, etc.
I got to push back, BK.
No, that's fine.
Is that the case in the Bronx?
What? What we're talking about?
Chicago, does it apply to New York?
Yes.
New York City?
Yeah.
Does it apply to Philly?
Yeah.
Does it apply to DC?
Yeah.
Does it apply to Baltimore?
Mm-hmm.
Baton Rouge, New Orleans?
Yeah.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Memphis?
Yeah.
LA?
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You got me. You're
Oakland?
right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So it's yes, like there's just got to be the balance. My issue is how he's explaining it. You can say like, yo, a lot of this is due to when you look at the list, black people are at the bottom when it comes to household income. So if you're in the most poverty-ridden areas, based on, you know, the black areas, based on black people, when you look at the list, black people are at the bottom when it comes to income, household income, when it comes to different types of Americans, then clearly you're going to have more of these type of Chirac areas because of the poverty. Some people may say that I don't think that a lot of people are just growing up thinking that, oh, black people, when they come out of their mom's womb, they're just inherently more dangerous or more violent. Some people may think that. I don't think the majority of people are thinking that, even if they say it. But hey, even if people think it, to each their own. I'm not with that. So when it comes to a lot of these different cities, we do have to be realistic. We do have to say we have a problem when it comes to our culture. We have a significant problem, and Nick is calling out that. I just want him to give the full proper context to it. And I also there was a comment that just went in here very quickly. I want to highlight this. Interracial marriage illegal in Israel. I've heard Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the ADL, speak about Israel, speak about Jewish culture, saying like, yeah, we have a problem because, you know, a lot of our Jewish people, they're marrying outside, you know, non-Jewish people. They've said that they have a problem with that. Jonathan Greenblatt, I could bring up the interview probably in which he said that. And it's like he caught himself saying it, but he flat out said it. So even when you look at Israel, why are you talking about something that Nick said that in Israel that they push? What are we really talking about? What are we really talking about? And I wish Nick would have just broke it down like that. Like, well, let's look at the numbers. Are people marrying outside of their race? Are we doing it? So yes, we have a problem. And when we can't have an honest conversation about there being a significant problem with black culture and crime in America, then it's never going to be fixed. And we have a whole bunch of people that will give excuses and reasons. Oh, this is because of this. It's a problem. It's a problem. And when we can't talk about black culture, this is why I have an issue with not being able to talk about Jewish culture. I can talk about Jewish culture. It doesn't mean that it applies to every single Jewish person. The things that we're talking about when it comes to black culture may not apply to you and me. But we can't, just because it doesn't apply to you and me, look around and say, oh, well, that's not the issue. That's not it. No, that's an issue. That's an issue. I've had plenty of conversations with Maya and her homegirl, whoever, like, yo, we about to go to this spot. Where is that? Oh, it's in the Bronx. No, I'm not going.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You got me.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just a combination of both. But yeah, that's what the combo's for. Yo, come on, Mickey.
Come on, Mickey.
Come on, Mickey. What we doing, Mick? What we doing, Mick? The idea that all ethnicities except white can understandably have in-group preference is absurd. I agree, bro. I don't have an issue with you wanting to marry somebody and your kid look like you. I don't have an issue with somebody wanting to marry somebody else. To be totally honest, I think it says more about people who, if I'm just being, just thinking about it on the fly, people that marry outside their race, a lot of them, I think it highlights something where there's a problem or how they see, let's say, a particular group of people where we've had the conversation with a whole lot of black men. Look, the dynamics between black men and black women are off. Like, just like we've been racialized in America for black people to not like white people, it's been the same thing when it comes to the black man and the black woman. So a lot of people, they like, yeah, I ain't doing that, men and women. I'm gonna go get this white girl treating me a lot. We don't have the resentment that's built up over time of my mother telling me that all niggas ain't shit. We don't have that resentment there. There's not that beef there. There's not that where the majority of us have grown up. If you don't have a parent in the household, if you don't got your father in the household, that type of woman is going to be a different type of woman than perhaps one that has been able to had the privilege of seeing two parents interact and all these things. What did Piers start off the show talking about? A lot of us are products of our environment. And when we ignore these things, we never address them. So it's not that my mindset is if you grew up without a father in the household, you can never become a wife. No, my problem is that us being real about if you did not grow up with two parents in the household, then perhaps that's going to give you a perspective and not equip you with the tools and skills that even the majority of us that grew up with two parents in the household, we're not taught these tools and skills of how to interact, how to have a relationship. So you're telling me if you don't see that in the household all the time, that's not going to impact you. But if you never acknowledge it and address it, how are we going to be able to build and move forward? How are we going to be able to learn from our mistakes if we're not even willing to point out the areas in which we need some growth in?
Mm-hmm.
But
but hold on. If you're Jewish, you can't marry anybody who's not Jewish. I don't know.
I think that they were referring to Israel. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Let's look it up on ChatGPT because that's sponsored by Israel. I'm joking. Yo, they
grab the QR link.
They gonna get me. Is it illegal? Let me say. Can Jewish people in Israel marry non-Jewish people? Let's see.
It is frowned upon.
Yeah, it's frowned. So this says, yes, Jewish people in Israel can marry non-Jewish people, but not through the Israeli religious marriage system, which is the only legal way to marry inside Israel. I gotta show y'all. I read that. This is real time. We're getting the reaction. Hold on. Is this it? Is this it? Hold on.
Oh yeah, Panasonic said that. Panasonic says Jews in Israel are forbidden by law from marrying non-Jews.
Yeah. So why is Pierce's energy towards Nick so crazy? Pierce. It says yes, Jewish people in Israel can marry non-Jewish people, but not through the Israeli religious marriage system, which is the only legal way to marry inside Israel. ChatGPT. A lot of people say stuff about ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you feeding into the narrative. Just by how you started off. Yes, of course, Jewish people can marry inside Israel, non-Jewish people, but yeah, just not legally. Like what? There is no civil marriage option inside Israel, so Jews must marry through the chief rabbinate. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Orthodox Jewish authority. The rabbinate does not allow a Jew to marry someone who is non-Jewish, converted in a non-Orthodox way, Reform, conservative, usually not recognized from certain groups. For example, some cases involving unclear Jewish status. So a Jewish and a non-Jewish couple cannot get legally married in Israel through the rabbinate. But Israel does recognize marriages performed outside the country. So damn, you really can't. Yo, this is what I mean about all these conversations. See, Piers Morgan thinks that he's doing Israel a favor by saying what he just said to Nick. But he's not expecting us to be logical beings that are going to want to do research, dive deeper. And now we just uncovered something that I wasn't. Like if somebody would have asked me, I'd have been like, yeah, I've heard that before, but I wouldn't have known it. But now I know it. Pretty wild, Piers.
Pretty wild. What? Not gaming. BK getting the 7K check on ChatGPT. We got him. They got me. God dang, man.
7K a post.
Look, man, I'm gonna turn my head the other way.
Hey, is it okay for 7K a post? Let me take that bread. Let me act like, I'm just gonna be playing. Like I ain't gonna really be serious.
But I'm gonna be on the Patreon.
But I'm gonna be with the people. I'm gonna pour money back into
the people. The real shit gonna be on the Patreon. Yeah. But we gonna be who we need to be on YouTube, y'all. Tap in. Y'all see what we putting down? Y'all see what we putting down, bro.
Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Who's this? Who just Nicholas J. Fuentes, Respector 81. It's going to be 12 hours. Yeah, because we're not like the rest of y'all, bro. We're not fans of Nick Fuentes, bro. We're not fanatics. I know the rest of y'all just get through the interview, probably barely even watch the interview, but you just get through it and you just want to clap for Nick and say, oh my God, Nick did perfect. Beast. And he said the N-word on Piers Morgan. Like, I know the majority of y'all are looking at it like that. Nah, bro. That's not what it is right here, bro.
Yeah, we got time, bro. We not rushing to work, man. You see the viewers, our viewers got time, bro.
Perhaps Nick should have taken more time.
He shouldn't have rushed through it.
Prep. Shouldn't have rushed through this interview. Let's keep going.
People, let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not
time,
living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me.
And another thing, bro. This is what Nick gets caught up in, bro. Stop. This is cowardly. This is cowardly behavior. Oh, I'm spitting and shit. This is cowardly behavior. Stop making it just about black people, bro. Like, you're feeding into the whole American black versus white thing, bro. Knock it off, bro. Bring up you know what this is like? You got an op, right? You got somebody that you really don't rock with, or let's say even on a football team. You keep bringing up, like, why don't you bring up the guy that's actually the guy? Why don't you bring up the person that you actually got a problem with? Not the other people that you just think that you could punch down on and rally people around. Bring up the person that you're addressing with. Like, all this black stuff. Bring up what you really want to say, Nick. This is about the Jews. But I don't like when he just makes it black or white, but let's keep going.
And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really. Unless you want to say that's another of your jokes, but you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure.
Yeah, because
he's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views.
Oh, the sound is off. Hello?
I got to pause on this because maybe it is low, but you opened yourself up for it. When you say a lot of these radical things, what do you expect's going to happen when now people who are like a Piers Morgan, who's trying to paint you in a particular picture, trying to paint you in a light, trying to say exactly what Nick said, you're trying to, the making of a murderer, you're trying to paint me and say like, well, this is how he was raised, so this is why he has these views. I don't think that's necessarily unfair. We could say that it's low or not, but Nick, just address it. You brought up the story. So were you worried about your dad getting fired from his job when you brought up the story? You're just upset that Piers is bringing it up now on his platform. And to me, you getting so upset about it is more telling, like, bro, my dad, like, I don't even want to get into that. It was completely taken out of context. Let's move forward from there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really, like, so what, Nick? You brought up certain aspects of Tucker's dad. Now, somebody else may have brought it up in certain. Bro, if you talk about it, it can be discussed. If you talk about it on your show, expect for it to be discussed. Now, somebody may try to use it to backdoor you or to paint you in a particular way, but it's on you to then get yourself out of it or to just address it straightforward and whatever happens from there. So you say, well, my dad has a job and he can get fired from his job. Well, did you feel that way when you initially said it? So, yeah.
You saw we got a super chat from Robert.
Oh, shoot. Hold up.
I'll put it up.
My fault. I'm not even looking at the screen.
Shout out to Robert Polison.
Robert. Go ahead, cuz.
Okay, we got to be fair, it was Piers specifically asked him about the blacks rather than women or the Jews. Correct. He did.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I don't care what I'm asked. I have the responsibility based on how I respond. Nick could have responded in a way where Piers, I think it's funny that you continue to talk about these black issues. Like, it seems like that's a tactic that a lot of y'all use, but let's actually go through it. And let's not just focus on the black thing. Let's focus on the Jewish part that you seem to be running from so much. Let's focus on the women problem. Let's actually break it down. You don't live in America, so therefore you don't understand our culture. Who are some of the most prominent figures in the women community when it comes to entertainment? What is being pushed to us? He could have broke it down in whatever way that he wanted to break it down. That's what this is. Anybody knows, like, if you're being interviewed, whether it's for a job or anything else, I don't care what that interviewer asked me. I'm getting across what I need to get across. Like, this is something that as a debater and as everybody says, Nick is such a talented debater and all these things. These are things that you should be aware of doing. So we're just being critical of it. He's not a bad person for it. He's not this, he's not that. I'm not saying any of those things, but we're just pointing out certain areas in which he can improve and get the point across in a much better way and not be distracted by this conversation that we've spent the majority of time talking about black issues when that has absolutely nothing to do with why people like Piers have not brought him on the show until now. That's my only point.
I think you know exactly what you're doing and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well, then do you accept that you shouldn't talk?
I'll defend the anecdote.
Listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not. So
it's
fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me. With your own words.
With your own words. That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism. Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to
when we talk about racist, I'm just wondering, I don't want to steer the conversation in a totally different way, but when we talk about racist, aren't all the people that believe that the descendants of Abraham, or however they depict it, as far as Israel being the chosen people, isn't that racist?
Yep.
Aren't you holding those people in a special place above everybody else? Nick, say some of this stuff. It's funny how you'll accuse me of being racist, but you never call out the Jewish culture for saying that they're the chosen ones and us backing them and acting as if they are. And all of our Christian evangelical pastors running around doing the campaigning for Jewish people and Zionists, supporting them committing a genocide. Who's really the racist? I'm the one calling out the genocides that being committed, Pierce, and I've been calling out a lot earlier than you were. It's like, bro, come on, man. Damn.
I looked up the definition just in case people have a mixed review of it. Racist, a person who believes that some races are inherently superior or inferior to others, or who discriminates against people based on their race. Describing actions, behaviors, beliefs, or systems that discriminate against people because of their race or treat some races as better or worse than others. So we tend to be pushed that racism or racism is always this black and white conversation, which we've pretty much broken down and said, like, bro, that's we can get off of that. Like, that shit ain't where your issue lays. Like, his issues don't lay with the issues that when there people are speaking that nature. But when you start bringing into the full meaning of what being racist is, then yes, then you can really put a lot of people in a racist category or a racist folder, because it's far more than just their skin color that determines if they're racist.
So let's address some of these. I'm a descendant of Ishmael, son of Abraham, and I'm not racist. Let me be very clear and straightforward. If you believe that you can be born into a group that is the chosen people, you're racist. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what your opinion is. That's my opinion. That's if you believe that just by being born into a particular group that you are chosen and above other people, you're racist. Now, let me get to this next point. So it's limited to Jews being racist. No. Let's talk about Israel. Well, if we're really breaking it down, then no, it's not even limited to Jews, because I think that Jewish people, it has nothing to do with, I don't look at Judaism the way that a lot of y'all look at it, as a race. I don't. I also think that there's been a lot of identity theft where people can claim to be Jewish, people can claim to be this, but that's not what race is. I don't think that the people that are actually in Israel are the people that were there 3,000 years ago. And matter of fact, when you do DNA tests, it says that the Palestinians are a lot closer to the true Semites in that area than the Ashkenazi Jews. So there's that part. So I'm just talking about it from a cultural standpoint, but if you'd like to dig deeper, then we can. And saying that it's limited to just Jews, no, that's the conversation. That's the reason why he was canceled. So that's what we're talking about. Does it make sense? Let's keep going.
Ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them.
And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Hold on. I don't want that point to go. Everything that Nick just said, and I'm glad that once again, and it seems like Pierce, I don't know if this was Nick's tactic on purpose, which is just to say, yep. And then now Pierce has to, well, what do you mean by that? And then he can have the opportunity to explain it. When he explained it, what he said, even though I think that Nick tends to, when there's a black situation where a black person does something to a white person, he seems to hop on that and want to, use that to prove a lot of the things that he's saying and justify a lot of the things that he's saying. But I remember a quote from Jesse Jackson. And that quote was, "There is nothing more painful to me at this stage in my life than to walk down the street and hear footsteps, then turn around and see somebody white and feel relieved." Let me say that again. Jesse Jackson, freedom fighter, right? The one that ran for president, and Donald Trump actually gave him, I believe, funded a big part of his campaign. Racist Donald Trump. Let me read what he said again. "There is nothing more painful to me at this stage in my life than to walk down the street and hear footsteps, then turn around and see somebody white and feel relieved." Does what he said, does what Jesse Jackson said align with what Nick is saying, or what Piers Morgan is trying to portray as he stands on this moral high ground in this high horse? What do you think about that, BK?
Yeah, man, aligns with what Nick's saying, for sure.
It's like, we understand what's going on, but I'm just glad Nick got to elaborate on it, because if he didn't elaborate on it, then it would have just, people are so emotionally based, they will go out of their way to rationalize whatever current view they're walking into the conversation with. So that is why I think it's on Nick. Now, he may not be trying to appeal to everybody, so that may not be his goal. He may not care about winning over any of Piers Morgan's audience, or people that he may be exposed to just because he's on Piers Morgan, compared, being on a big platform. He may not have that goal of winning over a lot of these people, but in my opinion, if you're really trying to unite people on a common cause, I think that it's important to give a lot of this context to explain a lot of the things that you're saying, because you obviously know that they're going to be seen as radical and turn people off before they even understand the context of what you're saying. That's kind of what I'm standing on, I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, so let's keep going.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
what proportion?
I'm curious. What proportion? I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Wait, is my mic working?
What proportion? Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying
of
to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
Are you hearing it? No.
So I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say, well, it's true. And when you're confronted
what's so sad about what's happening in this exchange is that everybody knows what Nick is saying. Everybody knows what Nick is saying, but you'll get this liberal Democrat argument from Piers Morgan trying to explain something, and black people will typically get behind it and say, see, and it will never address the issues that are actually happening in the black communities. I don't know what a mass shooting is considered. I don't know what the difference between a mass shooting and a school shooting compared to some little homies in Chicago killing their ops down the street. I don't know the difference, but I'm pretty sure and maybe I'll be corrected with the statistics, but there's more crime in black areas per capita, which is Nick is saying proportionality compared to other white areas. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. But especially when you look at our prison system and who makes up the people that are there, it would seem to, I would assume, tell that story rather than something else. But maybe the prison system doesn't truly show that. But my understanding was that black people within our culture, we have a problem with violence in a different way than white people have. Now, people will sit here and say, well, white people, they had slavery. They did. So yeah, they're more violent. I understand all those things. Christopher Columbus, we talk about him all the time. But do I need to keep explaining it, or is it coming across to where you think people can understand, BK?
Yeah, I think they got it.
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No.
yet,
Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger, in terms of probability, it's not even comparable. And I would say this, to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is, the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No.
Let's actually hear from somebody that I would say represents black culture in some ways. You mind if I share this clip real quick, BK? Boosie.
Yeah, who's that?
That's Boosie.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, and shout out to Robert real quick. Robert Polson. Shout out to Robert Polson. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Piers Morgan pearl clutching and moral outrage might have worked in the 2010s, but I don't think it works anymore. What do you guys think? It doesn't, bro. It doesn't. And this is, I think, one of our issues, that it's either Piers Morgan doing all the pearl clutching and the moral high ground, and then it's Nick. And it's like when you have just two people that are having the conversation, it's going to be polarizing, where it's this person, and both sides end up getting more and more extreme to stand firm in their points. This is why we're coming in and saying, like, bro, like, there's different ways of looking at it than just looking at it exactly in an extreme way on this side and an extreme way on this side. But let's hear from Boosie and hear if Boosie aligns with what Nick is saying or aligns with what Piers Morgan is saying.
It seems so much, Boosie, it's like we hate each other almost as a people, man. It's almost like when I see another brother, we're so distrustful of each other, man.
Right.
Why is that, man?
I just feel like African American is the worst race in the world because, first of all, we kill each other. People always talk about this racist stuff, but the white man ain't waiting in your bushes with a chopper.
Nah.
The white man ain't trying to take your rims off your car.
No, he's not.
The white man ain't doing all this wrong. We doing this to each other. So how can we say F the white man? He ain't doing nothing but when you get in trouble doing his job. Guilty. He ain't doing nothing wrong.
And you don't think he created that system for us to destroy you? You kind of think that's old now. We can't keep using that excuse. That he kind of created this.
I can implicate on that too. I really do feel like they brought drugs in the country.
Yeah.
And gave it to the big dogs in the black neighborhood, because they gonna put it in their culture. And we gonna smoke up all the drugs. You don't see the Italians selling keys, dime rocks on their block to their people so they can get strung out.
But most of us got a picture of Scarface.
But we got a picture of Scarface, John got it, we got all these pictures. But they know we gonna kill our race. They not taking it to the white guys and telling them, break down dime rocks and sell them. Nah, they gonna sell weight. Cause it gonna all come right back to the black.
And we gonna fight over the scraps like.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mickey. We're gonna get back to it. I don't think we need to even. I don't know. Do we need to comment on that or?
No.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to Mickey. Mickey said it's in these conversations following events like Nick's appearance on Pierce where we can talk about the men behind the curtain and slay dragons. Google Jonas Salk's Survival of the Wisest. All right, hold on. Let me I'm gonna take a picture of that just to make sure that we get back to that.
Yeah, shout out to you, Mickey, for sure.
Yeah. Shout out to coming through.
Yeah, Mickey, like you tapped in for sure.
Coming through. Let's keep going. I guess we will only watch like a few more minutes, and then we're gonna have to pick this up at a later date or later.
Yeah. I mean, it's 100 people in here. I mean,
we'll keep
let us know in the chat. Do y'all want to, cut a break, pick up this evening, tomorrow? Let us know in the chat. We'll keep playing some more of why.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago. Right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population. And I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable. And I think even black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
and Europeans.
It's not white, though, is it?
It's not white.
Well, you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to
Kind
live in
of.
a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are black?
The honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Oh my God.
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And Black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that. And people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word
let me hold on. Let's highlight some of these because they, so hold on. So C-Cred 95 wrote all, this is the most important part of the debate, LOL. I was looking forward to the middle second half. Well, if you guys ended, I'll have to come back. Good stream. All right, I guess we just go keep rocking.
We keeping it rolling, CC Cred.
All right, and Mickey wrote, Mickey, hey, how can we
shout out to Mickey?
Mickey wrote, Salk, a Jew, developed the polio vaccine and reveals himself to be radical racist eugenicist who developed a long-term plan to depopulate most and engineer evolution in the selected survivors. That eugenics, who else was with that? Whenever I hear the word eugenics, I always think about, was it Margaret Sanger, the Planned Parenthood lady? That's who I always think about. Yeah, so that was that whole eugenics experiment. Man. So they've been running that play with the V words and vaxes. They've been running that play. All right, let's keep it going.
The version is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see Black people. That is.
Oh, you get this one, BK.
All right, shout out to Mickey Shaw. Shout out to you, Mickey Shaw, for sure. So Mickey says, I think the synagogue of you know who is trying to end run judgment. What do you think about that, Dad?
I think the synagogue of you
know, we know.
What's run judgment? And Mickey, I'm not just asking it because you got to send it in another super chat. Mickey, explain what run judgment is, and then just in a regular chat, and I just want to make sure that we can unpack it with a proper understanding. But yeah, send that over. If you send it, BK, let's look out for that
yeah,
message.
I got you.
Yeah, and then
well, I looked at
going all day. Secret said we going all day.
Okay, the phrase "run judgment" isn't a standard term in English. You might mean wrong judgment, rough judgment, random. Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, just unpack that for us, and then we'll definitely do a deeper dive into that. Oh, C-Cred said he with it. Let's fucking go.
Shout out to C-Cred. All right, let's keep it going.
We'll keep rolling.
An aversion to Black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most Black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a Black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the Black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him
how many deranged,
than die.
How many deranged white...
Before Piers mentions that, I want y'all to hear something. It reminded me of something that Nick just said. Let's hear Muhammad Ali speak on it from a different standpoint.
Undenied. I believe everything.
Now, I think that's exaggerated, obviously. It's performative, but I think they make very similar points.
Yeah, I can appreciate.
You know what I'm saying? I think they make, and this is why, and when Piers is doing all this, when it's pressing Nick on certain issues, this is another reason why I don't like Piers and a lot of these white liberals that do this, and Black liberals. But when Piers makes this all about race and Black, and you shouldn't say that about Black people, all it does is piss off a whole bunch of white people. To now, where Black people, we're not the ones up here saying, Nick, you should watch your mouth. But Piers Morgan wants to come up here and act like he's speaking to defend all black people. But all you're doing is making the issue even worse when you're playing games with the words and trying to present it as one way and trying to get him locked into saying something radical, get him emotional. Bro, we get what he's saying.
Yeah, like it's just like it's unfortunate, but it's just like the racist conversation turns into becoming weaponized. And now it's like you've got these alleged white individual who all of a sudden is so concerned about how black people feel and now pressing the white guy about it. So it looks like he's in defense for black folks when we know he goes home, closes his door, go to sleep, and don't give a fuck what's going on outside.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, don't try to leverage the issues in your benefit for this conversation. We're not playing into that, but that game has been played for so long. So now we recognize this pattern, like you said, for sure. But what I do like in this moment here is now I'm feeling like we've turned the corner with Nick. Like Nick is giving that explanation to the clips that Pierce is trying to put him on. Mm-hmm. And so it's like at the end of the day, I can love Nick for his theatrics just as much as I love him for his perspective of just being a white nationalist in Chicago. Like I can appreciate his stance, especially when you can sit here and listen to what he's saying and I'm not moved personally, emotionally by it. And I can say, you know what? I can understand where he's getting this from. I can see why he's saying what he's saying. I know, no, same thing. We're noticing that even me and you have this dialogue. We're discussing so much similarity to what Nick's saying. It's like, yeah, like there's so much opportunity here. Like we're not against each other. We are complaining about the same issues in these communities, et cetera, as the people that may not look like us. And so when he's explaining this, to me now he's in his bag. He's like, look, and then when you pull that clip out on YouTube, it's like, just in case you only saw color, here's somebody else with the same speech decades ago with the same in his same bag. So it's like at the end of the day, just because as time goes on, it's become somewhat dormant to speak about this stuff publicly or on news, or it's been censored now. Like we almost like it's this taboo thing when it's like, nah, bro, whether or not you don't speak on it, just know that it's being thought. And just Nick is willing to go say it the same way somebody black was willing to say it. And that's okay. You know, I just think there's a way that you can approach it and the people that aren't emotional can understand the context and take away from it. And at the end of the day, if there's a problem, all humanity is behind solving those, not necessarily the colors. But I don't expect white people to solve black folks' issues and problems. Mm-hmm. Black folks get y'all shit together and we hold y'all accountable, period. Mm-hmm. And that's just what's going to be. So when this is what's being said about our community, I don't immediately take defense of it. Just like if you're in a relationship and you arguing with your girl or vice versa, if you just listen, then you may be able to get to the root of the issue far more than being offended what they're saying, how they're saying, et cetera, et cetera. Just be more concerned about why they're saying it and ultimately what's the common goal at the end of the day. If we listen to what the common goal is, if I can read through all the smoke and mirrors of what's being said and how it's said and the temperament, bro, we just want the crime to stop amongst the black community. Mm-hmm. Fuck, I got a problem with that for. Mm-hmm. How he say it, fuck all that. Mm-hmm. When he said it, fuck all that. Why he's saying it, if that's the case, if that's his MO, then I'm behind that. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck y'all so concerned about the delivery of the shit? Let's just solve the issue where there ain't no problems for somebody to say this type of shit. Mm-hmm. They not saying this about Asians. Why? There must not be a problem. So let's focus on that. Let's address that. And let's hold ourselves accountable. So just as much as we're using the word racism and racist so freely, okay, well, let's do this. If you don't like these racist terms or things that's being said, then black people, you take care of your community then. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to let somebody who's alleged racist call this shit out. You address it. Mm-hmm. But if you're not addressing it, then who you leaving to address it? Somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, so if your kids are acting out If you don't check them, then somebody may say something. Don't be offended by it if they call this shit out, though. Tighten your kids up. So it's just like a bit of like taking taking responsibility, but also understanding what's the main goal. What am I when I listen to this whole thing being unpacked? What's the main goal here, guys? We're trying to solve issues in these particular communities, and white people are the ones saying shit that maybe black people don't want to say about their communities. They're not willing to go on these platforms. Lil Boosie did. But do we highlight that? Do we push that narrative in the community? Is that reflecting in our music? Is that reflecting in our OGs on the court? Are we pushing that message and making sure that we don't continue to perpetuate that? Or are we just, block this, gang this, then that, and we highlight that and we glorify, we put in the music? Like, stop getting upset with the situation that we put ourselves in. I can't be upset. That's just how people moving. I was watching this movie on Netflix yesterday. I'm gonna get the name of it, but it was a military movie. And I was, it's basically when we were in Afghanistan. And I was just thinking about like the way the mix of just the people native into the area and the Taliban and the way that, how the fuck were you supposed to know who was with it and who wasn't with it? And that was a lot of the issue the military people were running to in that movie, is that they were stopping guys and these guys would lie. And next thing you know, somebody's setting up a trap. And it's just like, fuck, it just puts them in a predicament that if they're not quote unquote racist, that may cost them their life. And vice versa. And that's kind of what I'm taking away from what Nick's describing here. So in situations, whether they be rare, whether they be statistics, believe me, when you're walking down the street, you're not rolling statistics in your head. You're basing these things off of your personal emotional experience in the past and also your environment and what you've heard. This shit is fast-paced being calculation. So it's just like, you have to be on your P's and Q's. That's how you survive. Is somebody racist to say, look, man, I just was on my P's and Q's, bro. It ain't even like that. I just thought X, Y, and Z. Man, bro, I ain't tripping. I'm not tripping off that. I'll be on the same shit. Don't act like when I run down into certain areas, I'm not making sure shit, this and that, third, and I'm looking, making sure I'm pumping gas, or if shorty ain't allowed to go to the gas station by a certain time, or, this is survival. We need that. You need that. You can't be naive and out here getting got, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's very important to allow people like what Nick is doing is, bro, let that get out. Let that message be heard so that we can correct the issue, because it sounds like when I hear somebody complaining about crime, I would think the alternative for him is no crime. So how are we going to get there if we don't speak about it?
Mm-hmm. And I want to highlight, I'm with you on everything you said. And I wrote down some stuff. So even when it comes to what Muhammad Ali said, in a lot of ways, what he said was more extreme than Nick breaking it down, because Nick he ultimately, like you said, gave context around it. But what happens is, and I don't know what Muhammad Ali said after that clip. I don't know where the discussion went beyond that. But I almost feel bad where this type of thinking that you have to avoid an entire group of people because you may not like what some of them are doing, bro, that's a very limited way of living life, in my opinion. Like that's what actually got me to finally see things in a different way. Because you remember, I used to be one of these blackety blacks. I'm out here standing with everything black. That was the energy that I'm on, the same energy that Muhammad Ali was on. That's what I was on. And I'm sitting here like, bro, the nerve of me, bro. The nerve of me. When I think back at the people that have helped me the most in my life, if I'm being totally honest, it's more of that Boosie energy. It's not black people. The people that have helped me tremendously in my life, not saying, like, I haven't had a black person reach, maybe one of my dad's friends, shout out to Mr. Chapman, reach out and really want to provide some type of mentorship to me. You know what I mean? One black person my entire life that I can think of. You know what I'm saying? And all the amount of, even when it comes to Jewish people, I'm being real. This is why even me speaking on a lot of these topics, going against Israel and calling out a lot of what Israel does, this whole Zionist culture and what Jewish culture represents. Yo, those were the people that were showing me, a lot of love. I literally just got a text from my boy. He's a rabbi. and he invited me to an event on Wednesday. And the event is at my boy's spot, who it's pretty much like a Jewish clubhouse almost in a lot of ways, where people can come from different places and they can stay there. They have like a little restaurant, all different types of stuff. And I'm sitting here like, nah, I don't think bro gonna want me there right now. Just being real about the things that I've been talking about. I don't think bro's gonna be comfortable with me there. Now, I have an event that night, so I didn't even have to address it really. I just had something else. But if you limit yourself to seeing the world through different people and this, I can only work with this type of person, I can only work, you're going to have a very limited life, very limited life. And for me, to each their own for everybody, to each their own for everybody. But when it comes to me specifically, that's what got me out of that mindset where it's like, yo, the nerve of me where I'm now going to prioritize doing just black stuff first and not prioritize my big bro, Jim Dory, who has helped me tremendously. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm not doing that. I align with people based on morals, principles, and values. So I disagree with what Muhammad Ali is pushing, even though I understand in that time period and that perspective, I understand why you would have that perspective.
Right.
I also disagree with Nick when it comes to the rhetoric, because it's like, yo, you understand where people are going to go with this. Like, you don't just open up and tell a bunch of kids like, hey, there's a bunch of candy here, but don't eat the candy, eat your vegetables. I know that they're going to eat the candy. You know what I'm saying? They're not. So when Nick uses a lot of this rhetoric, I think that it's when he doesn't give context. Now, he gave the context in this area, but I think that's what happens with a lot of the rhetoric. And something that I also had to perhaps correct myself in, or I'm always calling out, a lot of the liberals. And I think I just said something specifically about white liberals. One thing that I will say about white liberals, when I think of, my town and certain areas where people are not in a rush to go live in that particular area of town, white people will move over there. Oh, they got a train station. It's in the hood. They got a train near it. Those white liberals will go right over there, move smack in the hood. Doesn't even matter. Maybe that's just a specific portion of people. But when you think about gentrification, what exactly is that? That's white people move. That's white liberals, I would say majority, moving in a lot of these black neighborhoods. So maybe, I don't know if that's adding anything to the conversation, but I don't know. Maybe that was me just pandering to the white liberals. I don't know what it is, but it's just something that I thought of in my mind. Meanwhile, black people trying to get out the neighborhood. White people see an opportunity and they like, oh, nah, we're going to move in there. We're
Get this real estate.
I see Starbucks. I see Whole Foods. We good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then they're going to move in, fix up the property. And then black people, we going to complain and say like, yo, they're outpricing us. Well, that's on us. We should have owned the homes. Gentrification is an amazing thing. It's just bad if you don't own. So therefore, if you own your home, gentrification is exactly what you want, because now the property value is going to go up. Now you could sell for a higher price, either move somewhere else or do whatever else that you want to do with it. But random thoughts that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. So I'm gonna stop talking and get back to the video.
Hold on. Let me get Darrell Hammond. Stop ATL. You grew up in Black Hollywood. You good. ATL grew up in the best city in America for black people. He see America different than most black people, and it's okay. I got two-part answers for that. If you don't understand that you don't know Atlanta because you look on Instagram and you see all your little fans with CEO behind their names riding around in Lamborghinis selling horses, doing fraud to get involved, to get into the high rise, and now you think that's Atlanta, you're exactly the issue. Stop going on social media and pocket watching black people. Because if you were living in Atlanta, you would know they ain't got it like that. Out here talking about Black Hollywood. So once again, you've been this guy all day in the comments acting like this, and now I'm you really showing your card talking about some Black Hollywood. But second of all, it's like, I don't care what environment I was in. I was going to gravitate to the people that were excelling. I was going to gravitate to the people that were buying into their education, that were doing the right thing. I've always been attracted to that, but that starts in the household. Fuck is you talking about? You thought ATL didn't raise me. It started in my household. They laid down the infrastructure, and then I gravitated to the people that was on that type of time. So when you have a good father in the house, we don't have to ultimately be too concerned about environment as much as you may have been. So I understand that you're still growing and you're still trying to see through a different lens that maybe you've never experienced yourself or never seen people outside of your house who may look like you experience that as well. But for us who have a good established foundation in the home, we don't have those similar struggles of whether or not we pick up a pound and we try to sell it all the time. Or my father made sure to lay down that infrastructure. So I encourage you to not make the same mistakes that you may have experienced yourself and make sure that you are a foundational individual in your home, and you'd be surprised how much you could deter environment and habitat by you being that. But, if you didn't experience that, I'm just going to give you a little bit of feedback in that sense that you don't have to become a product of your environment. You can become whoever you want, but it may start with the father being in the home. But like I said, if that wasn't made apparent in your household, then I completely understand why your comments are what they are. And, I wish the best moving forward for yourself.
He said he had a military dad.
Oh, did he? What's that mean? So did I. My dad was in the Air Force. So shout out to you. So you definitely feel me, my guy.
Yeah. Fathers, man. Shout out to fathers.
Shout out to the pops,
appreciate the fathers, man. Let's keep it going. Did we have to address anything else? Let's keep it moving.
Men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America.
Hold on, let's back it up.
I would rather offend him
how many
than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up.
I mean,
don't have
you're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on. You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific, for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from
Okay.
experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. The problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on
don't
cops.
like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
gonna
of me.
turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I
yay.
am kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No, not that. You.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of.
It was at this point that if Piers didn't already lose a whole bunch of people, and I'm not even sure if I caught that part the first time, but see, criticizing Kanye, saying he's a narcissist, is very similar to criticizing Nick Fuentes and saying he's a racist. You're trying to call him different words that people will hear and say, oh, that's a bad person. But it has absolutely nothing to do with the things that he's actually being called out for, the things that he's being canceled for. Kanye West is not being canceled or going through his issues because he's a narcissist. He's going through everything he's going through because he had words to say regarding Jewish people. But Piers Morgan's not going to say that. Just like Nick Fuentes is not being canceled because of his views or anything regarding black people. But it's because of the things that he says about Jewish people. And Piers Morgan doesn't understand, because he doesn't live in America, that Americans, especially the younger ones and even a lot of the older ones, are looking at this situation totally different now. We're not looking at, we're not embracing the upbringing that we had with the indoctrination that Jewish people are the saviors in the Middle Eastern region and everybody else is just a big bad jihadist terrorist. And Jewish people are so amazing because they're preserving or bringing Western culture to the region. We're not looking at it like that. So you calling Kanye a narcissist, bro, why don't you actually discuss the things that you have an issue with Kanye saying? What are those things? Are you not wanting to say those things because it may take us down a rabbit hole that reveals a lot of the things that Kanye is saying to be true? But he won't take it there. He just say, oh, he's a narcissist. Bro, Piers, the behavior that you're exhibiting, it seems very narcissistic. And honestly, I don't even know why people, narcissist, that whole word, like people that call people that, like that got popular, I feel like 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, girls was really using that.
Like girls say that about men, like see, now I'm about to pull a Nick Fuentes, shut up. Like, you know what I mean? Like one of those things. It's like, bro, knock it off, bro. He's a narcissist. Now a narcissist is the worst thing in the world. That is American culture, bro. And it's so funny that you got more women saying that men are narcissists, but that, we're not gonna go down that path.
We got a couple super chats. I threw them up on the thing for you. Mickey Shaw 1820 back at it again.
Go ahead, you get it.
Yeah, they are trying to destroy and pervert all life prior to the second coming.
They're trying to destroy and pervert all life prior to. Mickey, break it down for us. Yeah, I feel like for me to properly respond, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but before I respond, I mean, yeah.
I think we talk. I think we may know. I think we may is.
Yeah, but it's and then the second coming. I believe you're talking about like the second coming of Christ.
Yeah, that's
Jesus
what I was
supposed to come back.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. So yeah, for sure. And then we got Robert Pelosin. Shout out to Robert, definitely active in the chat. The synagogues are a death cult and want to bring about judgment days ASAP. I feel you for saying that. I hear what you're saying. I see what you're putting down, Robert. I see what you're putting down. I think that's all we got right now. So yeah.
All right, so keep it going. And yeah. All right, we'll keep it moving. Keep it moving.
The very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
That seems very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard, Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Yair said about the same subject matter. It's called or levels of a dangerous doors you can found anti-Semitic.
We got another.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn.
I think Mickey Shaw back at it again. Can I ask for a shout out to Didi? Didi got a podcast YouTube channel, please.
Hold on, let's pull it up.
I'd like to see a collab.
Got a podcast. Let's pull it up real quick.
Yeah, let's see what she got going on, or he or she got going on.
Is it DDG got a podcast or
DD got a podcast?
DD
got GOAT. Yeah.
Let's see what this is. DD got a podcast. Just subscribe. We tapped in.
Okay, bet.
Subscribe. Truth every week. Yeah, we'll tap in.
Okay,
we'll tap in. We'll tap in very quickly.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his legacy. And
this is DDG. Y'all make sure y'all tap in. Y'all make sure y'all do whatever Mickey said to do. Feel me? Mickey pulling up. Mickey, the reason why we still on here.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Everybody's the reason. All right, everybody's equal. You know.
Oh yeah.
But definitely appreciate you, Mickey.
Yeah. Shout out to you and shout out to DDG for sure. Thank you, Mickey.
All right, let's get back to it. And of course, we'll do something with DDG. We'll reach out.
Anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning, because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they
I'm not gonna lie. Ever since I saw that comment, I haven't been paying attention, so I'm gonna go back for about 10 seconds. Cuz you got it.
Mickey, shout out to Mickey Shaw in the motherfucking chat. Tapped in. We fucking with the energy. Mickey says, I was 33 on 9/11 and haven't stopped asking questions since that day. These conversations were impossible back then. I believe we are witnessing a mass revelation, Mystery Babylon. Can't wait to see y'all on the other side. The questions have been there since that moment.
Mickey, Mickey, how do we tap in with you? I need an email. Mickey, can you leave your email, please? Would greatly appreciate it. Would greatly appreciate it if you just leave your email. Would love to learn a little bit about more what you do. If you have a business, if there's anything we can do to help, But I would just like to just say thank you in an email, if possible. So please, if you're okay with it, leave an email. Or if you're not okay with sharing your email with everybody, I'll leave my email. BK, you can leave yours as well.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna leave my email, and then maybe you can email us your email. Well, yeah, just email us. But yeah, 33 on 9/11 and haven't stopped asking questions since that day. That's wild, because even when you think about 9/11, even though more recent things have come out with like Tucker doing his recent documentary, uncovering a lot of the things, that's probably the first thing that happened in our lifetime. I'm 38 years old. That was the first thing in my lifetime where I can now look back on it and say, like, damn, bro, like whatever I thought it was at that point in time, I realize more now that everything that was presented to us, or not, I don't know, everything was presented to us, but a lot of the stuff that was presented to us as fact was simply not. And a whole lot of question marks around that people are scared to death, literally, to uncover, to unpack. And a lot of the stuff doesn't make sense, especially like finding a random passport. Everything else is blown up in the building, but you just happen to find the passport to one of the pilots of the plane, not burned up in the crash. You get what there's just a bunch of stuff, man. Everything, uncovering all that stuff. The dancing Israelis across the board. There's just a bunch of stuff that comes out when it comes to us doing our due diligence on 9/11.
And I think you definitely, like, everybody knows in America where they were at that time. I remember being in, like, I think I was either second or I forget what grade I was in, but I remember my teacher. I remember what I saw on the TV series back in the day when you're in your school and every school had a TV in the corner where you watched.
You were in 8th grade.
I was in 8th grade. Okay, yeah. When you saw like the morning show with the kids and like everybody sat down and watched the Good Morning stuff and all that stuff, and I remember just Miss Sober running back to the room, cut the TV on. And what's so sad about that moment, to be honest, is that we're just now getting bits and pieces of what the truth is. And it's just it just makes you lose any bit of confidence in the people that were put in charge to lead us and to politically to navigate us and to tell us the reasons why. And we're so young and just bought everything we heard, and for y'all to have been like, you just lose trust and faith. Like, how could y'all do that to us in 8th grade? Like, there's been an agenda for this long. And I guess as a kid, you just always assume there isn't an agenda on you. And as you grow older, you're like, because you can be more aware and defend yourself from people maybe trying to run game or trying to play you, you're like, all right, bet. But like, as children, like, damn. And look at that. She's saying to this day, she ain't stopped asking questions. And that's real. That's just super real. And I'm loving that we have opportunities like this, and the internet has now become the equalizer. As much as they want to suppress or do whatever they want, the voices are getting out now, and we're going to have these conversations. And with the information and research is at our fingertips, it ain't no stopping it now. So definitely shout out to you, Mickey, and definitely can relate to you in that comment that you posted.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can remember exactly. I was in Miss Heeman's class. Miss
Look at
Heeman
that.
freshman year in high school. Like, you just see this stuff going on, and it really did shift how we look at stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It shifted completely. You weren't living in America. And I mean, a lot of us, now when we go on the airplane at that period of time, when we see certain people wear the headdress, or you see people in full covering in traditional Muslim attire,
Mm-hmm.
there was certain questions where it's like, oh man, like he looks like a terrorist. You know what I mean? Certain stuff that is extremely inappropriate to say, to think, but that's typically what was going on.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that hasn't changed to this day.
Yeah, a lot of it hasn't changed.
We haven't reversed from that, because I can't say before that time was that the outlook. I don't think it was. It wasn't. It wasn't always associated with some, radical person or some bombings and things that wasn't a thing. But look what ended up happening. It changed the course in the outlook on those people in the culture to this day. Something that was that long ago, still to this day, it haunts their community still to this day.
Yeah.
Wild. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's something.
That your people have been fighting for 400 years.
Man, your peoples too.
So I just want you to explain what you mean by that.
You know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know what I'm talking about, man. Don't sit up here and try to bait and not know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what the I talk about when I say these things. Your people too.
Explain it. Not everybody knows what you're talking about.
Radio Raheem, I don't have to explain what's understood, man. You know what I mean by that. You know what I said by that. I ain't got to go further. And if anybody don't understand that, then God be with them. Go look up the history. Go look up the history. Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what. I dare you to sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. To this day.
That's all I wanted to show. I didn't realize it was going to be that much leading, but let's get back to the show.
We got another super chat in.
When you said to this day, that's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah, he definitely got that joint. He got that joint branded.
Shout out to Roll That Beautiful Beam footage. Absolutely nothing has been the same since 9/11. By the way, would love to see y'all collab with Ian Carroll, the Cartier family, etc. You know what's funny? So Cartier family, when I was talking to Nick in the group chat, I asked him, I said, have you collaborated? Because he hasn't collaborated with a lot of black podcasters and stuff. And I said, you never looked into that? Like, get on some black platforms? Because, the things that you said, I think it'll be an interesting conversation and open up people to hear a lot of, what you're saying, rather than just getting clips or certain things that Piers Morgan is saying or whatever other influencer is. And he was saying that the Cartier family, that's the only group that has reached out to him. So I believe that's the 3 young brothers.
Dope.
Yeah. So the Cartier family, they're dope. And then Ian Carroll, he's becoming, like, I just watched a certain clip. He came at Nick a little bit, or I shouldn't say came at Nick, but he's one of those historians, bro. He's going to dive into a lot of these things, and he'll be labeled as a conspiracy theorist. But I like Ian Carroll a lot from what I've seen thus far. So I would love to do something with Ian Carroll. Ian Carroll, BK, that's the one that took over Candace Owens' show for a bit.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And my dad just reminded me that this is how crazy this is. So my dad just sent me a text, and because of course my parents, they're going to be tuned in and making sure that I'm not saying too much to anything crazy. They're going to be protecting me still. But he brought up, he said, Yusuf, one of your best friends at the time. So my neighbor, he was like 4 doors down. His name was Yusuf, Muslim. And this is before I even knew what Palestinian was. I didn't know. I used to ask him where he's from, and he'd say, like, I'm from Jerusalem. And I'd be like, so you're Jerusalemian? Like, I didn't know, you know what I mean? As a little kid, like, I didn't know. Well, what do you mean? Like, you're from Jerusalem? Like, okay. I didn't know what it meant. I never even heard him use the word Palestine. Maybe I did, but maybe I didn't. And what's so funny is you think back to those times in your upbringing, and now I also think back to certain instances that happened right before that time that I was not even aware of. I remember, how can I say this? So there was a Jewish family in my neighborhood, a Jewish family in my neighborhood. And I remember something happening where I was with Yusuf. You know, this was, you know how you wake up in the summer? We were like Dennis the Menace. We wake up, we meeting up and we gone the whole day. That was my right-hand man. And he, how can I put this? I remember we were playing basketball at a neighbor's house. And this neighbor was Jewish. And I remember the neighbor told me, he said that, yeah, hey, you know, no problem. Or he either said it to me or my parents. And he said, no problem. I know my parents sitting here like, don't say no names. Don't say no names. I just want to make sure I'm being very respectful and with this type of situation. And they came to me and said, hey, or my parents, and said, Dak, you know, it's okay. We love him playing basketball in front of the house. No problem at all. You know, we love being able to see him, you know, practice on the hoop, all that. Cause I was out there every day. And they said, but yeah, you know, we don't want, you know, that particular friend, you know, playing at the house, if that's okay.
The Yusuf.
And I had no idea. I thought more so at the time, it was just like, oh, they don't want other people that they don't know. Obviously, these are my people. This was, and I'm probably downplaying the extent of how close I was with these particular group of Jewish people, because I don't want people to know who they are.
Yeah.
Certain people that may be from
that know your block. Yeah.
That know me. And so I'm downplaying a little bit, but that's how I didn't even see anything wrong with it.
You just thought it for face value, like, they just want somebody.
They don't want, you know what I mean? But then as that always stood, like, it stands out to me so much where I'm like, damn, here you got grown-ups not allowing a kid to play basketball with his friend at the crib because of something deep-rooted thousands of miles away. Damn. And that just showed me, it's like, man, this is where we are as humanity.
It's heartbreaking. I'm
like, yo, and I think back to a lot of these issues, and that's why I should emphasize it again. When I'm critical of Israel, Jewish culture, Zionist, or anybody else for that matter, yo, I'm with humanity first, bro. Like, I'm locked in with people. Like, I want us all to live in harmony. I want us all to live peacefully. Like, that's always who I've been just in my life. Like, I want to bring a bunch of different type of people together who wouldn't typically be together. And I want us all to just enjoy life. So when I call out certain things in the Jewish community, I'm calling y'all out as my brothers and as my sisters. And I'm saying what we're doing right now, what we as humanity, this is wrong. And I'm pointing it out and addressing the issue as directly as possible, just like with the genocide that's being committed. So I don't like to be indirect. I think address the issue, bro. We come from a sports background. Address the issue. Don't beat around the bush, address the issue. But I don't even know where I'm going. I'm going off on a tangent. My apologies. But my dad did text me that. My dad said they didn't say it to me. They said it to, they didn't say it to my dad. It was said to me. And my dad emphasized that they're good people. I wish we would have had a lot of real discussions with them. I wish we even, maybe now is an opportunity to go back and have some of these discussions with them, because when I tell you, these were some of the most, like, when I think about my neighborhood, this was my family, bro. I call people uncle and aunt, and I didn't want to elaborate on it because like I told you before, I didn't want people to know exactly who it is, but this is my family, my uncle and aunt that did this. And I'm not proud about it. And I don't really want to expose it, but we got to address truths as they are, bro. We got to address it. And especially when it's a culture that's creating a lot of these problems. So let me keep going. My fault. I didn't mean to.
You got rolled that beautiful. I popped it up there for you. Nothing, absolutely nothing has been the same since, my bad, my chat's blocking it.
Nah, we already did that one.
Oh, we did? By the way, we'd love to see you collab with Ian Carroll. Oh, no, my bad. I had my cursor on. I didn't click on it.
Oh, okay. All right,
my bad.
All good. All right. Let's get back to the video. I guess that's why y'all are here. Let's get back to the interview.
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the state of world
but what do you
address.
mean? But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no...
100%. It's one of these things where we can't question certain things. We can't ask questions. I question the transatlantic slave trade. Am I racist for questioning the transatlantic slave trade as it was taught to me in public school? Am I racist to question what potentially happened with the transatlantic slave trade? Is it racist to suggest that, hey, I don't think that many black people actually came over from Africa? Is that racist? Why can't we question certain things? Why can't I ask questions about the Holocaust? Why can't I? Matter of fact, this is just you know what's so wild about the Holocaust is you almost grow up where, at least in school, you tell me, BK, if this is your upbringing, where I didn't even associate it with World War II. Like or it's like the Holocaust was almost like its own thing where I was looking at, and this, I'm telling you, this is just the public education. Like, and I went to a pretty good public school. Or maybe I wasn't paying attention. Who knows?
Yeah.
But when I look at the Holocaust, it's like I had no idea that anybody else died during, you know what I mean? When you look at World War II, when you look at these things, and let me be very, hold on. Let me look this up real quick. Before I say anything else, let me look this up.
Hold up, Dak. You might have just put me on game.
Go ahead. Hold on,
say-
something's up with your mic.
Oh no, I was changing the battery on the
Okay. Oh, okay. But go ahead, then I'll finish. Go ahead. But
I was gonna say, this is gonna look wild in front, but more than just Jewish people died in the Holocaust.
That's my point, bro. The Holocaust happened during World War II, bro.
So who else passed?
There were 85 million other people that died.
That weren't just
6 million, apparently, 6 million, they say, were Jewish people.
And who were the rest?
What were the other people? Christians mostly, I would assume.
Okay.
Or whatever else everybody's practicing. You know what I mean? That's something for us to research. And that's the point. We're taught in school as if, like, first off, we're taught terrible world history when it comes to American education in the public school system. It's terrible. But we're taught the Holocaust is something like, if my upbringing was like the Holocaust was something and I don't think anybody else died.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not even taught how Hitler was defeated or how, we're not taught any of this. I just looked up the other day while we were on the show how many people died during World War II. It said like 70 to 85 million predicted. But the only thing that we focus on is the Holocaust with Jewish people. So of course I'm going to have certain questions about that. Of course I'm going to have certain questions that I'm bringing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I not have these questions? And why, if you're not trying to hide anything, why would you not want me to ask these questions?
Right.
You're already indoctrinating me with everything. Don't you want people who are interested? The people who are asking the questions, those are the people that are interested in learning. So why am I not allowed to ask these questions? That's my stance on it. Or is it that we can only hear history when it comes from a particular point of view and perspective? We know how it usually goes. Whoever won the war, they typically write what happens. We see them rewriting history right in front of our face, acting as if we're not seeing an ethnic cleansing and genocide occurring right now. While they sit up there, and if you look at, depending on what news outlet you're looking at, and to be totally real, both of the news outlets tend to lean a particular way. But unless you're removing yourself from perhaps just looking at TV on the news, and you're exploring other people, independent platforms and whatnot, that are not just going to say whatever talking point that their donors and advertisers, want them to say. But yeah, like this, like you only grow up thinking that it's one way. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm glad that that's how I felt. I was almost embarrassed. Like, with a lot of history and geography, I'm embarrassed of a lot of this stuff because I didn't grow up learning this.
Yeah, facts.
You know what I mean? I wish I would have been as passionate about history. We got to have some better history teachers. Got to do better. Let me say that. And parents got to do better overall, with getting us interested in history, because this is like the main thing that I'm concerned about right now.
But what I'll tell you this is, like, a lot of what the teachers can and cannot teach is controlled by certain people. I was having that discussion this week that there are certain teachers that do try to push us to continue to dig and research and learn more, but it's almost taboo to do that if you want to keep your job in that type of space. So the school system is as well involved with somewhat of why you may not have certain certain questions answered. And that's not by accident. To be honest, I think it's maybe by design.
Yeah, I would agree. But it's almost how I look at the politicians, how I said you shouldn't be allowed to be a politician and make decisions on whether or not we go to war and certain lives are going to be at risk and we're going to lose certain American soldiers unless you're willing to risk your life as well. The teachers, you shouldn't be a teacher unless you're willing to lose your job by giving truth and truly teaching. Then you shouldn't be a teacher. You're not going to stand on certain things. And the sad part about it is that's our entire education system. Whether I go to the business school and I'm learning business from a whole bunch of people that have never started businesses, but they just read the business books. Like that's insane.
The whole concept.
Yeah, out of all the business professors that I had at the College of William and Mary, tremendous business school, I think only one that I can remember that actually had a business that they discussed with us or was even in that area. And I want to say it was more Professor Dick Ash. That was my guy. He's the one that taught entrepreneurial studies. But I don't even know, if I'm recalling correct, I don't even know exactly what his business was, but I just know that he had that entrepreneur where he was putting money in different, at least that's what I received from it. But everybody else, bro, what's your business? What's your business? You're like, you get what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. So I just get confused as to why. I just get confused. So how can we why is there no pushback on this shit? Like, how did it slide like this?
Because the majority of people are sheep, bro, and the majority of people have been. It's been okay. Like, we've grown up in a society where we celebrate and appreciate money more than integrity.
Yeah.
So therefore, people go to work every day doing things that they can't stand, that don't align with their morals, all this type of stuff, and it pays the bills. It pays the bills, and we all do it. Well, a lot of us do it. You know, I'd say that's the American culture. You get caught up in this rat race. You get caught up in, the haves and the have-nots, all these different things. You get caught up in it to the point where it's like, it's my job. What do we always talk about? What is the saying that we've been discussing a lot? It's just business. That saying, it's just business, gives you it's like we give ourselves a personal pass to violate our morals and principles, to do something that typically we wouldn't align with doing, or we wouldn't like somebody doing to us, but we're going to justify it. It's just business.
It's the same thing with politics we use. It's almost like a cushion or like a speed bump. Like, hey, look, before we even get moving, it's politics. And you automatically prepare yourself to be involved in some unethical, some backhanded shit, some lousy, some fraudulent behavior. It's politics, man. It's just the way it is. So it's just like, here we go. Even to the point where we use it's political or it's politics outside of the industry or the field of politics. So we talked about that in sports. Like, let's talk about case in point with Notre Dame not getting into, the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Some will say, dog, it's political, it's politics. So it's just like, we have these words that immediately prepare you for some type of, like you said, violation of what would be known to be right if you were just to hear the situation at first. But when you hear those type of preparatory words, you're like, oh, okay, bet. Like, I'm prepared for what you're going to tell me after this. It's almost like a disclaimer, like, oh, you got to be all right, et cetera, et cetera. So we definitely got another super chat. Mickey Shaw, 1820. You definitely tapped in today. We definitely glad we can bring some value to you in your morning going into lunch. Forgive me, y'all. I'm a bricklayer waiting for the temperature to rise. I've saved money for decades preparing for this season. Thanks for what y'all do, and I pray that no weapon formed against you will prosper.
Mickey. And I believe Mickey wrote in her last super chat that she just joined the Discord. I just got a message. I got a message from somebody else. Shout out to Paula. But I got a message from, I thought it was like, is this Mickey? Is this Paula? So appreciate y'all reaching out on Discord. And Mickey, please, I hope I can find you on this Discord. Let me actually look right now. Maybe Finn, can you confirm that Mickey joined? I know Finn's been like really good when it comes to they know I don't have any idea how to really use the Discord, but you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn.
I'll read this one too. We got Roll That Beautiful Bean footage. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. So we got, man, all we're missing is the barbecue and a few whiskeys in here. And in my opinion, Nick is going to be present in the next 10 to 15 years. Guy is too good.
Yeah. Wait. Let me. All right. So let me. Well, not if we running against them now, but let me. We'll decide that later on. But yeah, Mickey is in it. Mickey's in it. So Mickey, shout out to Mickey. And Mickey, yo, we need to tap in. We need to tap in because maybe we. I don't know. With all this support that you're giving, we got to figure out a way to bring this together. So maybe we can figure out a way to. We'll talk a little bit later on. But yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate Roll That Beautiful Beam footage. Appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the 100 people that are watching because that doesn't go unnoticed. It's appreciated. We've been on here for, it's almost 4 hours.
Almost 4 hours. And I feel like we just getting in our bag.
Yeah. And so Roll That Barber. So in my opinion, Nick is going to be president in the next 10 to 15 years. I think he for sure has an opportunity.
I think he'll push for it.
Yeah, has an opportunity, but or period. However, I think that there's going to have to be, he's going to have to figure out how he wants to go about approaching a lot of these issues, how he wants to approach them. And because it's different, in my opinion, well, maybe it's not, because we would have said the same thing about Trump in a lot of ways where it's like, you can't become president like that. So I actually retract that statement. I guess what I'm really trying to say is that I hope Nick does shift certain things and grow in certain areas like we all need to grow. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm wagging the finger at him. But just with certain things, my goal is to always bring people together and to unite people, not just one particular group of people. So therefore, with that, I hope that it's more just unifying. And I have heard Nick say these things. That's why he said certain things like, hey, it's not about color. Black people, anybody can get on the team. But then it's like, fast forward to the next show or whatever else it may be, and then it's more of the rhetoric with the race baiting stuff. So
it just depends on like what mood he in.
Yeah, it depends on what mood he in. Yeah, because you got it. Yeah, but he definitely, you got this type of influence. You got an opportunity. Opportunity. Let's keep going.
There is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis. In the trials after the war, confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than that.
Well, it could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it could be 100 times
more
than
that.
And,
the people are going to be.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized, is my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been, there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the...
Real quick, did you hear Piers get caught on the hot mic? That's why they went to Nick on full screen.
Oh, no.
Yo, so he said, where's the Hitler quote or something real quick? Hold on, listen to this.
Oh, I did hear
There's
that.
never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because there has never been. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been, there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
So let me, and this is something that I wanted to address, that what Robert actually said. So Robert said he's trolling hard here, 100 times more. Interesting point that Nick is bringing up, because notice how if you say any number less than the number that they give as far as 6 million, you're going to have people coming at you. But Nick could say, no, maybe 100 times more. I don't think that that's actually realistic. But did you hear any pushback from Piers? Did you hear? So it's like, so I'm assuming that Piers didn't take that as sarcastic. So if we're assuming that Piers didn't take it as sarcastic, why is it like, why is it such a problem to say, yo, maybe there was, 3, maybe it was, BK just got taken off. Maybe I should stop talking. But the point is, like, when you question something being less, it seems like it's all good. But when you question it, when you question it and saying that, hey, it may be more, or if you suggest without questioning that it may be more, it's all good. But if you question it and say, hey, what if it's less? It's a problem. That's what I don't like.
Did you get kicked off, Clay?
Nah, bro. That's you. And by the way, I didn't even tell BK. We're going live from your channel as well. We're doing both channels.
Okay, that's cool.
This is on Misinformed, yeah. But yeah.
That joint say 0.
On what?
At the top.
Like it recalibrates. You just got to recalibrate. It'll recalibrate because your chat probably doesn't say anything yet. It just recalibrates. Sometimes it does that. So Murph, shout out to Murph. He said, hey, gentlemen, can you get Norman Finkelstein on? That's my guy, man. That's my guy. I would love to have Norm on. Definitely would love to have Norm on. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is true. A lot of this stuff is true what he's saying. Like, why can't I question any of this? If it's true, people like, it's almost like if you're interviewing me, I want you to ask certain things that I'm prepared to answer. But if I'm not prepared to answer and I'm uncomfortable with the answer that I have to give, then I'm going to say, hey, BK, don't ask me about that. Like,
just like stay away from that.
Right. Which is why they always have this qualifying question of, do you believe Israel has the right to exist? And people like tremble in their boots if they say anything other than, yes, Israel has the right to exist. Yes, Israel has the right to defend itself. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. Absolutely not. You don't have the right to exist if your existence depends on ethnically cleansing or committing a genocide.
Right.
It's not a right. That's like saying, did America have the right to exist? Did Christopher Columbus have the right? Like, this is that chosen mindset, that elitist mindset that you got the audacity to think you have the right to exist. What does that even mean? Based on what? Based on some scripture? Yeah, I don't go by that. Sorry, I'm not interpreting it that way. And even if I was interpreting it that way, still, no. You don't get to reference something 3,000 years ago and say, yeah, we can kick these people off to their land and go through whatever measures it takes to kick them off. We have the right to do it. Just like America didn't have the right to do what they did. Now, did America do it? Conquered, colonized? Yeah, cool. America won. But as far as having the right to something, no. Nobody has the right. People have the right to exist. People have rights. Bibi Netanyahu in Israel do not have the right, just like the majority of the countries that have been created right now, when we look on the map, don't have the right to exist. What does that even mean? Especially when your entire existence can only happen by genocide and ethnic cleansing. Or colonizing in another type of way. Like, what this is ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous, and it just shows how cowardly people have been accustomed to being by answering that question in a way because they're getting bullied and they just accept it. I look forward to the day that somebody asks me that question on a platform and I can explain it this way, on a big platform, because it's like, what are y'all, like, the nerve of y'all? You racist? You think that they got the right to just take somebody else's stuff and say it's theirs? That right? Now, if we live if we're in the jungle and we're looking at like survival of the fittest, then all right, do your thing. But that's not what I align with. I don't think that leads us to a positive place. And overall, regardless of whether it leads us here or there, I don't subscribe to any country that has the quote unquote right to exist. I don't even know what that means. Let's keep it moving.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponize
my fault, BK. You did put it on the screen. My bad. So roll that beautiful bean footage, bro. Shout out to you, first and foremost. Thank you, sincerely. How many other groups have been genocided, enslaved, tortured, etc. in human history? Guess what, Piers? All of us at one point or another. I agree. Like, and then this is the thing. See, I think I'm not saying, like, we'll save the whole victimhood, like, oh my God, these colonizers, we'll save that for a different day, that conversation. But as far as just the right, and as far as us just making this thing out as if there's only been one Holocaust of people, there's only been one genocide of people, that this was the worst tragedy in the history of the world. No, I don't subscribe to that. I just don't subscribe to that. And if you want me to subscribe to that, then allow me to ask these questions and give me the answers. And then maybe I will get to a point where I subscribe to that. But I don't have enough information to just say that. And you're not going to bully me into seeing the world in that type of way. It's just not going to happen. Let's keep going. Mm-hmm. Did I address anything? Yeah, okay.
Of course, for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. The truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny.
Before you tell us what they're thinking, Piers, your selective outrage when it comes to certain groups of people shows who the true racists and elitists are. We celebrate Christopher Columbus like he's cool. Is Christopher Columbus, is Hitler just a way worse person than Christopher Columbus? What did Piers Morgan say earlier when he was talking about the people that commit gun violence? They said, well, to the people that die, it's all the same, right? So what makes Hitler somebody that we can't say is cool, but Christopher Columbus, we got to celebrate and teach to our youngins in school and indoctrinate them with the mindset that he's cool?
Yeah, you said that yesterday.
Like, come on, bro. Y'all not picking and choosing when it comes to this. You're not gonna police who I think is cool, bro. Who cares? You're 60 years old, Piers. Why do you care? A 27-year-old thinks somebody is cool. Now people, because you're trying to police his language, now you know what this is gonna cause, Piers? The people that you're trying to cape for, they're going to be upset with you, because at the end of the day, all this is going to do is now open up a whole lot of other people who now may think Hitler is cool. There's a reason why a lot of these Hitler translated speeches are going viral now. There's a lot of people who had no idea what Hitler was saying or was about, and we only learned it through our indoctrinated school system, who now we're doing our due diligence. And guess what, Piers? There may be a lot more people that think there's certain aspects about Hitler that's cool. And Nick did clarify this on his show. Perhaps he wishes that he would have, clarified it in this interview with Piers. But my point is that forget cool or anything like that. I wouldn't use that word to describe him personally, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to call out the fact that it's okay for us to call Christopher Columbus cool and celebrate him, but then people can't say that Hitler's cool. Nah, I don't subscribe to that, bro.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I don't subscribe to that.
Absolutely.
I don't subscribe to that. And somebody, and Michelle, shout out to Michelle Bowling. Jesse Owens debunked Hitler in his face. You're talking about when Jesse Owens went to the Olympics, and didn't he say that he was treated better by Hitler and the Nazis than he was in his own hometown? That I believe, and somebody can correct me on this, but I believe that Hitler actually congratulated him for his success winning the medals at that particular Olympics. But meanwhile, he went home, and I think it was Woodrow Wilson, if I can remember correctly, Woodrow Wilson, the president of the United States, in which Jesse Owens just won these Olympic awards for, right? Olympic medals for America. He didn't congratulate him.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So now, oh, I get it. We can only see the world through a particular group of people's lens, because it's not okay for Jesse Owens to say that Hitler's one thing. We have to see it through only a particular group's lens and them seeing it. But when it comes to Christopher Columbus, Piers, are you concerned with, let's say, what some indigenous people feel about it? Do you stand up against Christopher Columbus Day because, hey, that's offensive to some of the indigenous people who had their ancestors killed by it? Or is it just when it comes to Jewish people? Bro, we're not buying into this anymore. You're not bullying. You're not scaring us. And you look very weak when you present yourself in this argument this way, Piers. Let's, what did Roll That Beauty say?
Yeah.
Roll that beautiful beam footage, bro. Preach, say it louder for the ones in the back. Solid takes, my guy. Appreciate that. Appreciate you.
Sure. Shout out to you, Roll.
Yo, we just saying what's right in front of our face, yo. You're not gonna bully me into seeing this person is cool, that person's not cool. Bro, stop it. We sound like the goofies that look at these politicians like fanatics as fans. All of these people are corrupt. All of these people are cruel. All of these people have murdered massive amounts of people, whether it's Barack Obama, just because he gets up there and he's the cool guy and he's going to, be able to speak to you real nice and come across real, make you feel good. Like, nobody's buying into any of that. Mm-hmm. He's killed a crazy amount of people drop bombs with drones. He's the drone guy, dropping all these bombs on women and children. Like, stop it, bro. We're not buying into this smooth talking, like Pierce, because he presents himself as the non-racist, and Nick is just a little bit more or a lot more direct and straightforward. We're not buying into that, bro. We're not buying into that. So yeah, I'm sorry for going off on another tangent, bro.
Nah, get in your bag. Get in your bag.
I just don't like that, because you're trying to play me. You're trying to play me like I'm stupid. You're insulting my intelligence, and I don't like that.
Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist, Finkelstein. What are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being 1 out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
Or perhaps you want to call out the people that actually tried to cancel Nick Fuentes. Who are those people? Wasn't the blacks, wasn't the women. This man, this was the weakest point of this interview, bro. You're bringing up somebody who's talking about my mom and then talking about his dad. You're talking about, oh, you've been canceled, so you may want to get online with it. Bro, why don't you call out the people that have tried to cancel him? Call out Ben Shapiro. Who is he working for? Who does he represent? This is embarrassing, bro. This is an embarrassing piece of journalism, in my opinion.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
were murdered. Yeah, we got all that. Me mom, like we're. You know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I
mean,
do.
Can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered 12 million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had been,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers? Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit warrens.
Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay, the Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives,
honestly, Nick Fuentes,
and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Shit. Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me, mom and me, dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You know.
You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm
have
banned
been.
from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a
How much money?
Piers, what do you do for money? You have goofballs come on your show and debate and create more division, and that's what you do to create your $100 million company. Like the moral high ground, bro. Boomers, how did this get here? Like how did we get to this point? And the only reason why we got to this point when it comes to how Nick is speaking. I don't want to speak for Nick, but what it seems like a lot of Nick's thoughts and ideas are based around is it's a pushback, it's a reaction, it's a response to boomers teaching us, our generation, that we have to treat Jewish people like this, that we have to support Israel, that we have to do all these things, that, hey, this Holocaust you can't question. These are the chosen people, all these type of things that now people are responding, being like, man, fuck that. And this is what we're hearing. I don't see it. See, I don't see this particular issue the same way. This is why I said, like, I wouldn't call Hitler cool. Just me personally, I wouldn't call Hitler cool. Based on the things that he's done, I would not call Hitler cool. But I understand, but what I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy and all this stuff when we pick and choose, and Piers Morgan acting as if he's, something just very much bothers me about all this. Something very much bothers me about all this. But yeah, it's just, and even you see the energy in Piers shifted when he said, your company's worth $100 million. How much are you getting paid? And he kind of shifted his thoughts a little bit.
Then don't say I'm doing.
BK, my apologies. I'm stopping too much.
No, you good.
Because you know that full well, and you say it's a
How
grift.
much money? How much
if
money
I wanted
are
to be
you?
a grifter, I'd be like you,
How
and
much
I would
money
go
are,
and say,
how much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys
I'm not
overplayed your
done
hand.
hearing about that.
Okay, well, you know, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crime
three
minorities
sons
anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Is it, again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an icon.
Before he responds, very quickly, shout out to Roll That Beautiful Beam footage.
Shout
Let's
out
be
to
real. Nick is right that uniforms and parades, et cetera, are actually cool. And why doesn't Piers talk about Mao or Stalin? I agree 100% as far as bringing up all these other people, because he picks and chooses, because certain things align with the powers that be. And these type of conversations, they actually prove more so what Nick is saying when he talks about these organized Jewry. Piers, you're doing a terrible job in trying to downplay that. If anything, people are watching this and saying, like, yeah, it seems like certain people do mean a little bit more to certain people than others. It seems like certain people do have certain privilege that other people don't have. And people like Piers are scared to call those things out. So I definitely see that. I just also look at it from a standpoint, it's like, I see where these conversations can go. And I see where if you call Stalin, if you say certain things about Stalin and say, like in the Tucker interview, what Nick did when he said, like, yeah, that's a date that I remember. And I think that it was December 18th. The only reason why I remember is because my mom's birthday. I think it was the same date. And but when it comes to all these people, I don't need to call any of them cool, because I'm not trying to use that type of tactic to necessary. And I don't want to say it's a tactic. Maybe Nick will say it's just being real, but I also understand that saying these things, you're going to turn off a whole bunch of people. Maybe he's not concerned with turning off a whole bunch of people, but it's like I think when we watch a lot of these type of interactions with debates, we tend to look at it like we're watching a sports game where it's like, oh, this person won, so I'm all in on this person, I'm all in on this person. We got to be able to critique all different sides of this and understand that the things that are being said have an impact, whether you intend it or not. So do I need to say that Hitler's cool? Where there's certain things that about Hitler that were cool? Yeah, there's certain things that are cool about anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain, bring up the biggest villain in the world and you're going to be able to say, yeah, there's certain cool things about them. You know, they were able to influence in one particular way or another. I get all that, but I just don't need to say it in order to appease or to rile people up or to get a click, to use it as clickbait. However, I'm also calling out the BS and the hypocrisy on Piers Morgan's side. Shout out to Robert. Robert said, your sons sound like girls. That had me rolling. Me too. I don't think a lot of people, they sound like girls. All right, let's keep it moving. Are we really about to get through all this?
Class. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth. Right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against whites.
How many Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say,
who am I losing to?
White people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white.
I want to, BK, tell me if you thought this when you heard this.
Yeah.
Piers Morgan either thinks that we're fools or he's just trying to portray it a certain way. I don't know what he thinks, but when you say that, and he used the word overrun, that the world's being overrun, but they're talking about power and what Nick said earlier, as far as, this organized Jewry running the world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but when I look at power, it's usually a small select group of people that are extremely united, a tight fist and united on purpose. And they control the majority of the masses group of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I typically see. So for Piers to present it in a way where it's like, you telling me that only 15 million can control 2 billion? Absolutely. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
A small organized group of people, they have the power. You telling me that these slaveholders could control all these slaves, all these niggas on this plantation? You telling me that you see where we're going with this?
Yeah.
It's a power play.
But you kind of got to get deep for that, though.
Yeah.
Like that ain't surface shit. Like for you to really take a step back out of your emotions and really be like, yeah, when I look at the NFL owners are a minority compared to the majority of the players and athletes and the coaches. But interesting, power doesn't necessarily means numbers or brute strength. It means control. And what is control determined by? Well, it's different in every avenue. So you're spot on with that shit.
Yeah.
But that's his bag, though. That's the boomer bag.
Yeah.
Like, if I can get you out of your feelings, or if I can, like, the same boomer bag, like, donate a penny, like the commercials back in the day, donate a penny to save a starving African child in the middle of, and you're like, damn. Or donate 10 cents to the Salvation Army. It's like, you just don't even realize, yo, that shit was like the wave. That was the wave. Donate 25 cents and you can save a dog from the veterinary service. Like, that has been the bag. Then we turn around and the people that was getting us all in our fields and getting us to provide money monetarily or financially was doing backhand shit with the bread, or it wasn't going where it was supposed to get. So that has been the play. That was the BLM play.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got the funding. Like, that's the play that we see. A lot of the boomers have ran that play because that was what was successful at that time. Now we're kind of getting pushback from the younger generation because now they're in a space where it's like, nah, we done seen this crossover too many times. We done seen y'all play this tune, play this song, use this same paragraph. We're going to be a little bit hesitant and slow before we make our assumptions. You're not going to get us to impulsively put, just throw money or support, like, because the mask, like he said earlier, has been constantly been revealing ourselves. And the people that would look, Paul J got it 6 cents a day. Like, all that stuff was like, it's marketing. Mm-hmm. And so, like, the young bulls, look, y'all forced their hand. They didn't have to go polarizing like this. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to go Fuentes. You know what I mean? I fought with this, that. They didn't have to go there, but y'all played them. Y'all played the shit out of them when they wasn't there. Now they tight. They upset. They want their money back. And now you can't tell them to relax and be split down the middle because y'all were so polarizing on one side. The only way that they're going to feel like they're recouping any bit of their respect, money, and dignity is if they're just polarizing to the other side. That's just human psychology. If somebody hits you, you want to hit them back with equal or if not more force. So don't complain now to a generation of children that y'all raised to be so polarizing because you weren't listening to them. You weren't feeling them. You weren't listening to their emotions. You weren't trying to hear all that. That's the generation that told their kids it'll be all right. It doesn't matter. And then now do we look like men growing up, mental health, people not this, they're rebelling from their parents. Yes, you have got the polar opposite now. That's why it's always to be important to be exactly what Where Dak is saying is don't fall in love with people's campaigns, their tactics, their marketing. Fall in love with principles that will be correct, whether or not we're in 2025, whether or not we're in 1925, whether or not we're in 3025. These same principles that we're fighting and trying to stand on will stand the test of time regardless. So we don't have to look up now and when we're 60 and 70 and be like, what the fuck we was saying? Because we were never in love with anything that we were saying per se, that if it was to change over the time, that we don't allow it to evolve. We're allowing that. Remember, Dak was the hugest fan of, black this and black that, and he would say that. We are not
address it with the same and would address it with the same energy you see me addressing this with. And you know what? I got to a point where I was like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I'm with new experiences, I realized that no, this is wrong. So I shifted. There's nothing wrong with shifting your opinion on something.
Yeah.
My fault, BK. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right. You're right. You're stating it. You talked about a Dr. Umar yelling, but then when you start listening, not feeling, but listening truly with ears, not with the point of responding to overpower or change the other person's perspective or get them to buy into what your initiative or your focus for, but truly to the core, as difficult may sound, but just listening with the intent of just doing personal research with maybe the information that you have. The only way you can get somebody to show their hand is if you let them talk. When you let them talk, they reveal everything they're thinking. That's how you usually can combat in a conversation or a debate. When it's always met with cutoffs and things like that, you're not really going to get in your bag because you can't leverage the information that they said. So this is what allows this type of growth to happen. So the reason we are in this polarizing and the reason that Nick is blowing up little guy at the crib just turned in Chicago because we was once silencing the children that are now in position where they're behind the politicians and the politics now. And now this is what they want to be on. What I'm going to say. They shouldn't be heard. They shouldn't be listened to. They're not in fear. I'm going to downplay it because maybe I made you at the end of the day, don't matter what your opinion is. You got to pull up almost like a therapist, like a lawyer. I don't care if you did it or didn't do it. Just let me know what it is. That's it.
I love that you brought up all those points, especially with the growth, man. We gotta drop the ego and grow a bit. And I want to address what Robert just wrote, and also a comment from Steph Rod in a second as well. So Robert wrote, watching Pierce own arguments collapse live is hilarious. And obviously, thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Absolutely, Robert. Appreciate it.
Pierce has his own fact-checking crew and is getting totally schooled by a 27-year-old. That's definitely something that when I heard him speaking in the background and him confirming facts and statistics, yo, Pierce, keep it over here.
You should have rolled up no gloves on type shit.
It's like, yo, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Let me bring up what Steph Rod said. Shout out to Steph. I understand, but if you listen to his live last night, Nick really thinks he went harder than he did on his responses. He feels like he schooled Pierce. I don't know. This is a problem that I have. And this is why I said earlier, and I saw maybe an hour of Nick's live, last night. I was trying to get some rest. I was going to go to bed early, but then I ended up just having him to tap that Rumble button. And I was like, oh, he's actually already live. He just went live. I was like, let me record. Let me start looking at this. And I was recording the live. And I agree with what you're saying. Because this is the problem when you go into this as a fan. If you're going into this interview and rooting for Nick or rooting for Pierce, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I am saying that it is going to alter your objectivity when you're looking at it. It's going to alter it because naturally you're going to see more things in Nick's favor. You're going to see more things in Pierce's favor. And even when I went to look at the comments on the show, it's all pro Nick. Nick washed him. Everything is showing Nick washed him. You and I, BK, I reacted in real time. Then I talked to you and reacted afterwards. Nick did not wash Pierce because it's not Nick versus Pierce, in my opinion. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it as what is Nick expressing to the people? What is he, how he's using this platform? Did he best use it to get across whatever it is that his goal is? So that's how I'm judging it on. I think that Nick, there's a lot of things that when he went back to the drawing table, and it's no different than sports. We can win a game. How many times you played a game where you win, you may get a couple sacks, and I can remember vividly me going out, taking forever to shower, and then going out, and my parents are there, Maya there, whoever, Justin there, whatever.
You was always the last one.
Last one there. I get out, and they may say good game. They may say, but in my mind, I may be like, there's a couple plays on film where it's like, I'm not looking forward to seeing that with the rest of the team. That was not a good look. And you know that inside. So I think Nick, if he's being realistic with himself, he may feel that he has to portray that to his people and whatnot. But it's like you can fall victim and it become almost intoxicating when you have so many people that are just yes manning you and just pushing you to say Nick washed him. No, there's a lot of areas that Nick could improve, and if you want Nick to be as influential as he has the potential to become, then I would say look at it from a more critical standpoint. Call out the certain areas. Call out, Nick got to do better in this area. Yo, Nick got to control the narrative in this a little bit better. He let Pierce control the discussion. I don't care who's asking the questions. He's interviewing me. So I dictate the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I control the flow of this interview. That would be more my mindset. No different than, like I said, interviewing with a company. I'm switching it up. I'm interviewing you. You think you interviewing me? Nah. I'm interviewing you to make sure that this is a place that I want to bring my talents to, almost. And you get what I'm saying? So I think that people should be more realistic, but people just look at it through a lens. If you are a super fan of Pierce and you're a super fan of Nick, then y'all both may be missing the boat. You know what I'm saying? I think we should be critical of those. And if you are a super fan, the only way for you not to be missing the boat and to be as objective as possible, in my opinion, is to be as critical as possible with the people that you're actually rocking with. If you're a fan of something, be as critical as possible of that.
It
Just
keeps
like
you
I
balanced.
want to be, like I want to be my own personal. I want to be my harshest critic. That's how I'm going to get the most out of myself. So if I finish up a show and my parents are saying, you know, how they typically send us in the group chat, hey, great show. Y'all did y'all thing on this one. We may be thinking like, all right, bro, we got to, you know, there's certain areas, or at least in our individual minds, we're like, all right, we could have done this a little bit better. We could have, what did we jump on the call right after the live show yesterday? All right, maybe if we make this improvement, we do this.
Yeah.
Like it's different when you have a certain level of criticism. This is why it's like, we don't value a lot of times the criticism that comes our way because we take offense to it because we have fragile egos. I need my parents giving me feedback. I need Maya giving me feedback because I don't want to jump out here and say something wild that may not necessarily be aligned with how I live my life. So I need the people around me who know me the most, who are able to give me that criticism, and I want to receive it. And I also have to be very careful in how I respond to their criticism, because you could say something to where now they don't even want to give you criticism. Now they're just going to say, oh yeah, you did a good job. You know, no, I need that criticism because just like you said earlier, BK, how I used to go super hard with the blackity black stuff, and I don't see the world like that. And I understand that cost me a lot of friendships, relationships. People still probably looking at me some type of way because of it. It's all good though. That's part of my growth and development. However, I perhaps could have grown faster or been a little bit more efficient in my understanding if I would have been a little bit able to get criticism and to listen to it and take it in a more constructive way. It only improves me. So hopefully that's coming across the right way.
But yeah, and what I'm noticing here with even you presenting that, it's like that is an emotional journey. And when I say emotion, that don't mean like not on no soft shit, but like it does require your psychological, your nervous system to experience what it feels like to be polarizing. What it feels like to double down. A lot of people go their entire life and they're very split in indecisive or non-confrontational about things that they personally feel. We always hear that. Hey man, speak up for yourself. Hey man, keep your head up. Hey, don't accept that being walked over by people. These are things that we're having to teach people from age in high school all the way up to grown-ups. And it's because it's a true testimony to where your emotional development stands. And if you're not perfecting that and challenging that and pushing that and controlling that, then you will always be concerned about what the comments say, what the family says, et cetera, et cetera. You must be stoic. You must be balanced. You must be down the middle. It's not to say that we don't love to hear the stuff that mom and pops tell us, because we need that also. But we also have to be grounded in understanding I'm never going to get too high off of what I hear or what's being said towards me, nor will I ever get too low. That must and always be in control of me. And depending on how I'm feeling that day or where I'm at in my bag, I will lean to whatever I need that particular day. So when you in a down, it's good to see the text message be like, hey, OG, man, you doing your thing. But like, maybe you was off one key and you like, or maybe you felt like you was on your shit and you had a couple critiques in that joint. It's all beneficial. That's how you become the best player, the best athlete, the best musician, the best worker at your company. It's constant feedback. We're constantly going through life and responding to feedback and data that we're getting through our experiences. So as you go and push yourself through this journey, the ones that are going to be critiqued and criticized are honestly the ones that will continue to push the narrative and push innovation in these type of spaces. It's the one that to play devil's advocates, it's the Piers Morgan that's willing to get on here to be scrutinized by the younger generation is where the development stands. It's not standing where him keeping his beliefs hoarded in his community, in his circle, and being surrounded by them people. It's constantly putting himself in faces of people like Nick, because what we see or hear is this ain't Piers Morgan's first rodeo with somebody who doesn't align with his beliefs. It shows that he spends not only time in his community where he speaks to his people, but he's done spend enough time outside his community to perfect this skill of being able to go toe for toe for somebody that a boomer versus somebody that is as young as him. So it shows you that, look, man, old school uncle, man, look, If he knows the fundamentals of basketball, don't make it seem like he can't cross your ass up and let you know how it is. He don't have to be the biggest. He don't have to be the strongest. He don't have to be the fastest. This game is based on fundamentals, and emotional empathy and IQ is equally as important as huge words, syntax, delivery, tonality. All these things play into the game of conversation, politics, and debate. So if you neglect one, you will be exposed. And that's what we saw for the first and second quarter with Piers Morgan. But now we're seeing him get more comfortable. His nerves are relaxed. He's not as triggered. Now we see him getting into his third and fourth quarter back into the position where we know he can be. These are the public duels we need. We need an audience watching, looking for you to fuck up publicly so you go back to your fucking house and you go dig in to the roots with your team and analyze how the fuck we get back to this same position and we don't fall victim to the play that he just ran.
Somebody give BK a super chat right now. Stop playing with my boy.
Let's go.
Stop playing with my boy, man.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. That one felt good, didn't it? Felt good looking at it. I felt like I was in it with you. Like,
yes, sir. Let's go.
Shout out to Roll That Beautiful Beam footage. It's good to see more and more of us waking up to the establishment's agendas and bullshit. It's good versus evil, not them versus Republican, black versus white. Salute, guys. That's a fact, bro. We fighting a different battle, bro.
Mm-hmm.
We fighting a different battle. And it's amazing to have everybody join together. And like I said, we may argue over different strategies to go about it, but we all having the understanding of what the establishment and what our true enemy is trying to do against us. That's foundational, like BK said.
Mm-hmm.
So, shout out to Robert B. Shout out to our brother Robert.
Big Rob. Yes,
make sure to subscribe. Robert would be the one that just sends a super chat, just telling people to make sure they subscribe and turn on notifications.
Robert, love.
As Robert always says, control the algorithm. Don't let the algorithm control you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Did we get it? Hold on. Oh, man, all right, we got another one. Hold on. This is wild. This is wild. We finna quit our jobs, man. Let me, hold on.
Okay, this is a good question.
My dad said, my dad don't comment. He said, preach BK in all caps.
Shout out to Pop. Shout out to Pop, man. Let's go.
Man. All right, so Robert wrote, so what would you suggest Nick do better? I mean, Pierce wasn't putting up any kind of solid arguments. It was all pearl clutching and moral outrage. I think that's a good thing for Nick. I think that a lot of these interactions, and I think that's what BK was hitting on. It's good for Pierce to bring Nick on because it allows us to see just how lopsided a lot of these views are when it comes to the things that people challenge Nick Fuentes on. For me, it would be all the things that we've talked about before as far as the suggestions that I'd look at with Nick. We starting off, he got a little bit emotional when he talked about his dad. I thought that was something that he could have handled a little better rather than like magnifying the problem. When it comes to, let's say Nick on the whole black issue, I felt like he could have explained those things a little bit better rather than just saying, yep, I'm racist. Or, yep, I think black people. Black people should be locked up. Yep, that's what I stand on. Yep, black people should be locked up. You got it. He doesn't have to do. So when I say you got to, I'm not saying what he has to do, but you're asking me what I would suggest that he does better. These are the things Nick doesn't understand, or maybe he does or doesn't understand, because he did say it in this interview. There's a whole lot of black people that are rocking with him. See, this is the difference. There's people that rock with you because they're following you emotionally, and there's people that are rocking with you because they're following you logically. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that fall, a little bit on both sides or somewhat in the middle. The people that rock with Nick emotionally, that's a lot of his base. The people that were rocking with him when he was on these platforms that nobody even knows about, when he was talking about these certain issues, probably being a little bit more performative, saying certain things, those are the people that he appears to, these disaffected young white men that are pissed off, and they're just happy that Nick Fuentes, they finally got somebody who's willing to say nigger on TV. He's willing to have the wang hat. He's willing to call out Jews. He's willing to do all these things. He's preaching for white Christian nationalism. That's going to be a particular group. But there's also a lot of other people that appreciate, maybe don't agree with everything that you're saying, because obviously nobody agrees with what anybody should say unless you are a super fan, which is very dangerous. So when you look at it from that standpoint, it's like okay, Nick, if you somehow give more context, I'm not telling Nick to change his stance on anything. I actually want him to give more context, elaborate on it. Don't allow these people to just paint you in a picture and compartmentalize you and give you these labels. Actually explain, because he's a very gifted explainer of why he has the views that he has. Keep in mind, because I review all of Nick's shows, I've recorded and reviewed, recorded and given reviews to every single one of Nick's shows in the last like 3-4 months since I started watching them. So I understand the context of a lot of these things that will be missed in conversations when you're just having Piers with a Piers audience and a lot of YouTube audience that doesn't typically see Nick Fuentes. So what I'm trying to suggest is, hey, there's a whole lot of other people here that you may be offending because let's say that they are emotional. But just like you understand that a lot of the people that follow you, your base are emotional and that's why they rock with you, there's a lot of other people that are emotional. And for those same things that you're saying, they may be discouraged to even be open to listening and entertaining the things that you're saying. And a lot of those people, those are people that will be on board with you the most because they're not following you just based on emotion. They're following you based on logic, based on principles, based on you being willing to stand up and call out certain things that a lot of other people are not willing to call out. So that's would be my suggestion. And of course, as we've said the entire show, we'll make other suggestions here and there. But that's what comes to mind when you ask it. But yeah, without giving too much, elaborating on it too much. And shout out to Dr. King. Shout out to Professor in the building. Dr. King wrote, anyone else not wanting this conversation to end today? I lucked out with being a snow day today to join this whole time. Wow, I'm just grateful.
Yeah, we're firing off.
I'm just grateful. This is dope. This is dope.
People canceling meeting. Did you see Michelle Bowen? I canceled my shit today so I could stay in the chat. We got Mickey said it's well above freezing, but I'm stalling because this conversation is fire. Let's just keep this thing rolling.
Right. Like I see Vons in the chat, and y'all know, for those that don't know, people are new. Vons is somebody that I grew up with. This is my childhood brother. And I think that Vons, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that like certain people, like Nick may not be expecting Vons to agree with some of the things that he's saying and to call, but it's like people can appreciate because people can relate to realness in different ways. So it's like sometimes you got to just give people the opportunity to hear everything. And perhaps it's maybe people are taking it as if, you've heard that term where you got to give them the medicine with the peanut butter. But I'm not saying that. I'm not telling Nick to not be himself. I'm not saying to change up his views or to have a softer approach. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying based on the goal, I would assume that you want certain people that are like-minded on your team, on board with you, because it's an influence game. And I think that you are missing out on a large portion of people that will rock with you, even if they don't agree with everything, but will appreciate you for being willing to be courageous enough to call out a lot of the stuff that we've grown up in a culture that you're not allowed to call out. So don't y'all hate when people do that? It's like, bro, I just repeated the same thing I said. You didn't have to say it again. But for some reason, before I said it, I felt like it was going to hit a little different. But neither here nor there. What did Dr. King write? Shout out to Dr. King.
Dr. King, let's go.
Oh, my God. Dr. King wrote, Steve and I listen every day. Thank you, Mickey. Beautiful Bean, Robert Polson, for inspiring.
Shout out to all y'all.
And let's be very clear. This is a family thing. So for y'all that don't know, Dr. King is our family. Steve is our family. So this is, they gonna make a thug cry, man. They gonna make a thug cry, man. Appreciate y'all. Hold on. Did we catch up with all of these?
I think I saw Panasonic. I started watching at the beginning. Now it's 5 a.m. in Australia. Shout out to you in Australia. Wow. Love Panasonic. And then we got we got a super chat from Roll That Beautiful Bean footage. Bro, y'all seriously need to start collaborating with other podcasts. These takes are all A1. Y'all can definitely make huge waves in political commentary.
If that's what the people want.
Let us know. Chat.
Oh, man.
Let us know what we need to do next.
Yo, man. Bond's throwing it out there. This show about to be bigger than Piers Morgan. And hold on. And for those that don't know, we say it all the time. This is a community show. That's why sometimes it may come across you know, you hear it in a different way when I'm talking to maybe going back and forth for critical, like cam up. But that's actually, this is everybody's show. And we welcome everybody to have an opinion, to jump on camera, whatever it may be. We keep it respectful. We have respectful combos. So therefore, it's open to everybody. We want as many different perspectives. And I said all that to say, Vons, you know how much I appreciate your support in particular. Like Vons is, I got to say this real quick. Vons is the same person that when I went on Instagram, hold up, man. Let me shout out Vons, because you got to celebrate your people. You got to celebrate your people, because if you don't celebrate your people, who is? So let me show y'all something real quick. And hold on, please bear with me. Please bear with me. 1 second. This is and for those that watch the show on a regular basis, y'all know Vons and I, we go at it. We go at it. But let me highlight this very quickly. Oh man, hold on. Give me a second. BK, give me a filler.
For sure. So definitely appreciate that. But definitely like, subscribe, guys. If you're new to the channel, this is the longest. This feels like a marathon right now. I feel like Casanat streaming for 30 days. So it's greatly appreciated. And like I said, like, subscribe, get active in the comments. We're active every single day. This is what we do. This is what we love doing. We love bringing attention. We love bringing conversation respectfully. But we double down on, our positions and stances. We're not shy to being confrontational. We're not shy to anybody's perspectives and opinions. And we willing to cam up and chop it up with whoever, whenever.
Tremendous, BK. Great transition. Great transition, bro. I appreciate it so much. All right, so I'm gonna look at the date. Can you see it on the screen, BK? So it's January 9th, 2016. We were doing our OG Foundation program, a Kings and Queens program, which we fed the kids in the neighborhood. We had them working on their speech, teaching them real estate through Monopoly, all different types of stuff. We were doing this 2 to 3 days a week, and it was just family, really. It was my mom, it was Vons, it was my brother, it was my dad. It was just our family doing this, and the Board of Education wouldn't allow us to send out flyers because we were doing a free program to help a lot of the I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about this word now, but a lot of the underprivileged kids in our town, in that area. So when the Board of Ed said, oh, parents have been complaining about receiving too many flyers, and I hit Vons up, and Vons was like, yo, let's just go walk around and hand out the flyers. So what did we do? Hold on. Can I turn up the volume? Hold on.
To have your positive program send out flyers to all
ignore that. Yeah, what was I doing with that goofy?
I forgot you had that.
Hold on, is this the second video?
Parents, because they're too busy worried about what the parents of the kids who don't need the program think. Worried about having too many flyers sent home. Knock it off.
Where Vons? Hold up. Where Vons at?
We hitting every crib. This is what you got to do when the mom said Board of Ed won't.
What the EMS? What is EMS coming straight from work? Yo?
Hey yo, let's go.
Bro. I just had to show that. My apologies. I hope we didn't lose too many people, but
that's
Vons,
community. That's community,
you, bro. Love you, bro. For real.
Shout out to Vons for sure.
All right, let's get back to the show.
Mm-hmm. You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about why genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later, but I'm just curious.
Did you just say preach in the background?
No.
You didn't hear that? Or was that Nick? I really thought you did.
No, that was Nick.
I was about to say. Elaborate, BK.
I know where you want me to stop.
Talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later, but I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you with your rhetoric actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children. Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers... Hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating.
This is what we complain about from time to time. There's certain people that are willing to, and it's so rich coming from, and obviously, as Mickey says that Mickey's 57 years old, obviously when we say boomers, I always feel a little bad because I feel like my parents are going to think I'm talking directly about them. It's not that. We're just talking about a generational way of thinking. Mm-hmm. Piers Morgan is telling, well, why don't you get married? Well, Piers, we're living in a society where there's not as much of an urgency to get married, where let's say generations before, our grandparents, our great grandparents, there was an incentive to get married and have kids because kids could work. You know, you needed them for different reasons. There was an incentive for women to get married because in those days, a lot of women couldn't survive on their own. So when you couple that with what we're going through right now, with the generation of women who have now been brought up to be more like men, if we're just looking at it from a cultural standpoint, then you can understand how the dynamics of our relationships are thrown off, especially when we're also growing up in a society where that's not what we're taught. We grew up telling with music saying bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. We grew up in this type of environment where it's like a guy, we just want to get out here and have sex with as many women as possible. That impacts us as men, but it also impacts women. So all these different things play a role in why we're not able to, let's say, get married at the same rate that people were previously. But by not speaking on any of those dynamics that I just named, we're doing ourselves a disservice. Let's actually speak on the fact of why it's hard to get married. It's hard to get married for a lot of the reasons, and some of the reasons are what Nick just stated. But Piers Morgan's going to act like none of those things are true. We're going to act like when you look at American women compared to a lot of other women, the weight issue is not a thing. We're going to act like American women, the culture of it. What is the culture of American culture? It's literally like Sexy Red and like all of these other people. Like that's the culture of women that we're creating. That's what's being promoted. What is Kamala Harris? She has Beyonce. Beyonce's still trying to wear revealing clothes and appeal to YNs, it seems like. So we have to acknowledge that the culture that we're in is not necessarily promising or going to support a lot of the things that we should be doing. A lot of us are just realizing later on in life, like, nah, bro, we've been doing this the wrong way. We got to figure this out. Now, like any adult, we can't just rely on and blame what happened before us or the boomers. We have to make those adjustments moving forward and address those issues. But to address these issues, we got to be real about them. We got to be real about them. And it's a very interesting dynamic when you got the boomers who don't want to keep it real on their daughters, don't want to keep it real on their sons necessarily either. And now we're trying to have real conversations and unpack the dynamics that are preventing us from being able to have a lot of these relationships, or at least it being as easy. We can't even afford to live. We can barely afford to, like all these different things. We're not brought up and educated on how to have relationships. And it's one of the most difficult things. No, it is the most difficult thing. Having a relationship has been more difficult than making the NFL. A relationship has been more difficult for me than making the NFL. It's the most difficult thing in the world to do, and we're not prepared for it at all. And Piers Morgan is sitting up here almost on his high horse saying, well, why aren't you married? Well, attitude reflects leadership, right? What we always talk about when it comes to Remember the Titans. So how I'm going to look at it, even though the boomers may not necessarily want to look at it, is if the next generation that's younger than us, BK, if they're not doing certain things, I'm going to look at ourselves as the leaders and say, damn, where did I fail them in this particular area? Not getting mad at Nick Fuentes for pointing out the things that Piers Morgan and others are too scared to point out because they know they share a lot of that blame. I hope I'm saying it the right way. Shout out to Mickey Shaw. Jesus. Woo, Mickey coming through. One more. I'm a 57-year-old lad, father of 4 young kiddos. I'm so proud of this young generation. Folks my age had to fight through a lot of programming, and we have to give grace when it comes to that. I'm glad that you wrote that last part. Just like when I talk to my parents and I say, yo, these young kids, they grow up, with social media, with a lot of different distractions that you all didn't have to grow up with. As I acknowledge that, I also have to acknowledge what you just said. As far as the older generation, the baby boomers, y'all grew up with a lot of programming where it's no different than when a lot of y'all go into the doctors. You look at the doctors much different than us. You looked at 2020 when they were handing out the jabs much different than us. And it's because you guys grew up in a way where you look at TV and you see somebody dressed in a nice shirt and tie and suit, and you think what they're saying is 100% true. You think that the journalists, they wouldn't just sway based on their advertisers and their donors and who's giving them money. You actually believed in people a little bit more than we do because we have the information. You actually believed in certain things, let's say Israel and Palestine, the issue with them, because all you saw what was being presented on the news. We got TikTok, we got all these other things. So we do have to give grace across the board, and it can't just be us picking on the boomers. We also have to give a little bit of grace. So but the thing that I'm happy about when it comes to Mickey is you are empowering the younger generation, which it feels like in a lot of ways, a lot of boomers want to be the gatekeepers and not necessarily empower the younger generation because they're fearful that the younger generation will do things differently than them, and they don't want to give up that power. But that's what we all should be doing. We should be passing it on to somebody else. We should have a mentee. Man, I'm rambling. My apologies.
No, you're good.
We got another one, bro.
Another chat? Super chat?
You got this one, bro.
All right. So shout out to that girl, Casey, at Bring the Asteroid News YouTube. Another great podcast. Okay.
So we got to tap into that, Mickey, too?
Yeah. Shout it out.
Mickey, man. Mickey, you the big homie, bro.
Showing love to everybody.
Yeah, definitely appreciate you, man. We're going to keep this rocking, bro. We're going to keep this rocking. Let me make sure that we don't have any more. And I don't mean to scroll over. We're not scrolling over any of the chats and just highlighting the super chats, but we just want to make sure that obviously y'all, we want to make sure that we're just highlighting the support that does come, but we're trying to make sure that we pay attention to every comment.
Yeah, this is a good one by Dr. King for your comment. NFL was easier because there's 100% accountability / commitment from both sides, daily dedication, whereas in some relationships, parties don't come at it with that fortitude. That's absolutely that's spot on. When you don't have an area, I always found this interesting, like college to me, which I thought at the time was some of the more, I would say, difficult times in growing up. I always say like graduating from William & Mary is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And when I say that and I get into the workspace now and I'm like working and, whether it be entrepreneurship or finding a job, I said like, oh, this is a breeze compared to school. But what I do also find interesting on a college campus is you don't ever realize that you're surrounded by people that have a similar and common goal when you go to these more educationally first prestigious schools. These schools kind of do the filtration system for you. So when you're walking around on campus and don't nobody give a damn about the football team and all they care about is graduating with flying colors so they can go work in DC or work for the Fed or something of that nature, it really brings you up to speed, unlike maybe at a school that is more involved in their sports. Like I'm sure if Bama football athletes' experience is far different than mine. And so you get locked in these bubbles. So I was so accustomed to walking on a campus where all the Black people that I was around were highly educated, were extremely athletic, were extremely well-spoken, came from different backgrounds, different parts, from New Jersey to PA to Miami to LA. There were so many different places. And so the college began to start to shape my reality. And I was like, oh, this is how it is. But then when I get into the real world, I'm like, none of this exists. Accountability, the willingness to succeed, a common goal, sharing the torch. If I have expertise in a class and I can teach you, or yo, BK, I didn't go to class today. Can you grab me the notes? There's so much camaraderie and leadership and teamwork. And I'm like, damn, you don't realize that. And then when you get back to the real world, you're trying to recreate these relationships and yo, I'm about to go eat. You trying to go? Like, that's one thing you always did for me in college. Hey, BK, I'm about to grab something to eat. You trying to roll? Like, ain't nobody asking if I'm trying to go eat now. So I'm so spoiled in that college thing, and I've always tried to recreate that. So it is important that although the boomers may have a completely different experience, but I think there's definitely something in you morally where you're like, but I know what the experience could be. And if I can provide any bit of value, note-taking, perspective to these young bulls, I want them to have a better situation or outcome than I did. And that's what we love. So we love when we can have a diverse community from people. I don't even know who the youngest person is in the OG network all the way to the oldest. It speaks to that we personally aren't the type of people that think we too lit to listen to wisdom from who's in front of us, but also not silly enough to not listen to the wisdom or the innovation or the perspective for those who are younger than us. You know, so that my camera died, but I'm gonna wrap up. But that's what kind of continues to shape our perspective and our environment. And so it's a group effort. It's a village mentality. And I'm always going to press on that. And that's one thing I always remember Steve is always talking about. We got to get back to when the village cares about the people that live in the village more than the people necessarily that aren't intertwined in your village. If they're black, white, yellow, green, Republican, we are here built on humanity. It's humanity first. And so as long as you keep that in the forefront, it'll be a lot easier for you to listen to certain things or criticisms and not take them personally, because you know the main common goal, the objective is whether it's walk across the stage and graduate on a college campus, whether or not it's win the Super Bowl, if you're in the NFL, we got to get back to a space where community, like C. Moses says, teamwork, regardless, we all got the same jersey on, and we have to see that. And so that we can work towards something. And if somebody's not on that type of time, whether they be involved in politics or in the community, we gonna stand up and say shit. We're not the type of people gonna be sitting up in church and the priests doing foul shit and I ain't saying shit. I'm not off that. We calling you wherever you at. We'll meet you at the church and call you out. We'll meet you at the job and call you out. We'll meet you online and call you out. We're in the business of putting humanity first, American first, good people first. And if you're not on that type of time, we're going to make the environment so uncomfortable for you, because we're going to continue to empower and give a voice and a platform to the people that may not have had that. Nah, we're going to instill that value. We're going to instill that discipline, accountability, confidence. We'll do it then. Since their environment's not doing it, then they tap into the OG network. We'll go ahead and take care of that for them. And we're creating and spreading faster and vaster and stronger than any of me in a village could ever do. This is what looking at innovation and taking advantage of this platform can do. It's 77 people at this point in time for almost 5.5 hours. I don't care how many door-to-door shit I'm doing. Ain't no way I'm going to have this type of impact. So this is the combination of the old and new. This is the old school and the new school. This is what you're witnessing. And this is why there's a change. This is why people from all the way up to 80, all the way down to 20s they're feeling the energy. They liking where we're going with this. And we're going to keep the pressure on. If you about bullshit, we're going to expose it. If you about being a coward, we're going to expose it. And that's what we just going to stand on. So you better get real comfortable being uncomfortable, because we're going to continue to push this shit.
Y'all heard what my man said? You heard what my man said? Stop playing, bro. Ah, man.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Man, all right, let's get back into it, man. Yo, man, this is, Steve about Steve about to have me shedding a tear in here. That's why BK turned his camera off low key. He over here writing him down. So J-Lo brought up a great point. Shout out to J-Lo. Do you think part of what Nick does is to try to move the Overton window so much that less controversial conversations you formerly couldn't have won't even be viewed as extreme anymore? I'm sure whether it's intentional, and I've heard him mention this Overton window. I've heard certain people discussing the Overton window as far as what Nick Fuentes is doing. That's actually what made me look it up before, like a few months ago. I didn't even know what the Overton window was. But it definitely could be something where, you know, he's having, because he's willing to stand out and say certain things, it does open the door for a lot of other conversations. That's actually what, matter of fact, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier as far as one of the things that I appreciate the most with Nick. Now, the only reason why I'm not totally saying that, oh, Nick's doing it for the Overton window is because I don't even want to say that what Nick is saying is wild or extreme. I don't even want to say, because certain things I don't necessarily think that it's that wild or that extreme. Certain things, of course, he's using, you know, performative rhetoric, and we've talked about those things. But overall, I don't think that Nick's intent is to just wake up and say, hey, I'm going to just say the most extreme things to that way I'll be the one that allows to open the door for everybody else to say extreme things. Perhaps it's funny. I almost think of Kanye in certain things that he's saying, which that may be more of his goal. I don't know, but it is accomplishing that. One thing that I will say, it is accomplishing that. It's opening the door for a lot of these questions, a lot of us doing our due diligence. And I think a lot of this is really based on us falling in love with doing our independent investigation and not just receiving the things that are given to us, whether it's on these mainstream news outlets or anything else that traditionally is how we've received our information. So definitely, I think he's opened the door for a lot of conversations, and more so maybe than even the conversation or what's rooted in the conversation is the foundation of him just being direct, him able to say whatever it is that he feels is his truth. And hopefully everybody else can say that and we judge accordingly. Sometimes you need somebody who's racist to speak and say like, I ain't rocking with that. Now, I'm not saying that at all with Nick. What I'm saying is that I appreciate people being their genuine selves and saying their truth more than somebody saying something nice just because they know that it's something that I want to hear. That's what I think about. That's what drove me away from the Democratic Party, if I'm being real. That's what drove me from like, you just telling me what I want to hear. This isn't actually productive. Matter of fact, when I look at the actual results of the things that you're doing, it's actually hindering us more than the people that you're saying are the boogeyman on the other side. So yeah, without getting too much into that, that's how I look at it. All right, let's all right.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're
By the way, total sides. I wish Corey was in on this combo. Oh, that would have been dope if we had Corey.
Extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land. But it's going to be.
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy-bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy. Yeah. I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's always
you're an expert in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
Let me play another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean like.
All right, before we get into that, I wanted to play a little bit more. But before we get into that, we got to address very quickly. Just think about it. Piers does Piers identify as Christian? Any type?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
The chat would.
Right. So it's just very funny how I think that we have a problem in our culture is, as I said earlier, we've become and groomed sex addicts. It's in front of our face. Whenever you hear the saying sex sells, it's with everything. Like literally, I'm gonna go turn around and look at the pool as I'm walking by to go to the bathroom, and you're gonna see nothing but thongs in the family pool. Like that's just what everything is about sex. So for a old man, not an old man, not at all old. I don't want my parents thinking, but I was trying to take a shot at Piers, but for Piers to now try to clown Nick and saying like, "Yo, you know nothing about women. You've never got." It's like, come on, bro.
That's some.
It's like, come on, bro.
That's not the bag.
Yeah, it's like he's never. Perhaps he has the most objective view. It's almost like, have you ever taken money from Israel? Have you ever gotten laid? So maybe you getting laid is going to change your view on this. You taking money from Israel. It's like maybe he's in the best place to give an objective viewpoint because once maybe he gets laid, maybe he'll change his mind and become more of a simpish kind of guy like you, Piers. Yeah.
Chat is saying Catholic.
He's Catholic. All right, it's just crazy. Like imagine a 60-year-old Catholic making fun of a 27-year-old Catholic who's made the decision to intentionally save himself from marriage because he wants to align with the values of his religion.
Yeah, that convenient Catholicism.
It's wild, bro. It's wild, bro.
Convenient Catholicism.
Bro. All right, let's Robert said that Piers declares him a Catholic later on. Yeah, he did say that. Okay, all right. I was like, I know I got this from somewhere. Okay, all right.
You saw the super. You got two in. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Look at why Ye made his song. I think he's talking about the high heels. I remember the song. Yeah. And the fact that Piers knows that Nick is a devout Catholic and makes fun of him for being a virgin. Like, what the fuck? Absolutely. It's like these are where the games started and continue to kind of play these games. It's just like we can't even get into where really our bag because like now Piers is just doing like the little like two little kids arguing comment type shit. Like even this topic, like this interview didn't even have to be this long. If we had just omitted the black fighting and the fucking whether or not you get girls or not, and then whether or not you agree they should get married, this is actually like a 45-minute conversation that the people would have been like, oh, okay. And maybe it would have been different for Nick had he had 45 minutes of just what I've seen him do on other people's podcasts. Like when I watched him talk on Bradley Martin, Bradley wasn't there to bring his agenda. He was there to just give Nick a platform and however he stands. And you'll notice that Nick is a completely different person in that environment where Bradley Martin was than it is with Piers. But as you can see, there's a totally different persona and tonality with the host. So, I guess Piers is getting exactly what he wants, which is this confusing ass confusion, which I guess that's where he benefits as a influencer. Confusion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree. Mm-hmm. It probably would have been less than 45 minutes just based on the real issues that they've covered. Shout out to our brother Corey, man.
Oh, like shout out Big Corey in the building.
I can't wait until y'all get to see a little bit more Corey on here.
Yeah, Big Corey. We love Corey, bro.
That's a fact, man. OG Network is up next. Tell a friend to tell a friend, you heard? All right, let's keep it going.
A lot of women.
And appreciate you, brother.
For sure.
Let me play another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They have
is it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say that the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women. They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not
passionate
passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them, and that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing, you're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess
well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position.
I want to stop very quickly because there's something that we skipped over, and I don't want people to think that we're running from it. When Nick said that women don't have the right to vote, or he doesn't think that women should have the right to vote. See, I think a lot of what we're experiencing right now is due to limiting rights for certain people. So now when I see certain things that I don't like about Black Lives Matter, it's because you limited certain things. And now because people are marching for their rights, you can emotionally get people on board to pushing whatever Black Lives Matter is pushing. It's very the same thing when it comes to women. Like the women's empowerment movement was born out of, it was a reaction to women not having certain rights. So I don't think that women not being able to have the right to vote is going to be a positive for us. When you take away somebody's rights, they're only going to be fixated on that. So I disagree with that aspect. And I just wanted to make it clear before we moved on, because we did kind of zoom past that point. And I know that I didn't address it. And there was something in my mind that I wanted to address. So, but
You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you
these
were
words
a racist.
mean nothing to me. Oh, hang on. Can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying
Why
to
are you
infer
screaming at me?
something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You
Okay.
gave yourself the label.
Nah, he's
Gonna
not in
have
his
to
bag.
Tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the stuff that you know everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled
That's
out
true.
a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have,
like a weird.
I'm not saying you
Yeah, go
have to
ahead.
care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you.
He's not.
Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been
not at
overtly
all.
hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others. It's very simple. Users, sellers, and get an extra flash. You began. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song
Yeah.
I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something. And they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
What are we doing
You
here?
give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women to be
men are
treated
different.
equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women
Okay,
and men
it's
are
fine.
different.
Look,
Do you
it's your
believe there are
view.
two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think
That's
the Catholic
me, though.
Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's
Really?
no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so, yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look,
Right.
I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
It says a lot of
So I
things
don't
in the
think
Bible.
the Catholic-
I mean, do you take every
Okay.
word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
But I
it
mean,
is
is this now
all of it is
a
sacrosanct.
theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic. I just many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole
Oh,
basis
really?
of being Catholic is
No.
accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah, I mean, you could say
Unless you're an
that, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if you're an
sloppy.
extremist. But even the Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended 27 times.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very,
Just
this is
a statement of
tabloid
fact.
theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We were talking about Trump
Let me-
and somehow we got
on
into
Trump,
you're
look,
white
on Trump-
knighting for
on-
women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy.
I'd have no
knighting
problem.
is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon. Would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon. Really?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get
think,
that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're
Really?
filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You,
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
Oh my god.
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
You really hate that
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism. than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was, oddly, I like Tucker, we get on well, I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, you know, I don't trust him. And I don't care, you know, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, you know, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, you know, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
I agree 100% with what Nick said. That's the exact same energy. When I was watching Tucker's show after the interview, it seems like the pressure got to Tucker to where now he has to call Nick an anti-Semite and now overcompensate for the lack of pushing back when you actually were in the interview with him, instead of Tucker just saying, look, I agree with him on most stuff and just leaving it at that.
Yeah.
But he was doing like little slick stuff that I saw Tucker doing. Even as I'm watching Tucker, I'm sitting there saying like, this is going to be an issue.
I got to check that. I got to check that one out.
Yeah, I knew it would be an issue. And it was one of those things where Nick was speaking so highly about Tucker after the interview, even to the point where he was giving him the benefit of doubt when Tucker did start the whole two-faced stuff. He's like, well, maybe he just has to do it to appeal to whatever. You know what I mean? But then it just kept going. And Tucker does come off as, you know, one thing that when it comes to Tucker that I think is being disingenuous is Tucker seems to only think about Israel. He's another one of these people that, it has nothing to do with Jewish people. I'm just talking about Israel. Well, it's funny how Jewish people tend to be very much aligned with Israel, but when Tucker's just criticizing Israel, it's like you can't mention Jewish people at all. But then every single time you hear Bibi Netanyahu talking about Israel, he's reminding the entire world that it's the only Jewish state in the world. So it's more the picking and choosing. And to me, it just highlights the fear, the compromise in a lot of these other people compared to Nick. So, you know what I mean? It's just one of these things where you may not agree or like all of the rhetoric that he's using, but one thing that you do appreciate is he's willing to stand on certain things, and he comes across much more genuine than a lot of people, even a Tucker Carlson. Roll that beautiful bean footage, bro. Salute.
Shout out to you, beautiful bean, for sure.
Man, dang, for real. So since I served in Afghanistan, own land and pay taxes, and am required to sign up for selective service, but Sally next door isn't required to, but gets to vote with zero skin in the game. Nah. So since I served in Afghanistan, own land and pay taxes, and I'm required to sign up for selective service, but Sally next door isn't required to, but gets to vote with zero skin in the game. Interesting. So do you also think that, so are you saying, my question is, are you saying that unless you serve the country, you shouldn't be able to vote? Which may sound crazy to a lot of people, but may not be. You know, when you look at Israel, that's one thing that I think they do very well. They have people actually invest in Israel, put some skin in the game, where right after you graduate high school or at some point, you're expected to go back and do, I think, 2 years of military service. And I think that's for guys and women. That's for both. And they also encourage the whole birthright trip, which is, hey, when you turn a certain age, we're going to provide a trip for you to come back to Israel, learn about it, and go. So I think that all those things are very important. So I do understand when we talk about skin in the game, hey, I wouldn't be, hey, if you want to vote or if you're a politician, then you got to serve. I wouldn't.
It would definitely level things out for sure.
Know what I'm saying? Maybe we own to something. If you want to vote, then okay, here's some things that you need to make sure that you're doing. Making sure that you're paying your taxes, making sure that you're doing these things, making sure that you have at least 2 years of military service. I don't know. I'm definitely not opposed to it when it comes to the politicians. So does that mean that I have to not be opposed to it when it comes to people? Well, I understand that when you do serve, it creates, it shows that you're willing to sacrifice for your country. So yeah, I can't say that I'm opposed to it. I'd have to process it a little bit more, but I can't say that I'm opposed to it. Did we have something else come in?
I think that was
let's keep going. We on the home stretch.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O, and she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind. So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him. He called you
vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
Yeah. I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement, and actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022. I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee, on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
It appears we are taking the Capitol back. Keep marching until relents, never relent. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This Capitol belongs to us. The police are evacuating the Capitol. Politicians throw wrath, scurry out of the people's house.
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The Capitol belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The Capitol belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order, but on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt.
All right, so this is, and I think this is what, and Corey, you tell me if what you were thinking as far as, Nick taking a deal. This is at the point in the interview where I was saying like, yo, is Nick compromised or is what people say about Nick compromised? And it doesn't have to be compromised to where he's a Fed, or I don't even know what that means. Like people throw that word out there. Like what? I don't even know what people are implying by when they say, is it a Fed? But I'm assuming that they're saying somebody that it's almost like what they really mean is a trader or working like for working professionally to push a particular narrative rather than this actually being what you believe. Maybe that's what they're saying, but neither here nor there. I believe that, and that video was probably the worst video as far as what it looks like for Nick, in my opinion, because when you see the things that Nick or how Nick has looked at the Charlie Kirk assassination, almost like he hasn't even entertained a different way of looking at it. Like he just feels the need to double down, call Candace Owens silly, stupid, whatever else he's using to call her, not even listening, not entertaining Ian Carroll. And I believe Ian Carroll did an entire live. I watched the beginning of it, so I'm not really sure what it ended up being, where he went over with Nick and said, hey, you're looking for some evidence? Here, I got some evidence. Here's some inconsistencies when it comes to Charlie Kirk's assassination. There's a lot of things there that should be questioned. Nick hasn't been questioning them. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't seem like he's opening to questioning this particular situation like he is with others. Now, it could be a lot of different things. It could be Nick being Charlie Kirk's, that was one of his biggest ops. So they had been going back and forth with each other for a very long time. And Nick made certain comments that I know a lot of people tried to, in my opinion, misconstrue after Charlie Kirk's passing, making it seem like Nick was calling for violence against Charlie Kirk. And a lot of people have been trying to say, like, yeah, with these Charlie Kirk events, the Groypers, they're going against them. And even actually right after it came out, I remember hearing news stories of people saying, like, yeah, people think that it may have been somebody that belongs to this group. And I realized they were talking about the Groypers. So I don't know if all of these things are making Nick, not want to dive into this. I don't know if that video that we just saw perhaps came out to the Nick a little bit earlier than it came out to the rest of the public, because I hadn't seen that particular video up until recently. Mm-hmm. So when you look at what happened to a lot of the people at January 6th, a lot of people say that there were people that were arrested for doing far less than what Nick did. Now, Nick has stood on the fact that he said, I never entered the Capitol or anything like that. But when you look at, when he's saying those things, it does look like, you could get caught up in inciting violence or
a riot and stuff like that.
Right, yeah. Correct. So I don't know if this is one of those things where Nick may have just decided himself, where he's like, look, I was hot on this topic of January 6th. I can't be doubling down on this type of issue because there may be, I don't know what it is, but
it does look like it.
But it does look like it.
Yeah. I could tell by even when he showed the video, you kind of saw Nick kind of be like almost like, bruh, like I'm trying to move off this topic real quick. Yeah. I got off. I'm not trying to get back in on that. Like I made it out of there. Don't let's move forward. So you see the energy though.
Mm-hmm. And even when you start to think back to, what he's lashed out at it's been a lot of being called the Fed. You know, that's like seems to be something that gets under his skin, whether it's Tucker when he went on the crazy rant, or not crazy. I don't want to say crazy in a bad way, where he actually, this was, I think, one of Nick's best moves, where Tucker called him like a Fed and made fun of him for living in the basement. And Nick got on the show that day or the next day and just completely destroyed him, called out his dad for being a Fed, called out Tucker Carlson's, you know, upbringing. He was calling out a whole bunch of stuff, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, is he overly offended by this because it's a soft spot or there's something there? I don't know what it is, but when it does come to this Charlie Kirk situation, he does seem to be not as open to the government lying to us or manipulating us as he is when it comes to other situations. Just from my perspective, I could be totally wrong.
Yeah. And I don't, and it could be just a position of like, maybe just that moral compass, like, like kind of like he tried to kind of put Pierce in a position of like, look, if my pops ain't here to really holler at you about this, then I'm not really off that. So it just may seem like that. But like he said, he voiced like, look, I wasn't a fan of Cuzzo, but look, I even chose not to have a show that evening. So at the end of the day, there's debate, there's arguments, but there's humanity and morality at the end of the day. And those principles. So I can definitely respect him for even moving that way around this conversation rather than double downing, which is what he's typically known for, and standing, you know, with whatever comes with it. I think it's good. It's a good way to gauge his moral compass to see him still have some level of not have a level, but just have dignity when it does come to this topic, as some people may not have.
Yeah, and I think he did have a lot of dignity and integrity when it came to his response, because I remember in real time, like this is when I first got, you know, active with Nick and understand like, yo, who is this young kid? And started watching a lot of his stuff. The Charlie Kirk response, or that day, he could have gone on live on that show and it could have been the biggest show that he's ever done.
He could have.
He tweeted, he sent out an X post and just said, look, in light of this situation, it's very heavy. This is what I don't know the exact words, but it came across like, look, this is terrible. Even though Charlie was a vicious opponent of mine, you know, this is unacceptable and this is just heavy on me. I don't even want to do a show today. And he said like maybe like a prayer for everybody. And people were getting mad at him for saying that almost, you know, where people were saying like Nick Fuentes. And I remember Dave Smith reposted him, and Officer Tatum was one of those people saying they're devils. And he's saying that. And it's like, yo, Nick had a very mature response to this. However, doesn't take away from the fact that we don't seem you having that same interested energy that you have in other things when it comes to this particular issue, which makes us say like, wait, is something going on here? And as Corey pointed out, just because he testified in 2022 that he didn't talk to the government, it doesn't mean that he's not currently working with them. So that was, I don't know if that's just a little play, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? And that's the thing. It should be questioned. Anything can be questioned. Anything and anybody should be questioned. You should be questioning me. You should be questioning BK. Ask questions. People that don't want you asking questions, they're hiding something. So in my opinion, let's keep it going. What do we got? About 15 more minutes. Come on.
And, you know, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it? Let me.
I'm sure you wanted to get on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. I don't need to elaborate too much on it. But the Blind Republic wrote, OG, how do you reconcile the fact that you are a black man and Nick publicly advocated to have a majority of black people imprisoned? Let me do this, actually. I like to make sure that I'm responding to the words. You know, let me look up. Let me make sure I understand what reconcile means. I want to make sure before I respond to that.
Gotcha.
So reconcile is to restore friendly relations between. Is that what you're in? Is that what your question is asking? Or cause to coexist in harmony, make or show to be compatible, make consistent with one another, especially by allowing for transitions begun but not yet completed, to settle a disagreement. I don't need to do any of these things. I don't need to do any of these things when it comes to it. if you listen to what he explained and what I explained after he was talking about it, so Blind Republic may actually be in earlier on in the actual show. Some people will tap in and he's probably a few hours behind, but it is on the screen. So when you see it, you'll get the answer. I don't need to reconcile anything that he said as far as when it comes to black people. I'm pissed off that black people have been given an excuse in a lot of these areas to be out here committing crime. I'm pissed off that when the Democrats were pushing for defund the police, that all it did was incentivize a lot of people to commit crime. It almost reminds me of The Wire. Shout out to Bodie. I don't know if y'all are Wire fans, where he called entrapment. It's almost like a lot of these policies that they're pushing, it's entrapment. Like you're incentivizing people to steal. When you say, oh, if you don't steal this amount, then it's just a slap on the wrist. You're incentivizing all these things. I also am pissed off as a black person about the crime that happens in black neighborhoods. This is where I think people really miss it when it comes to this. When you have a culture that is built on things that are going to land people, especially the men, either in prison or dead, then you become a little bit less sensitive to what Nick Fuentes is saying, especially when he gives the context, and a bit more sensitive to the fact that, hey, I'm more pissed off about young kids, 14, 15, 16 years old, killing each other in Chirac. I'm a little bit more sensitive to that and pissed off and passionate about fixing that than I am about what Nick Fuentes is saying in his rhetoric, to where he clearly summed up that he's talking about the people that commit crimes, but I'm assuming that you're talking about what he initially answered. So no, I want people to be held accountable for whatever crime that is committed. And I also want a lot of these policies that are incentivizing things like violence, or incentivizing, I should say, you to go and rob the Gucci store. Yeah, I want those things. I want people held accountable for the crimes that they're committing, period. So I don't think that it's my job as a black person to be sitting here, oh, you shouldn't be saying this. I'm not what Mayor Johnson is in Chicago, saying that locking people up for committing crimes is racist. I don't believe that. You may believe that. I don't believe that. So it's very simple for me, but based on the as far as, oh wait, this is another comment?
Yeah, I'm just keeping you flowing.
So let me read this one. Yeah, I'm asking how you have these two ideas coexist in your mind. The fact that you are a black man and Nick believes the vast majority of black people should be in prison. Black areas are more crime ridden. I don't think, maybe you missed the Jesse Jackson comment that I put up earlier. We have a problem in the black community with crime. That's a problem. I don't understand why I should be more pissed off about the person that actually calls it out compared to the people that ignore it, like the Democrats and liberals. No, I want somebody calling it out. Nick's saying, like, I don't hear, this is the difference between maybe me and you. I don't know. When I hear Nick say, yeah, black people should be locked up, in my mind, call me ignorant, call me whatever you want. I don't really think that he thinks that I should be locked up. I think he's talking about specifically a problem of crime, which he described is in Chicago. The same thing that the Chicago residents speak out about it all the time when they're in the meetings, town hall meetings with Mayor Brandon Johnson, and they're saying, bro, you got to clean up the streets. They're telling Trump, bring in the National Guard. I know the liberals present it in a different way, especially the black politicians that don't live in those black areas to where they have to worry about the risk and the crime in those areas. I don't have an issue. I don't care, bro. I'm not emotionally engaged in this to where it's like, oh my God, this white guy said that black people should be locked up. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think that he's talking to me. Let me ask you this. Do you think that he's talking about me? Do you think that he's talking about BK? Or do you think he's talking specifically about certain people that commit crime? Maybe I'm missing it. I don't think that he's talking about my parents. I don't think that he's talking about me. So I don't take offense to it. What's the saying? A hit dog gonna holler or whatever? my dad's probably laughing at me, inside joke. But yeah, I don't, if it's not, I don't take offense to stuff that I don't necessarily fall into a category of, especially when I understand the context of what he's saying. Yeah, we need to be locking people up who commit crimes. And there's been a sense of entitlement created by a lot of liberal policies that give excuses and rationalize certain groups of people getting away with certain things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to because they've been victims for so long. So I don't subscribe to that. So hopefully you understand. And I think so he didn't say black criminals should be locked up. Yep.
He did.
Doubled down. Piers Morgan actually gave him the opening, so you're wrong in regards to that.
Yeah, he did.
Morgan actually doubled down on it, and if he didn't double down on it, then you'd be right. But Piers Morgan doubled down on it, and Nick clarified that he's talking about the people that commit crimes. So you're wrong.
Yeah, he clarified that.
Yeah, so everybody saw him clarify, but that's the problem. And this is also the problem that I point out with a lot of Nick's rhetoric. This is a perfect example of it. Blind Republic. I don't know whether you're black or white, but if you feel comfortable saying it, but this is what happens with a lot of black people and people that are emotionally engaged in these conversations and get triggered. They hear what they want to hear. They hear something and want to rationalize it a certain way where they want to paint Nick in the picture that they already saw him in previously to watching the video. So therefore you'll miss a lot of the context in what he's saying. So that's why I removed a lot of emotion from a lot of these conversations and just look at it from a logical perspective, because when I used to look at it that way, I was missing a lot. I was the person that was pissed off at Donald Trump because he said there's very fine people on both sides when it came to Charlottesville for 8 years, until I eventually realized and listened to the entire clip. And 2 sentences later, he said that, oh, and I'm not talking about the white supremacies and neo-Nazis or whatever he said. They should be condemned at all costs. So this is, I think we're seeing in real time exactly what happens. But this is why I also encourage Nick to not get caught up in using a lot of this rhetoric, because even if he explains it, there's certain people that will miss the context because they're already formulating their opinion on the shock value of the initial statement. Hopefully that makes sense. I didn't see it. Was there a response there? I'm black.
He's black.
I'm not surprised. like this is what happens. You just sat here and told me that he didn't say something that he actually did say, and we addressed in real time him saying it. So this is why I say what I said, but then also I'm asking Nick, like, bro, don't get caught up, because people, you're just giving people ammo to not listen to everything that you're saying and to only hold on to what they want to hold on to, rather than understanding the context around it and being able to have some truthful, honest conversations and build from there. But neither here nor there. I think y'all get the point.
Yeah.
Look at what he said. Hold on. Let's have a convo. Please stop ascribing mental states to me. I'm not triggered. I'm trying to have a good faith discussion with you. So if you're trying to have a good faith discussion with me, then are you going to acknowledge that what you said previously in the comment was wrong, and that he actually did clarify that? If you're having a good faith conversation. So we'll wait for you to respond, but we'll read the super chat that came in from Roll the Beautiful Bean first. But would love to hear you acknowledge that. And then his next comment was, all I'm saying is that there is a responsible way to spread these messages without using insane hyperbole. I'm not sure if you've been
you just said
the
that,
majority of the show, but yeah, that's what we've said on a consistent basis, not only on this show, but overall whenever we respond to Nick Fuentes. So you may have just missed that. It's all good. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Shout out to you, brother. Matter of fact, I don't even know if it's brother or sister. A lot of times I'm saying brother and not knowing who's actually giving it. But shout out to you, Roll that beautiful bean footage. Beautiful bean, he already said that he was. See, I don't know. He may have said that he just served. So I don't want to. No, beautiful bean was the one that said about the Sally. You know, I served, and now
no. I think that was the other one with the.
Okay.
I think it was.
Y'all get what I'm saying. It doesn't even, I just want to, I try to connect the dots with all this. Fed is an operative that's actively working to push agendas like BLM, George Soros for the U.S. government, or in conjunction with another government to control people. All right, so yeah, I get that. So do I think Nick Fuentes is an operative that's actively working to push agendas? I don't know. We're going to keep observing, though. We'll keep observing. I don't know, but we shall keep observing. Hold on. I would gladly have you on for a conversation, but let's also see if did you acknowledge that you were wrong in what you said? Because that would you said that you got a little bit touchy, it seemed like, and acute, and said that you just want to have a good faith conversation. Are you acknowledging that what you said was wrong? I would love for you to watch Coleman Yu's video on Nick this stream. I donate to see that happen. Definitely. We can do Coleman. and you can donate. And if you'd like, you can actually cam up and join in on the conversation. We're always open to that. Always open to that. And you said you could do it privately. It's whatever you prefer. But also we need that. We need you to acknowledge that you were wrong in what you said. All right, let's keep going. Do we have anything else?
Yeah, he said he served. Rolled that. Was it rolled the guy? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was about to say. I thought I saw that.
You were right. Yeah, you were right. You were right. Yep.
Okay.
He served.
Okay. All right. Are we still waiting for the blind Republic? You're not gonna. All right. It happens that way sometimes.
We got a super chat by Murph. All right, so Murph 110, shout out to you. Truly appreciate you interacting with us. So we got, gentlemen, can you address the fact that Americans are leaving the U.S.?
Is that a fact?
That's what I was going to look up to see, make sure I'm not just shooting from the hip.
Yeah, because we actually talked about it the other day. I think on this show.
To this day?
To this day. We talked about it the other day where it was, if I was another country, I would be definitely trying to appeal to Americans. Just like Americans, we always try to sell people on the American dream and try to sell all these immigrants and coming to America. I think that a lot of these other countries right now, there's a small window maybe of opportunity that a lot of these countries can take advantage of. And I think Earn Your Leisure, they actually did a conversation with, it was one of these countries in the Middle East, I believe, where they were saying like, hey, why are you staying in America? You got all these complaints about America, you're paying taxes and don't have a voice, a true voice. They were saying a bunch of things. Now I think it's an opportunity to really get a lot of Americans, to be open to, maybe I will consider moving somewhere else. But I didn't know, and I don't know if that's a fact. I'm just going off of your word as far as, that Americans are leaving the U.S. I was not aware of that.
So it says, yes, a noticeable number of Americans are leaving the U.S., especially in 24 to 25, but it also importance to stress the numbers are still small relative to the overall U.S. population. So I don't know, I think it's using the number like something around 1,200 to 1,300 people in the U.S. Have left. But, in the retrospect, that's not really a huge amount. So now the talk of it may be what Murph, you may be hearing, that is something that is highly used in a very just unserious conversation. This America doesn't get their shit together, I'm leaving. But when it really comes down to pen pad and passports, I don't think it's a wild amount of number that may be portrayed, amongst the people, in my opinion.
Yeah. And to each their own, go for it. If you feel
and
like you could live a better life somewhere else, go for it. I don't really have much of an opinion on that.
Yeah,
other than that.
Yeah, go see the world.
I think you got a lot more courage than a lot of people. I mean, some people will look at it and say, I can't stand this country, and they may actively be working to make some of those improvements. But if you're not, and you just waiting on the politicians or waiting on a messiah to come, I don't know what you're waiting on. If you're just going to keep complaining about where you are, then you should explore living somewhere else. I would assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you shouldn't stay in that bad relationship. You shouldn't stay. What did Marjorie Taylor Greene say? I'm not going to be a battered wife.
Yeah, I'm not going to be.
Look, if you're in a relationship that you don't feel is a positive experience for you, leave.
Mm-hmm.
Leave across the board. Do your due diligence. Figure out something else. Maybe you'll find something better. True. Life is short.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep going. Did we have another one?
No, that's all I got.
All right.
Yeah, definitely send your super chat in.
You heard me, Katie?
No, what I say?
Hey, you heard him? Hey, we ain't going. Hey, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Yeah.
You heard Carl? Like, keep him cutting.
Oh, okay. You did hear me.
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There was no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And that was happening in nursing homes. That was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election, and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, as you have been so keen to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can.
So if it was rigged, you should just move on because Donald Trump won anyway? Like, is that what I'm hearing? Now, I don't know. I don't really have a locked in opinion on this. My almost answer would be like, I think all these elections are rigged. I think all these elections, there's people on both sides that are going to figure out how they can bend the rules in whatever way possible in order to get it in their favor. Now, when it comes to the news stories, I'm definitely with that. Like, as far as I think with the CIA, I think it was a bunch of the CIA agents when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop story, that they either lied about it. I think they just lied about it and said like there is no laptop, while they had two. I think not only one laptop, but I think they had two laptops in their custody. But in order to help Joe Biden in the election before this, they either signed off on something or didn't admit that there was the Hunter Biden laptop situation. So that I'm with him on. As far as the other stuff, I'm not aware of it. I don't know if you can, formulate an entire opinion based on, certain people who were dead still receive ballots. I do understand. And this is the problem when you got two extreme sides of it, because when you have people on the other side that are saying like, hey, you shouldn't need an ID to cast a vote, but you need ID to buy liquor. Like, that's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you should probably have some ID, or you should need ID to do anything else. If you need ID to fly, then perhaps it's a good idea to cast a vote, especially a vote. See, we don't look at voting as perhaps as serious as we should. We didn't have to fight for voting. So therefore, it doesn't really mean as much to us.
Absolutely.
But there's people that I'm reminded all the time when it's election time, your ancestors died for you the right to vote. All right, cool. If that's the case, then perhaps it should be okay to present ID to verify that you are who you say you are. But it gets all caught up in all the BS. Like I don't have enough information. Perhaps if Nick was on a good, on good terms with Candace, she'd be the one to explore that. I don't know, but that's kind of my stance on it.
Say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th, because what happened on J 6th is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people...
Hold on, let me address, and Blind Republic, I don't know if y'all put it on the screen, the response. He acknowledged it. He said, well, Nick did walk it back, but you should still only believe the first thing that he said. All right, cool. But you wrote something that you said, if you need an ID to vote, then everybody should have access to a free ID. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. Like, cool. Don't they give all the migrants free IDs? I guess they can give Americans free IDs. But
hold on. You don't need your ID to vote? I've always had to bring my ID.
Nah, apparently in some places, well, the Democrats, they're pushing for you not to have the right to vote. They accuse Republicans of being racist by having a policy to where you need an ID to vote.
Oh, okay. I see now. Okay.
Yeah. And also, and Mickey did write a good point as far as be careful asking for free stuff from the government. Definitely. But I want to get to this point. Blind Republic, actually answer the question, though. Do you think that people should have to show ID to vote? Because it seems like you avoided that part of the question. Not saying that you were asked it, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Because you chimed in and said if you need an ID to vote, then everyone should have access to a free ID. Regardless of whether people have access to a free ID or not, you should have the right to vote. If you got to pay for it, then hey, it comes with it. Is it not worth $20 to cast a vote? Maybe to some people it is.
J-Lo said if you can't afford an ID, you shouldn't be able to vote. J-Lo says. So see how we go pendulum to pendulum here? Like we go extreme to extreme. We couldn't just go down the middle, could we, community?
Yeah, man. But even that's a good example. Like, even me, I was about to just say, all right, give them it for free. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's just, that's not, like, the point is that you should have to identify yourself.
Yeah, I don't know how we can work around that.
Right. Can we just establish that?
Yeah.
It's wild, but let's keep it moving. We almost out of here. We almost done, but we're not rushing though. We're not rushing.
Yeah, no, we're cool in it.
Said this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. In states where there was alleged to be rigging, that has not happened, and certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. There was that
people, honestly,
mirage.
if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to labor the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million, $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters, spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races, trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a Jeet. What does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
No, there's actually a different reason. The reason why I said that, if you watched the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her heritage.
I'll tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you don't feel any accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone for you.
I'm not with the racial slurs. Yeah, just not with the racial slurs. Like it's more of the same thing. Like, bro, you don't got to use that rhetoric. You just don't have to. You make the point. Then we end up talking about this rather than talking about actual things that are mattering. You using certain slurs, that's not necessary, but I don't know. BK, maybe do you want him to keep using these racial slurs?
No, I preferably would not encourage using these slurs towards any group of people that may be considered the minority, but I'm also not moved and triggered by that behavior. So you're not going to get me going. So now, disclaimer, that don't mean you can't get it from somebody else who ain't going for the shit you on. So, like I said, have that energy in private. We push to have the energy in public. And so if you want to say you with the shit, then we just want to see you be with the shit. But, freedom of speech, but never freedom of consequence, like Dak likes to say. So have we spoken about Gaza at all in this interview?
No.
Jesus Christ.
No.
I don't remember reviewing that subject or topic one time.
And this is what I wish that Nick did a better job of. And he called it out, I believe, after the interview with Candace. I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the time where we just bombed Iran's nuclear facility and Candace didn't bring it up in that conversation or something like that. But yeah, how do you have Nick Fuentes on here? This is why I'm like, yo, drop the racial rhetoric when it comes to like black people, like that's not the conversation that means something. If you want to talk about H-1B visas and Indians, then cool, you don't have to use the rhetoric. If you want to talk about black people, black culture, cool, you don't have to use the rhetoric, because then we end up where you get this huge platform on Piers Morgan, and the number one issue in the world right now doesn't even get mentioned. Think about that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, what does that say though? Was there some type of like, how?
Because Piers doesn't want to talk about it. And Nick should have done a better job.
That's what I was really about to bring it to Nick.
All these, instead of saying you got a black friend, bro, actually, I'm standing up here, one of the only people to call out the genocide that's currently happening by a group of white people against brown people. But you want to talk about me saying a racial slur about JD Vance's wife? Piers, how about you being silent for so long while I was speaking up, calling out the genocide? Did you care about those people, or do you just care when I say a racial slur? See, this is why it's like, Nick, this is what we want. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when I say we, I don't know what we want, but this is what I think is beneficial and a substantive conversation rather than all this other stuff. How do we, like you said, bro, we didn't even talk about Gaza.
Wild.
Didn't even talk about Gaza. All these people that have this fake outrage about Nick Fuentes, acting like it's about what he said about women, acting like it's about what he said about black people. It's none of that. It's what he said about Jewish people in Israel. And the people that are coming out trying to condemn him, those people don't even care, but they just get paid to have a certain, by donors or whatnot, just like Charlie Kirk. And when you get paid by the donors, they want to dictate the things that you're going to say and do. That's it.
Sapphire said Jews aren't white. You're right, because based on what Elon said, they're peak white. So
no, I don't know what. Look, I don't know what your definition of white is. I mean, I guess I could sit here and I don't identify as black. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah, cool. We can go down that route. But generally speaking, based on how we look at white, Jews are 100% white. I don't care what you tell me you are. If I walk into a room and I tell you that I'm not black, are you going to believe me? If you know that I was born in in Jersey and my parents are from, America, and I give you the whole transatlantic slave trade backdrop, you're going to say that I'm black, right? No matter what I say. But when it seems to come to Jewish people, it's like, oh, they said they're not white. They're not European. How? All of them are from Europe. Where's Bibi Netanyahu from before he changed his name? He's European, right? Isn't he? What is he, from Poland or somewhere? All of these people, they came from, like, it seems like it's like I didn't know we give passes out here to just recreate our heritages and our ethnicity. Like, if that's the case, maybe I should have been putting in different answers when I'm applying for, I don't know. Like, should I just be adjusting based on what's best for me to identify as? No, you are what you are, bro. You're white. Like, what does white mean? If Jewish people, why aren't Jewish people white? Because of their religion? Because of their culture? Like, are Mormons white? Or are they different than white? It's a ridiculous argument, in my opinion, but I mean, to each their own. To each their own. Like, to each their own, I guess. I don't, and Sapphire Blue said, they insist that they're not. I don't care what you insist that you are. There's a whole bunch of men. We just played a video on yesterday's show of a guy that thinks he's a woman.
He's a man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care what you think that you are. I may not say anything. I may let you, like, all right, cool. You identify as a woman? Oh, okay, cool. Like, your testicles and your penis probably would say otherwise, but okay. Like, you don't just get to, maybe you do. Maybe in this new world, this new generation, that this new society that we're living in, you could just pick and choose what you are. So I don't know. I'm what do I want to identify as? I want to be something cool. Maybe like maybe I'd be Australian, something different. I don't know. Yeah, well, I guess we could just pick and choose. All right, let's keep it going.
Month before anybody else. So if you want to go ahead with the story, now's the time.
Matter of fact, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and I want my land back. If we want to do that. I'm a Semite. I said I am. I can trace my lineage back to Abraham.
To join, and with the sale happening right now, you can get 50% off memberships, including the All Access plan. The Pendragon cycle.
My fault. I thought we were.
Hours.
Come on, Piers. Long ass.
Okay, Nick Fuentes, we've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What is your view of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer, but I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all.
If he condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this racist. I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them. And I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds. If you like what you do, please like and subscribe the channel so that we can keep doing it. I'm back tomorrow. Until then, whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored.
And I want to, so Blind Republic asked us to check out this video. I've actually seen, I think I may have watched a couple minutes on it. With Coleman Hughes. Video is called Nick Fuentes Knows Exactly What He's Doing. Would love to see you react to it. You've actually heard Coleman Hughes, BK.
Oh.
You probably didn't even realize it was Coleman Hughes. Remember when we were on our way back from, shout out to Professor and Steve. We were coming back from Hampton, Sydney. And we were in the car listening to Dave Smith debate somebody on Israel.
Okay.
That was Coleman Hughes.
Okay.
That's Coleman Hughes. So we'll be able to, we'll check that out. And Blind Republic, I just sent you my email as well. Definitely shoot me an email if you want to tap into some of that review. Would love to have you on there. I'm assuming that I already saw Corey write something. I said, as soon as I said Corey, he posted up. It's funny. I'm pretty sure Corey's going to want to be involved in that review as well. So you guys will definitely get that treat. So appreciate you. Shout out to our brother Corey. Does Nick's overall rating go up or down from this interview? Our next session got to be live. Headed out. Salute. You know what Corey talking about. What we discussed, remember the rating system when we were
yes. Okay, yes.
That was genius. That was genius. All right, so we'll actually, let's save this conversation for our next session. So I think we're getting ready to go on with Corey either tonight, or actually I gotta fly to I'm be traveling tonight, but maybe we could jump on tomorrow. We'll figure out when let's get in the group chat real quick, because we can kind of give, process this after a day or so and answer this question about Nick's overall rating. Does it go up or down from this interview? And we can also hopefully get into that Coleman Hughes interview as well, or his show. This is 6 hours and 43 minutes.
And y'all been tapped in, bro.
Yo, for real. Y'all been keeping the energy going. I need to get something to eat. Like I'm hungry, bro.
Maya said you can't do tomorrow unless it's the morning, bro.
Oh, she on my schedule. I can't do tomorrow morning. Oh, yeah, I can't do tomorrow. She's right. I have
No, I mean, like I said, you said we're saving our response.
No, but go ahead. But then we'll elaborate on it, but you could, what's your takeaway? I think, people want to know your takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was definitely a chess game for Pierce. I think at first we might have seen some rattling by Nick when they started really like pulling certain shit that Nick just clip, like everything was a clip. You don't like black people, ask me a question. Well, how do you feel? Do you feel like I'll be like, just clip? But so like I said, I think initially when I first got on here, I don't know if that was directly to you. Yeah, I think we were talking privately. I gave Nick a C.
No, you said it on here.
Oh, I said on here, I gave him a C.
That was like 6 hours ago.
Yeah, 6 hours ago. After watching that with y'all and the viewers, I think I'm gonna move that up to a C plus. A C plus, and we can argue about getting into the B minus for me. Piers Morgan, I think I had him at a B minus. I'm gonna move Pierce down to a C plus.
That's fair.
Slowly, Nick pushed up for me. Pierce moved down, because yesterday I was more or less trying to digest the information. Today was where I more or less was able to form my opinion on what I was able to see, and not have to do both at the same time. So it's like watching it twice, in my opinion, gave me another opportunity to truly see the questions I've already seen. So now I can focus on, all right, let me focus on just what Nick is saying, because I watched it yesterday, et cetera. So I think that's what happened. I thought Pierce overpowered it at first, but nah, it wasn't. Pierce got to a point where it just got toxic. It just got to a point where we were like damn, we're not even in politics or anything no more. Like, we completely abandoned shit. And we're talking about the most. Like, I'm like, yo, this looks like a petty like VH1 documentary or Jersey Shore or some shit. So I'm not as impressed by Pierce running that play, because I think that's why I fought with Candace so much, because Candace always keep it in that place that, oh, I ain't got to go there with you, but I'm going to keep you on your toes type of shit. Pierce just got a little bit like arrogant, silence, but he does it. He been doing this a while, man. He know how to push this thing, get people to kind of somewhat, I guess, give him their own rope to do what they want with the type of situation. I definitely can't really see a need, like you said earlier, before I wanted to see this again. You're right. I don't know if I would ever get any value between these two. They're just too polarizing. And I saw Nick more going into third and fourth quarter start transitioning to more of a more split or more explaining his opinion, but more of a split, like not so polarizing, more of like let me explain to the people what's going on, my thought process, my reasoning. And I appreciated that from Nick, because I think like what a lot of the things that blind what may have been getting into or seeing, yes, that's what we don't want Nick to necessarily drive. But he's got his audience who beyond that sometimes. And so, like we said, his audience is split. It's a split of people that fuck with the shit that he be on, like policy and calling things out, whatever community that may be in. But at the same time, some of it just people will get a hard on by saying, let's sell t-shirts that say young or white niggas, like, you know what I'm saying? White ass niggas going hard as fuck. Like, I see the role, but we're also in content. We're also in this space. We're also in, this space and not always from the consumption side. So we see, and we've met these people that y'all only ever seen them through your lens and through your computers and your phone. We know them in real life, and we know the people who they are and portray don't be who they be like that. And so when we look at people on these screens, we don't necessarily always take them for everything that they say, because we know, that's really not what they beat on. But in this social YouTube game, a lot of these people feel like they have to be that way to get on. So we can look past the semantics of it and go more focused on, all right, what is it that you're saying? You're not going to get me moved or triggered off that. Let me truly sit back and listen to the message. And so at the end of the day, we're able to take a different perspective in that, in my opinion. But that's what I think ultimately is what has been growing your channel, is that we're not moved by that. Like, bro, we don't care what if Nick.
Whoa. This is not my channel, bro.
Oh, well, growing the channel.
Growing our channel.
Yeah, growing our channel.
The people's channel.
Yeah, so the people's channel. So I agree. Like, that's what's been allowed to grow this, because it's like, damn, like you think we don't see the comments? Like, they refer to Dak as black guy in the corner. Like, we hip to what the shit be, but we're also from the generation, like, bro, we crack jokes, we play with folks. Like, it ain't no sensitive shit over here, bro. Like, we come from the space where if you in the locker room and your jokes aren't funnier than the other guy, then you getting clowned on. Like, you got to be on your shit. You got to be good at your wording. You got to be good at your mouthpiece. You got to be good at your tonality. You got to be good at your points. Like, this is just a space we've always just been in. So it really don't even really move us in that space, because we kind of know how these boys be. It's like, yeah, you can be everybody racist to somebody black pull up in their face. Mm-hmm. We already seen this shit, bro. You're not going to get us off that. We're not getting play. We're not getting Black Lives Matter. Like, we don't really be off none of that, bro. So at the end of the day, we have a foundational belief of just doing what's right for humanity. All the color shit, man, y'all can have that. That shit, we've been singing that song for I don't know how long, and we still singing that shit. We not off that no more, bro. Change ain't coming from that one. I'm sorry. And you can keep beating the dead horse like they say, but it's not coming from that one. So I encourage people to take what you can from what's being described or what's being said and see, okay, how can we unpack this differently? Okay, well, case in point, he's saying all black people should be locked up. Okay, well, let's break that up. Well, let's look at the different opinions that we're seeing in the comments and what he's saying. Well, he did stated that, it's just people that are committing crimes. Well, it sounds like somebody who may be describing a situation where I just want less crime. And if they want less crime from that community, then how does that community feel about the crime that he's saying? Are they as compelled to address the issue like he is, who's not in the community? Why are we more offended by him saying it than we would a rapper or a sexy red or a person? Like, do we also get in our feelings? Are we keeping it consistent? Or is it as soon as the person puts black on it, we lose the battle? Because that's elicitation. And that means if you're always controlled by these trigger words, then you're always going to be in position where somebody can control what you say. Mm-hmm. And you're not in control. So it don't matter what's being said. I'm going to stand on what I'm standing on, and you're not going to get me to move. So you can critique. You got to critique what I'm saying. You can't really critique the player. I'm not moved off that. And so that's what we be living by. Like, we want to hear what you're saying, how you saying it, how you stand on it. And what I want to do is I'm going to address, for both of these guys, nobody spoke about Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a bone to pick with both parties because I'm interested that there's no way that these two individuals didn't expect to address these conversations. But I'm wondering why, Pierce, you clearly didn't want to talk about it because you brought up everything else like his damn dad.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Nick, this is one of the top things that you push in your narrative. This is one of the top things that you have been known for not being afraid to speak about. This is one of the top things that got you dismissed from platforms, banks, etc. How did you get into this space with a boomer who is well aware of what is going on and you didn't feel the need to bring this up? As if you came in here with straight freestyling. So I got to hold both of them accountable for still not doing that, which makes me think, what's going on behind the scenes, chat? Why didn't that convo happen? Is the little birdie in certain people's ears? Are we seeing the rise and the fall of, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to start pushing that because there was no excuse for us to not have seen what we really expected to see here. Was not a duel on black people, on feminism, on women. We know what they wanted to say, but somehow, some way, one of the biggest influencers in the space found a way to get one of the biggest opposing platforms and didn't address one of the catapulting things that has gotten him his notoriety to this day. I don't think it's an accident that Nick chose to not go that route, and I gotta hold him accountable for not doing it regardless. That's where I stand.
Because when you first started thinking about it, I'm sure that in the ratio, I was more so thinking that Pierce avoided it. And it's after I'm hearing you talk. It's not that I think that, Pierce avoided it any less or, Pierce avoided it.
Mm-hmm.
But also Nick, I don't care what questions are asked. You have to figure out a way to call him out on not asking you those questions. You could have crushed the ending by simply saying, you know what? Matter of fact, just saying exactly what BK said. You could have just said those same things. Like, it's a shame that you're not asking me about Gaza. That's the most important issue of our time, but you want to spend time talking about crime that we know is a problem. Maybe you're not aware of it because you're not in America, so perhaps you don't care and you're not invested in it, but that's my community as well. I live here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He could have said, but you want to racialize and try to cause so much division when it comes to in America. I notice how you conveniently avoided addressing the issue of Gaza. And that's what I'm actually being canceled for. My opinion on that you've conveniently decided to come over to my side. I wish he would have discussed those things, but
I'm interested how he didn't find and Murph says exactly, Nick was the guest. Pierce asked the questions.
And I saw Murph ask that earlier, but it doesn't matter. You can't allow somebody, if that's the case, don't do an interview.
If you're just gonna get ran over,
if you're only going to address certain things and be on the narrative of the interviewee, the interviewer, then you may want to reconsider doing these type of podcasts, because you have to express the things that you want to express.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get across what you want getting across.
Yeah.
You're selling yourself to the people. Stop allowing Piers Morgan to control how you sell yourself to the audience. Yeah. Can he make it hard? Absolutely. But what?
It doesn't matter. So I find it very convenient that topic was not brushed and touched upon, which makes me think, is he trying to change his is he working towards moving in a more politically correct place? So this was his first step on maybe what they would classify cleaning up his brand. I don't know. It's on the table. I'm just open for the discussion.
It could get real Matt Walshy out here. I tell you that. It could get real Matt Walshy out here where Nick pretty much Matt Walsh is, in a lot of ways, and I don't even want to compare the two for a bunch of different reasons. But Matt Walsh is Nick Fuentes, who doesn't speak about Israel.
Everything else.
Walsh is you know what I'm saying? Okay. He gonna talk about the Muslims, Dearborn, Michigan, the Somalis, and all this other stuff, but just won't mention anything about Israel. Is Nick looking at it like, I mean, you know, like I've talked about this issue for long enough, you know. I don't know.
I don't know. He got me guessing.
I don't, and that's the point. You can't have us thinking this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have us thinking this type of stuff. All right, so should we do the breath work? So for people that are not familiar with the show, and first and foremost, roll that beautiful bean. Shout out to you again. He said, "OG, my new favorite Australian Israeli." So now I'm Australian and
Israeli YouTuber.
I'm an Israelite, not to be confused with the people that are not. Let me stop. Different combo. Different combo.
Yeah.
All right. So on a serious note, for everybody that watches, please do us a favor actually and like, because the actual most important part of the show is getting ready to occur. Even though obviously we just been on here for it's almost 7 minutes. We're gonna make 7 minutes. But I do want to stress the importance of what we do at the end of every show, which is our breathing exercise. Shout out to our big bro Steve. He introduced us to this box breathing technique. It's been very helpful for me. BK, I'm sure it's been helpful for you. It's just something that we don't necessarily think about. It allows us to meditate, manifest, or just clear our minds, get our breath work in, lower that blood pressure, get more of a calm outlook on things, put ourselves a bit more at peace, especially when we're discussing these topics that obviously can be, you know, radical topics, you know, us going back and forth, sharing our opinions. But ultimately, I want us to make sure that we are simply, keeping the main thing the main thing. That's what BK always says, keeping the main thing the main thing. And I think the main thing is what Steve, Finn, and a lot of others say, which is, I think Steve said it, uniting on truth. So, you know, that's what, you know, that's the main thing. So when Finn is sharing the Marcus Aurelius quotes, when Steve is sharing the just as eloquent Steve post, I think the main takeaway is that, hey, how can we create a better place for humanity? How can we create a more of an American first approach from the standpoint of America not getting in everybody else's stuff? And we're supposed to be talking about breathing. Let me dial it down a little bit. We're getting ready to do our box breathing, which is a 4-second inhale in which we are intentionally focused on every breath like that we're inhaling. Every piece of it is inhaling some type of positive energy. All right. We want to be real intentional when it comes to that. And then we're going to do a 4-second hold. So 4-second inhale, 4-second hold, 4-second exhale, in which we're getting rid of all the negative energy, any thoughts, limiting anything, any challenges, anything that may be on your mind that you just want to let go of it intentionally with that exhale. And then we're going to do a 4-second hold, and then we'll do 4 cycles of that. Maya's so kind. She's ordering me food. Let me make sure. No, there's a double patty or a bacon cheeseburger. Is there bacon on both?
Okay.
No. Vegan.
Oh, yeah.
Vegan. Come on, bub. Give me the double patty with bacon, like with the vegan bacon. Like, come on, figure it out, baby. Figure it out. All right, breathing. If you're in a safe place, please close your eyes.
And definitely on your way out, if you're leaving early before the breathe-in, subscribe. Yes. We definitely want the community right back to the intensity and the direction it was yesterday. So even if you're going back or you're aside listening, if you haven't subscribed, make sure to go ahead and click on there. We don't want to lose contact with you. Set the notifications, and y'all have a great day. We'll be right back at it tomorrow morning. So to the breathing we go.
Very, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. So now we'll begin our breathing. Remember, if you're in a safe place, close your eyes. Let's be very intentional. Let's take this seriously. So 4-second inhale. Ready? Begin. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Inhale positive energy. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Hold. Exhale the negative energy. Hold. All right, on our last one, be very intentional with this inhale. Inhale that positive energy. Feel the positive energy coming through your system. Ready? Begin. Hold. Keep holding because we're getting ready to release the last bit of this negative energy. Get it all out of your system. Ready? Let it out. Hold. All right. I'm spent, bro, but I'm amped at the same time. It's like I need some food, but I really want to low key. I feel like we moving into this is like real streaming. Like
This
just
is
set up the
that
camera and
classic.
just live life. It's a little different doing the show, man.
Yeah. No, this was excellent. I mean, we know 2025 is definitely closing out here, and we got some shit on our chest we got to get off. And, this was a great way to, finish out the month and really get started on what our beliefs and our structures and our basis is going to be moving forward in the new year. And, this was also a great opportunity. So we definitely commend both parties as far as Piers and Nick, just giving us the opportunity to have content to drive these type of conversations from across the world. I'm seeing Kentucky, Australia, all over. So this content space is unfucking matched, what you can do. And so we definitely appreciate all the people that are involved in communicating in the chat. But, definitely super, super appreciate the ones that are also willing to monetarily support us. 7 hours goes a lot easier when you hear the comments and people excited and they send in the bread. Like, this is what we're talking about, bro. We making this a party. We got Ireland in the building, like all different places. And at the end of the day, what is it wrapped around? This party is about truth. This party is about perspective. This party is about conversation. This party is about, instilling, a foundation, discipline, all the good things that we're looking for and that we know should exist no matter what part of the world you're at. And so we're beyond honored to somewhat be a part of this community and be on the forefront, and you guys even be willing to spend as much time as some of the guys you spent. It doesn't come without our appreciation and our love for this, like I said. So me and Dak were always speaking these ways. These conversations used to just happen on FaceTime 5, 6, 10 years ago. And then now, we've taken it to a platform where you guys are just within the conversation now. And we love every bit of it. So I definitely want to give a shout out to the community, our day ones, and all the people involved, the behind the scenes people. This makes our heart full. So we absolutely appreciate it. And we look forward to continuing to provide value and provide entertainment, laughter, and all the above to this community. And it, just kind of leave it there for me.
Yeah, man, y'all show love. Let us know where you tapping in from in the chat. That definitely gets us. And when I see all these different, countries and states, and then I get to circle back and see Murph from Florida, and I'm like, yeah, we right up the street. Where you at in Florida? Well, I'm probably right down the street. But depending on where you are. But yeah, this is something that we are very grateful of. These are the conversations that we have on a regular basis. What's funny about it is some of our best combos are not even on here. Like even yesterday, we spent the whole day talking about this interview to the point where it's like, yeah, we gotta hold off. We gotta talk about this on the show tomorrow. But this is just what we're excited about, and we appreciate y'all having that same energy. And I think that's what happens when it comes to energy. I think that energies align and energies attract, and there's certain things that there's a reason why we're all here. So let's just continue to build on it. And that's all I have. And I want to make sure that I'm also I want to highlight some of the things that, we always finish off with the wise words from our big homie. So Steve wrote, rather than love, rather than fame, rather than money, give me truth. I love that. Shout out to Finn. Finn wrote, a community's true strength isn't in numbers, but in people who show up, stand together, and carry each other through the fire. Strength, honor, and love. Definitely appreciate that. Storm the Pitbull, thank you, lads. Appreciate you as well. Shout out to Unc, always giving us that energy that we know can't be replaced. May the value of your self-worth go up in value by 1,000,000,000% the next time that we may meet each other. May the universe protect and keep you always understand it. Keep you always understand it. Winning is a choice. Losing is. I'm glad that you didn't write anything after that, because losing is not an option. It's not an option. We only do lessons. We don't do losses. All right. It is only a loss when we quit. So on that note, Anthony's tapping in from Nigeria.
Oh, snap.
I have a lot of money locked in a bank account. Well, bro, let's talk. Maybe I can help, you uncover that money for a certain percentage. Like, we could talk, man. We could talk. You got to admit that is kind of crazy saying you from Nigeria and then saying you got I'm in Miami. I'm just saying I'm back and forth between Miami and New York. You set yourself up for that one, but no, I'm just joking. People probably like, what is he talking about? If you know, you know. Love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. And we'll see y'all tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Peace.